Okay, I've slowed down making content because I've been trying to synthesize a kind of a sociological observation, which is also a kind of theme of I'll call it. I don't want to say meta ethics, but because I think this is a sort of a complicated mishmash of or intersection of multiple layers of complexity. It's interesting that identity politics seems to create ideological accusations and jargon and buzzwords where it labels its adversary as doing something, and it's like deconstructs what how the world is oppressed against it or whatever. And how it labels the world is very interesting because it's very often a reflection of its own structure. And so, like, the language used by the intellectualism or the pseudo intellectualism in identity politics bears an uncanny resemblance to being useful ways of actually understanding, but needing some broader context, needing some, you need to sort of take two steps back and recontextualize it all in a kind of cohesive um, worldview that actually includes basic concepts like dignity and individual reason and basic things like agency, because those all get lost in the wash of their ideological narrative. But it's very interesting how the things that they volley at other people are usually what it is itself doing in some way, just on a kind of level of abstraction that is obscured by the particular hysteria and the moral panic which is injected into their own narrative. And it's interesting because I often find that in my view, I've critiqued identity politics often before other people have gotten there and critiqued it, and some people even repeat my critiques of identity politics, or I've seen it perhaps independently reasoned out by somebody else. And then, sort of a year later, I will read a news article of someone who will take a pro identity politics stance, and they will literally weaponize the critique against identity politics. They'll use it against the adversary. It's this weird projection that they, if they can just kind of symbolically sort of create a concatenization, if they can symbolically project all the things that are dangerous at undermining or unrooting, the identity politics narrative, if they can just kind of plot them as it's almost as if they are creating these very superficial semantic landmines and rhetorical tricks that then can be played, so that when anyone tries to talk someone out of identity politics, they can say, no, 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 I've already been armed. I've already been told that this is what you're doing. This is not what we're doing. This is what you're doing. And then they can just kind of use uh, the groupthink essentially to tide them over. But anyway, I mean, that thematically just reinforces the general external locus of control and, seeing everything according to a kind of canonical dogmatic narrative. And then you can just kind of table thump the orthodoxy thereof, and you never have to feel inadequate because, you've got a whole, collective of people that, each in their speciality can make a broader claim that everything is covered, but no one person understands it all, but everyone staying in their lane, and there are enough of them that they sort of create this ivory tower, or the symbol of self-righteous imperviable sanctimony, which is unassailable. It's this kind of, which is the same model that they have in terms of their own kind of immortal being on the right side of history, or having this kind of uh, it is a kind of pseudo substitute for religion, because in some sense, that you don't have to achieve integrity as an individual. You can just be part of the project of the identity project of bringing justice to the identity, and on a kind of, you can really imagine yourself as being as being a cog in the works of that grand polemic. Um, so it really has this way in which you can really locate yourself in a readily available, psychologically palpable grounding that then just forces you to contend with the basic ingredients, and the basic presuppositions, the basic moral units that universe is constructed from, which is identity factions. And so all it means is that you just believe that all moral consideration is contained by a kind of identity essentialism. It doesn't matter if your mythology says, oh well, actually we would not like to be identity essentialists, but because we're all inheritors of an unjust history and an unjust sociological construction, we have to process, like it's the ideological adversary that forces us to use identity politics, because it's the only expedient way of solving the problem. But anyway, okay, so I mean, you can see how it has its tautological narrative, and it can just keep on ratcheting up the volume of that tautological narrative if it's ever challenged, because it can just say, okay, well, if I'm ever for a second going to consider an alternative worldview, if I'm ever going to step out of this, no, I can't do that because this is a moral emergency, and you are just an agent of white supremacy or the patriarchy or something like that, and you're trying to get me to sympathize with the perpetrator, with the ideological scapegoat. And so you never allow yourself to take on the position or to empathize or to have universal reasoning in your worldview. You always root everything in the identity and in the plight of the identity, and in fixing morality that is constructed from all moral consideration being sourced in the identity. And so it is its own self-sufficient moral tautology. It's self-referencing, essentially. And its inability to think in any alternative schema is its virtue. And then that also is what makes it a very brittle groupthink. And then also what is that's the basic groundwork as to why this is such a strong cultural force, because it is fundamentally totalitarian. Because its narrative must be made applicable, it must apply. Now, the only way to actually solve this problem is to impose a kind of cultural sanction against it. You need to have a culture that at least is permissive of people being intolerant of people that have these disgusting and deplorable moral reductionist views of society and people into these dehumanizing categories of identity factions. You need to be able to say, no, I don't want to work with someone who believes in identity politics. I'm going to fire you from your post because this is, or you're not going to hire someone because of these reprehensible moral views. Or you have to be able to leverage some kind of moral scorn. You have to be able to use freedom of association to partition institutions and to gatekeep institutions against this kind of moral this creeping totalitarianism. The only way if so now obviously that at the same time gives fuel to their own persecution complex of their own victimhood identity obsession. I mean, but you see, like, if you can actually get away with sanctioning them in some sense, just using people's natural rights of freedom of association and other natural, uh, uh, you know, acting within a proper structure of law and everything like that, and everything is on the up and up, everything is on the square, everything is reasonable, and you can defend that line, then what you will do is very quickly you'll create a model to follow, a cultural model to follow, of how you don't have to get taken in by their lowest common denominator groupthink, and you don't have to, you're not going to be trolled and destabilized and demoralized into accepting their kind of confected narrative and their kind of their fueling, persecution complex and all those sorts of things. Um, and you actually, in standing up against them and repelling them from entering institutions, and you can clean up institutions. When you do that, you create a model of cultural integrity and standards. Um, and so everyone then can emulate that model of saying, of rebuffing these people. Um, sorry, I do want to continue this thread, but anyway, I mean, this is maybe, but this leads me thematically. This is connected to another thread, which is very important to develop. So essentially, because when you do this, you create a model of how not to be gaslighted by their narrative dirty tricks, of essentially melting individual responsibility and individual integrity into this nebulous cauldron of systemic oppression and sympathy that is deserved for representatives of the identity, which then are extracting a kind of special form of representation. And because representation becomes the equivalent of social justice, is that the progress in social justice is reduced into creating representation, and this representation is a I mean is a it's an insoluble, problematic moral monstrosity. I mean, it is an unknown quantity, because you've used an obtuse formulaic reduction of so-called, so you're going to take representation as your coinage of social justice, um, and then because this representation never it represents the identity, it can therefore never represent the individual. So the individual that is taking on this role, the symbolic role of empowerment of the identity, is incapable of feeling empowered as an individual. They can only be empowered as the representative of the identity faction. And so they are, by definition, token imposters. And so they've got a psychologically unsatisfying ideological solution to their problem of social injustice. And the more that they get their solution, the more hollow it feels, and therefore the more it has to um, escalate into a kind of more profane and aggressive form of hurting the ideological scapegoat. Because in some sense, the only way that you can know that the system is working is if you kind of can extract based on negative feelings, because essentially it doesn't fix anything by promoting representation. You don't actually create genuine transformation. You create this ideologically artificial transformation that's psychologically unsatisfying. And the only way to make it psychologically satisfying is not by actually creating a positive effect in the recipient of the representation, but you have to create a negative effect in whatever you displaced, in terms of what you took, what damage you caused in order to disrupt the systemically oppressive system. The endemically unjust system has to bleed, it has to cry, or something like that. And so it really is centered around the ideological scapegoat and extracting some kind of loss of, and supposedly, I mean, this is what identity politics amounts to. It is essentially that you have to reduce the pride of identity factions so that other pride of identity factions can reach a kind of equilibrium. And the only way that you can know that you've done this for certain is not because how do you know if you've increased the pride of an identity, especially when you are fudging the process and you're fixing it by outcome? If your process doesn't have any fundamental integrity or fidelity to reality, because it is manhandling and coercing the effect, the outcome, then the only way to know that you are actually fixing the situation is if you are creating damage. Now, this damage, anyway, is stupid, because it doesn't actually lift anybody up. It just drags people down. And then you can say that, well, people are closer to equality at that point. And then because you've traded the practice of equality and basic values of equality, which is very different from the idea that everyone is equal. Like, the normative value that everyone is equal is not the same thing as the fact that everyone is in fact equal. I mean, you can only make people equal in some process of value, or like equality before the law makes sense, but saying that people are in fact equal doesn't make any sense. If that were in fact true, you wouldn't need to think about the concept of equality could be banished if everyone was in fact the same. People are not in fact the same. So there is something to do with morality that has to do with the concept of equality, but the idea that people are in fact equal, or that they should in fact be equal, is not the proper expression of how morality and equality is not the reconciliation of these two concepts. But anyway, I mean, there's so many, but that's part of the fundamental oversimplification, and let's say that is baked into the ideological narrative. This kind of basic common reasoning just gets completely, you can't afford to make these basic things, because it destroys one of the fundamental tenets needed to operate an identitarian worldview. Which is quite interesting, because the Nazis themselves also had this basic abstract view in some sense. They believed that every country should be an ethno-state, and each country should internally operate the way that it wants to internally operate. And that in some sense that would be better for everyone, because then everyone will be in a kind of Cold War competition with each other's ethno-state. And so, it kind of forces everyone to pull together and have a kind of collective cohesion. And I must say, I don't... look, I mean, people that say this, they say this for different reasons, but, they say that multicultural societies are doomed to fall apart and to fail. I mean, I agree and I disagree. It depends what you mean by multicultural. I do think that people can have different ethnicities, they can have different cultural traditions and histories and things like that. But yeah, I think that they can have multiple cultures, but they have to have the same state culture. They have to have the same legal culture. they have to have the same culture of rights. They have to have essentially the same basic democratic literacy, as it were, at least if you're going to have an open, liberal, democratic society that is multicultural. And you have to have a common vision of justice. If there is no common vision of justice, you can't have a common society. You can't share a society if you don't share a conception of justice. It really is that simple. So, in relation to justice, there must be a single culture, and then the other culture, uh, uh, you know, is people can tolerate each other's intolerance because, in some sense, they know what the hard lines are. They know how it gets mediated when push comes to shove, and you do need to have a very sophisticated and delicate or profound moral system of values in order to support a kind of multiculturalism, which is why I think getting the law right is so important, and why South Africa, for example, actually has the best legal system in the world, and the most advanced and sophisticated legal tradition, although it's been railroaded, it's been betrayed, it's been undermined and subverted by politically appointed judges that have betrayed the Constitution, they've betrayed basic constitutional values, and they've imported a lot of American jurisprudence to try to facilitate. I mean, we've imported a lot of bad ideas from other legal traditions in order to facilitate corruption, essentially, and the reinterpretation of our Constitution. Anyway, I don't want to get into these talking points. So I want to talk sociologically about where these problems are actually. So yeah, I mean, it is interesting that when a society is being demoralized and destabilized by totalitarian ideologies, which is what is happening now, all manner of vulnerabilities, let's say, become exposed, which is also perhaps like a good thing, because you can work out how dislocated and disjointed, let's say, I don't know how to put it, like the ethos, the ideological components of a polity. You can see the you know it's almost like a stress test, and so you can see how things could perhaps be refined. When you're up against a totalitarian ideology that is antithetical to so much of everything and sort of has such an alien and dehumanizing worldview, and then they're using that to kind of try to exploit whatever they can and exploit whatever contradictions ostensibly exist within a system. Um, Although I think that their critique is actually not valuable, uh, it does force one to come up with a substantiation for structure. It does force one to have to build a cohesive model of how things should fit together and how things should, essentially articulate um, in a cohesive way. Um, and so you can kind of get some idea as to what sort of things are missing. Now, I do think that this is something that can also transfix people, because that opportunity is a very cerebral opportunity to scope things out and to delve into weird, abstract, esoteric considerations. But I think that something that perhaps people have overlooked, or maybe they haven't overlooked it too much. But I've been listening to some Thomas Sowell, in Uncommon Knowledge interviews and things like that, and I do think that this exists, that this critique exists. So I'm not trying to say that I'm inventing this idea, but I mean, it's something that I keep on getting slapped in the face with. But part of totalitarian narratives is really that they deploy contempt and resentment. Um, they co-opt it. They validate it. You know, they sort of create this aura of vulnerable narcissism because it helps to sort of galvanize their um, power base and their support. And sort of they try to create an intellectual bubble where vulnerable narcissism is specifically inculcated, and people, their whole sort of pseudo intellectual industries of academics and journalists and race baiting, identitarian, racial consciousness scapegoat artists, who it's their job to develop anti-constitutional propaganda. It's their job to undermine liberal democracy. It's their it's their whole devotion in life, uh, to create an alternative, sort of vulnerable narcissism ivory tower. Uh, now this this aura of permissibility in terms of co-opting people's resentment, and they really do provoke a very brittle kind of cynicism, which often depends on a quite an obtuse form of bigotry, and in some sense, the more that it gets away with being able to create these stereotypes or conventions that play a prominent role within the ideological narrative, that become this kind of cultural anchor point that allow people, is the mark of their progress that they're making within their fascistic totalitarian cultural normalization and attrition against, because what I think that they're actually, what the thing that they are actually committing attrition against is the ability of the system to suppress them openly and to scorn them. And that is what they are. They are not trying to be accepted by their opponents. They are trying to prove to the audience that no one can stand against them. In some sense, silence is their goal. They don't want to force. They don't need people to vote for them, as it were. They just need anyone who speaks against them, or sorry, who thinks contrary things to them, to fall silent in the debate, but also essentially, more predominantly, that because their whole worldview is essentially premised on a character assassination of their detractors, but they can never be the subject of character assassination. Their integrity can never be impugned. And that is how they troll the system, and that is how the cynical, vulnerable narcissism wins, by essentially instilling that asymmetry within a cultural convention. That is the undergirding fundamental structure of totalitarianism. And whenever their detractors have to mince words in criticizing them, they are and whenever they kind of use the system of accountability and the system of structures that exist in order to force the system into a contradiction, because essentially, uh, you know, the, their idea that they can sort of supersede and encapsulate everything within their narrative, um, is the sort of the fundamental totalitarian pretension. Anyway, anyway, this is a slightly peripheral point. Anyway, to what I was trying to get at, but the how this operates in the core of society is that integrity itself as a concept, as a cultural concept, gets watered down and gets replaced by the ideological narrative, or at least by the ideological themes that the ideological narrative runs on. So responsibility gets replaced by ideological accountability or by the ideological moral code. So, you have an ideological rule book instead of actually people treating each other um, as if they should act with integrity. And the whole model of right and wrong or good or bad or individual judgment and discerning, it all gets displaced by the ideological computer. Now, we have lots of vulnerable narcissistic pseudo-intellectual theories in that category. They're religious ones, they're theocratic ones, they're philosophical ones. There are lots of different sort of worldviews that explain away individual agency and responsibility and replace it with some set of either sort of conditioning or some kind of apex narrative that has to sort of be attended to before the individual can be held accountable for the individual's uh, uh, what they deserve. And just generally, I'm going to call it sociological reductionism is a problem, essentially. So we've got a whole litany, we've got a whole arena of contestation over what sociological reduction is appropriate. Now, in my view, I've never found this to be too much of a problem because I think that sociological reductionism is an interesting intellectual exercise and you can use it to garner some insight about some topics, but moral responsibility and individual accountability and individual agency and these are things that are a separate set of issues. That's a separate category. So you can kind of, so as long as you whenever you want to do something in law to people or something like that, you have to ground it in more moral values and more moral containers than just the sociological reductionism that you use to come up with some uh, obscure and facile and sort of seemingly insightful um, conclusion, which is all dependent on your sort of arbitrary set of how you structured your analysis, uh, and all that kind of hypothetical uh, uh, sociological reductionism. Okay, what is my point here? My point here is that you can have generalizations about your experience of the world and things of the world and in the world and groups of things in the world. We all have to have low resolution ways of contending with, what does John Vervaeke call it or something? Combinatorial explosion. Because, the world is made up of so many different things that if you try to particularize a prediction about anything, you'll never be able to even come up with a theoretical, conceptual, predictive model unless you reduce things down into a kind of low resolution generalization about things. So, you have to use generalizations to come up with planning, to come up with how you know, how you should do something or something like that, in some context. Now, obviously, depending on how involved the plan is going to intersect with involving particular individuals or something like that, there are certain types of generalizations which are going to be inappropriate, that are going to be morally um, I'm just trying to think of a, if you're talking to an individual person in your life about a problem that you have with something that they are doing, you don't uh, generalize them into a broader theme of what it is that they're doing and then complain about the theme. You can maybe use the generalization as a metaphor. If you, I mean, I don't, sometimes metaphors are useful if you need to explain your point, if your point is hard to communicate or something like that, and if you expect that the person understands that the theme that you are metaphorically relating what they're doing to, is something that they already share a moral sentiment about, so that it's actually a useful correspondence to make. But I don't even. What am I saying? It's just that don't treat people as representations of things. Essentially, um, don't treat people as representations of low resolution things in your mind. Um, as the primary source of you uh, indicting them or morally chiding them. Like your moral censure should come from an independent process of actually, relating to the individual. Now, obviously, if you have a generalized stereotype about how some type of person is prone to a kind of morally deficient behavior, and someone seems to be exemplifying that behavior, almost in the archetypal way in which you've conceived of it in your mind, um, that kind of uncanny correspondence. I mean, it's not as if like you can't uh, use your general insight about that generalization in terms of how you deal with it, but essentially how you found things, how you substantiate them within speech, how you bring it up or something like that. I mean, and that's many times there's no context in which that you can actually share moral judgment about things. This is a topic which people, are usually not open about, and we don't live in a culture in which we discuss these things openly. If anything, it's something that is regulated by instead these bigoted conventions of what groupthink has been accepted as the anyway. These things are, generally speaking, governed by etiquette of politeness and norms, um, social norms. Anyway, I seem to be talking about too much, and I'm talking about a lot of things. What I really wanted to get to was to start talking about feminism. Because I do think that this totalitarian ideological narrative does historically come to us by way of intersectional feminism, which comes to us by way of feminism. And so that is something that I think that sociologically we shouldn't overlook, the fact that that is the vector of where this is culturally coming from. And I think that the reason why that is also how we lost, let's say, the enlightened morality of the 90s, of the non-sexism and the non-racialism of the 90s, has been displaced by identity politics, because the first identity politics that people are actually confronted with, or at least it was in the development of this, perhaps it's different now, maybe now people go straight into racialist identity politics and racial consciousness. But I still think that a large cultural engine, that what drives identity politics, is feminism. And that's because at some point children have to develop some kind of sexualization in their general development as individuals, in their enculturation into society. They have to learn how to interact in the sexual marketplace, as it were. They have to work out how to relate and how to channel their sexuality or their sexual um, psychological, the component of their psychological schema that deals with their sex drive has to be developed into something. And the power that feminism offers girls is too much to be left on the table, and so they adopt it, they pick it up, and they wield that power. And I do think that the normalization of that kind of toxic feminism is essentially has normalized totalitarian ideology. And I think that historically this is actually the same. This is exactly what happened in Weimar Germany. Uh, it was the woman that made the Nazi movement popular. They roped the men into the movement. They were the first true believers, essentially, in the identity politics of being bestowed a high status identity and having these kinds of cultural conventions and norms that then are culture, because there's this great merger between politics and culture in totalitarian society, um, and this really feminizes politics to a large extent. And yes, I mean, people can say, "Oh yeah, women weren't in any of the leadership positions." I, I actually beg to differ. If you actually knew what some of the wives of even these top, that it there really was a parallel cultural edifice to the Third Reich. Um, I mean, the amount of women who gave up their partners because of not being, properly observant. Um, I do think the cultural buy-in uh, is an alluring is a specifically alluring proposition for a woman, and it comes, I think, from sexual dimorphism, which is that men and women are very much the same as one another, but the one way in which men and women are very different is within how they contend themselves in the sexual marketplace. And that just really has to do with the different kind of evolutionary pressure because of the different biological facts of sexual dimorphism. Sperm is cheap, eggs are expensive. Uh, it's it's riskier to be a woman uh, uh, within as an individual within culture, um, but on average, men lose out more. I'm talking within the context of sexual selection. So, women have safety to be concerned with because if they don't secure uh, access, uh, if they don't have secured access to an ongoing provider and, let's say, support structure, you can't be pregnant and have a child by yourself. You need to be helped by other people. So, the actual um, structure of society, uh, women really have to make sure that that is responsive to their needs and that they can expect or depend on these structures to provide to them. And in some sense, evolutionarily, men have every opportunity, or sorry, biologically, they have every opportunity um, because sperm is cheap to get someone pregnant and then run away. Now, that means that that evolutionary strategy works for men. It doesn't work for women in terms of being successful in reproduction. So this could probably be much more eloquently explained, but the reason why uh, so women have more risk, but men lose more in this marketplace of sexual selection, and that just comes up in the fact that we have twice as many female ancestors as we have male ancestors, which means that like if I can just slightly if I can slightly simplify this, it means that uh, half of all men don't leave offspring, but most women always leave offspring. And so men really have to they have to compete and they have to earn the right to reproduce, essentially. And so, women can almost expect to reproduce. They just have to work out what their selection criteria is going to be, and men have to provide and they have to meet that selection criteria. Now, people complain, or feminists complain, that we live in a male-dominated structure and society. Well, I think on an evolutionary case, you can actually sympathize with men as a category because you can basically say, well, men earn the right to be in charge because they pay the price. Because essentially every generation, evolutionarily speaking, most men, or okay, this is a bit of an oversimplification because it's actually not exact. These aren't the exact numbers, and modern times are actually quite different from like very modern times is quite different from the actual norm. I mean, if you look back, uh, polygamy was more the norm, even though even within polygamous societies, most people only had one wife and one partner. But anyway, that in every generation, basically, half of the men don't reproduce. So that's a consistent genocide of men, essentially. And so and I would generally say that that is to meet the expectations that women have. Right? We are living through a different time, uh, although we're actually going back in this cultural destabilization. We seemingly are going back to the more pyramid shaped feudal kind of society. Uh, anyway, let me not open that can of worms. But anyway, sorry, there is an important point. Sorry, I'm really explaining this very poorly. But anyway, so I mean, and I mean, you can also understand this from a kind of evolution. I don't. So I've got this in other recordings, so I feel like I don't really want to repeat it. But essentially, any tribe or community that treated men as expendable and that safeguarded their women were always at a selective advantage to any other group or society that they went up against. Because in a generation, you can replace all the men that died off, and you'll still be at the same size population, essentially. But every woman that dies, you're losing a womb. You're losing the biological capital of the group. And so there is this, women and children first. Uh, Men are expendable, women and children first. That is kind of the compact. And that is also, so the interests of women are elevated and the administration goes on to men, but, it uh, they're the ones paying the price, as it were. So it all, because they are the actual ones paying for the structure. Uh, Women can expect to always be protected within that structure. And then when women start to meddle in the leadership role, if they don't do so because in some sense they don't have skin in the game, they don't have the same uh, um, responsibility to conserve uh, because because they're not the ones paying the price when the structure goes to war or collapses or something like that. Sorry, getting tied up in my mind between these other themes that I want to bring up because they're quite complicated. What was it? So it's interesting how sexual morality has exploded into this kind of laissez-faire normalization. That like sex work must be normalized and all these sorts of things. And I can sympathize with some of that. I think that I mean I just read this whole story about someone who was at an American university and they were doing their masters to become something. I can't remember what it was. It was something like some kind of therapeutic kind of thing that you have to have like a semi-advanced medical degree in. Um, it was something like podiatry, but it wasn't podiatry, but it was almost something, I think, in that kind of vein. You have to study quite a lot of medicine, and then anyway, she was getting her master's or something like that. Maybe it was occupational therapy or something. Anyway, and she wasn't a prostitute, but she had essentially an online commercial sex work on a website called OnlyFans, and that got discovered. And I think it was like a Christian college or something like that, and she was advised that she should just drop out, and she was in her last year of her master's, and she did so under that advice, or one of her, what are they called, academic advisors told her that. Now, and this was because essentially the students had her classmates had discovered this and were whispering around her. So now, I mean, I don't know what the actual atmosphere was like, but I can imagine that, in my view, this is a very complicated set of unfortunate events. But I do expect that she should have been able to complete her degree. But it should not necessarily have been made. She shouldn't have necessarily had to feel accepted by her other classmates. I think that that goes too far. The idea that you have to have a validating social environment. The idea that what you choose to do for a living should not have any stigma attached to it, uh, because it's legal or something like that. I think that the idea that there is a middle ground here, and the tone of this article, in my view, was sort of captured this kind of moral relativism and almost a kind of nihilism, and just this expectation that, oh well, culture has to go further into accepting and normalizing sex work. I mean, no, no, sex work should not be normalized. For sex work to be normalized, you're going to, I mean, it should be normalized within some context, uh, within the scope of legality as well. I mean, so I do think that these things, they do have to be contained within structures so that people can have a scaffolding, an institutional scaffolding around which to understand these things. But just because something is legal does not mean that it should be culturally permitted without scorn or cultural censure. And the reason why I wanted to bring this up is because it's interesting, because sex work itself, in some sense, is extracting a commercial benefit from, you could call it the male sex drive. I mean, that's usually what sex work entails. It usually requires selling services to men, is probably the vast majority of it. yeah, so I do think that sort of what this stuff usually comes down to, and the reason why it traditionally carries a kind of moral censure attached to things like sex work, is because at some point you actually have to overcome the biological opportunistic sexual strategy. You have to kind of eclipse it by understanding a higher goal or transcending it essentially. You actually have to kind of mentally exhaust it as being bestial or beneath you or something like that. Now, this I think is is ironically easier and harder for men to do because the male sex drive is sort of fundamentally nihilistic. I mean, this is why I think archetypally, when men are trying to exploit the sexual marketplace, they are seen as narcissistic. And when women are trying to exploit the sexual marketplace, they are essentially acting out a kind of borderline personality disorder or a kind of Lolita kind of persona, uh, making reference to the I don't know what the book that it was based on, but the Kubrick movie, where I just generally consider the whole Lolita motif essentially is that the woman considers herself to be like her own child, and she will stand up for her own interests as if her own expectations and interests were a child of themselves. So, and when you can kind of get a man to treat your feelings as if they were like an infant, then you also kind of, it's a weird kind of sort of psychologized surrogate mothering, um, where you're just creating a kind of emotional instability in order to compel and coerce and to sort of create a manipulative valence that then you can switch between these kinds of, sometimes you can be a mature adult female with sexual desire, and then in the next breath you are sounding like an infant. You're putting on this whole infantile voice, and you've got this kind of the spectrum. uh, anyway, I do think that, look, I mean, there are different kinds of sex work, but let's just say the most, if I can put it, vanilla kind of sex work or ordinary kind of sex work, is something that simulates sexual intimacy, that simulates pair bonding and coupling and emotional uh, warmth and compassion and some kind of tender consideration is almost like is what is being perhaps enacted on some level, or at least maybe I've gone too far. Maybe it's just just trying to think how to create a good summary of what is being of what men are receiving in the exchange that they're paying for. Um, anyway, these things might be hard to generalize in a way that because there might be sort of I guess maybe a good generalization would be a kind of what is being sold to the man is a kind of bolstered narcissism, or a kind of whatever image the man has of himself that is being symbolically enacted in the commercial exchange is being tended to, or is being paid attention, and or at least the expectation is, or the anticipation is that it's going to be I can't think of how to phrase it, but essentially that there's going to be some kind of narcissistic sufficiency is going to be um, proven by the exchange, or through the exchange, or anyway. Anyway, what was I saying? I was saying that you know I do think that the kind of sexual narcissism that is being gratified by men when they are doing things that are fundamentally destructive within a kind of sexual motif. Um, Destructive in the sense that not only are they in themselves a kind of waste of time or suboptimal, um, but they detract and diminish the capacity to actually have the things that they are the substitution thereof. Yeah, so I mean, there is this kind of, if you're always developing a substitution uh, to place sexual focus into, at some point, you're exhausting perhaps substitutions, and you're going to find an idea of what you would be happy to settle with. And so you can kind of, because you keep on aiming at things and trying things out and practicing things. Um, Now, this, I mean, practice makes perfect, as they say. I mean, this is why people date. This is why people have long tracks of courtship and getting to know one another, and trying to grow with someone, or trying to um, be in a relationship with someone before settling. So it would be much better to explore, to aim at having a relationship rather than aim at having just sexually gratifying excursions. But one could say that the biological drive, in some sense, can be matched up. The structure of the biological drive, the male sexual drive, um, has that kind of practice makes perfect sort of propensity within it. Whereas, quite tragically almost, the feminine sexual drive, or at least the feminine um, sexual selection strategy, is itself a kind of paradox, potentially. And this is very troubling and dangerous because, well, it's potentially a paradox. It's not always a paradox. But, I do think women often are imprisoned within a hypergamy. And uh, and they only see the structure of that imprisonment, um, as their sort of hypergamous prospects start to wane. See, that's not actually true. I mean, I've known many women who have known, even in their prime, and even before reaching their prime, that how sort of time sensitive their enjoyment of the hypergamous extraction is, and what life will be like after that. But it seems to me that it, it, it doesn't, I think, occur to enough women to actually try to operate beyond the hypergamous sexual strategy to the sexual marketplace. They don't try alternative methods, or at least they try to. If they do have an alternative method, they try to incorporate it within hypergamy, within some modulated hypergamy. That's sort of the best they will try to do, is they will try to sort of tone down their hypergamy, or to try to sort of channel it with some bias towards some mystic special source or something like that they're also interested in. So they'll just kind of, anyway. But there's almost no stomach to surrender the whole kind of hypergamous structure or model. And maybe that's a kind of maybe that's a cynical point, because maybe they did that for 2 months in one of their teenage years, just as a random experiment. I mean, I'm hypothetically saying this. Maybe they ran it through in their mind, even if they didn't try it out themselves. And they just thought that it would be such a discontinuity, it would be so disruptive to their whole trajectory, that it would be too much of a cost. But essentially, the thread of, let's say, the power of harnessing the sexual marketplace, that thread just never, it's ever present in every sort of fiber of their orientation. And I mean, this might just be like almost biological, that it's the difference between testosterone and estrogen, or it's the difference between eggs and sperm, that it's like a different cadence of walking through. Uh, anyway, Um, so what's my point? Is that it's interesting that sex work itself is almost like a another kind of stable hypergamous extraction. And if you were to sort of normalize sex work, and let's just say, I mean, if, let's say you really normalized it, and all women did that, almost all women did that, or something like that, operated in that way, you would turn all intimacy into a commercial opportunity, or that there would be some kind of commercial uh, you will have integrated hypergamy into more of social norms and social structures. You know, I I've argued this so poorly, but essentially, the I mean, I was having a Facebook comment uh, on somebody talking about things. It was a school in my country in I actually don't know what grade this is. I think this is. He said R5. I don't know what R5 is. If that's grade 5, which when I was at school, grade 5 was standard 3, and you matriculated in standard 10, which was grade 12. Anyway, but so, I mean, if standard 3 is 7 years, is age 11, something like that. So maybe grade 5 is age 11. They instituted that you can choose your own pronouns for these 11-year-old. I'm guessing that that's what it is. That these 11-year-olds can wear these badges that will have their pronouns displayed, so they can choose their own pronouns. And I created this very long post explaining that this was very bad, because what you're essentially doing, I don't know if I don't want to go through this. It's quite a complicated, but essentially what you're doing is you are making it hard for these children to grow up, because you're creating a kind of gender autism. So instead of them having to interact with the world and participate with other people in a kind of forthright way in which they express their sexuality, instead they are expressing their gender, and their gender their gender expression includes what other people interpret their gender to be. So you're creating an ideological argument with people that don't validate your own so-called gender expression, because you've created a toxic notion of something that actually exists within social psychology. So you've created these ideological figments that exist within a social psychology for people then to say that, no, you didn't use my pronoun with the right, inflect. Because I mean, at the end of the day, even if you can get other people to use the pronouns that you want them to, it doesn't mean anything unless it's meant in the way that it's said, or something like that. And when you have already hollowed out the basic concept of what it is that you are enforcing the speech thereof, then it's irrelevant anyway. So all you're really doing is debasing words. You're creating a moral relativism about language, and you're also saying that you're creating a very toxic conceptualization of the self that has this intractable, insoluble, nebulous state between the self-image and the participatory realm. So you've got people that don't have proper boundaries around their subconscious social mask, their own feelings. They don't. You need to have a mask to the world. You can't be in the world as yourself, because then you don't know how other people are going to interpret you. But if you say that no, you actually get to decide how other people interpret you, now you've conflated the world and the participatory realm into the subconscious. So you've got people trapped in their own subconscious where they can only mediate this through their own menagerie of gender identification or self-gender identification. So whatever they profess to be expressing, has to match other people's interpretation. The whole thing is just, it is literally the definition of autism, which, so, it's interesting that they've removed the definition of autism. It used to be like a regular sort of English word. I got actually a very good definition of it from one of my dictionaries from the 70s. Wow, that's 50 years ago. That's amazing. Anyway, I think the definition was something like daydreaming or thinking. I can't remember. It was daydreaming or some kind of introversion. Daydreaming or fantasizing about satisfying your own desires. Anyway, that's not the proper definition, but that was. Maybe I should just quickly get it, but it's an interesting point. But anyway, I explained it a lot better than how I just went through it now. But anyway, so that's the reason why I bring this up is that so I explained how feminism is this gateway into identity politics, because you do have to develop your sexual you do have to be enculturated into your own sexualization, essentially, in within your own psyche. You have to develop that, and if that is being modulated, if that is being regulated by an ideology, then they basically got you, because if that's how you interpret sexuality, that's how you're going to interpret everything else, into this kind of politics of expectation and resentment and arguments over co-opting culture and language, that all the words should be reinterpreted in alignment with your autistic relativism. And that autistic relativism must be the norm in society, and that you can't actually, it's illegitimate to have anything other than laissez-faire values and standards. So I'm really making a bit of a mess of this, but what is my point? My point is that this confirms with my general idea that one of the huge problems that we have in society is that stupidity is no longer an insult that you're allowed to leverage against people. And I think that this is very problematic, because I think that if you can't scorn stupidity, it used to be a slur to call someone a retard. And I think autism in the same way, that Now, I mean, obviously, this is slightly problematic when those are actually diagnoses that people have, because then, it's it doesn't really pack a punch if you're calling someone who's been diagnosed with something and they can't change that condition. But I just mean in the ordinary use of the word. So, perhaps diagnoses should really be incredibly, what's the word? We should change the names of diagnoses to be incredibly laborious phrases so that we can use ordinary English words or ordinary language to start to regulate things like moral responsibility. Because, as soon as we kind of medicalize these things and we turn them all into conditions within this context of this kind of atomized moral relativism, where there's this kind of autistic, I think I called it autistic relativism. The only way to crack autistic relativism is to kind of have pejoratives that come from the outside that should mean something to an individual. The idea, in some sense, I mean, if I can put it like this, I mean, and I mean this in a very technical way, not all bullying is wrong or bad. In some sense, I think that because we've said bullying is wrong, all bullying by definition must sort of be deconstructed out of existence. It must just it must be impossible to be able to bully someone. That's the kind of problem that we sit with in society, by trying to make people invulnerable to ever being interacted with in the participatory realm, that only their autistic relativism should matter, and that nothing else should touch them other than validation or alignment with their expectations, with their autistic expectations. The idea that people can't assimilate or process confrontation and disagreement and a difference of views or a difference in moral judgment, and then communicating how to relate structures that lead to these moral views, so that we're kind of banishing the moral dimension within culture, with these strange ideological narratives that seem to vindicate or endorse a kind of moral autism. And they do this by creating an autism around a particular kind of issue, particular kind of identity issue. Now, obviously, then, there's some identity issues which are going to be more naturally existent within any society, because the generations have to reproduce themselves. People have to grow up and pair bond and physically reproduce the species. And so sort of sexual culture and sexual mores, sexual norms, is then, I think, the vector that our culture has been attacked through essentially feminism and through feminist identity politics. I do think feminism was the proto-identity politics. And essentially the pretension that the feminists had, instead of this being relegated to, a juvenile, because to properly frame this is that you have to understand that women can be morally reprobates. They can be morally reprehensible, and they need to be scorned for, it's weird because I guess how this is done is that it's not done in a heavy-handed way. That when a girl is being dishonest or manipulative, or doing the things that girls do when they're being aggressive, let's say, but in their style of expressing aggression. I'm somewhat channeling Jordan Peterson on some of, when he talks about the literature of, women who use gossip and reputation destruction, and what was the other thing? Can't remember. Anyway, but when women do those sorts of things, or girls do those sorts of things, you really can't fix it, because in some sense it's not that it's autistic. It's the opposite of autistic. It's manipulative. It's actually Machiavellian. And so the only way to actually sort of to deal with it is to kind of try to separate, is that it will naturally create a kind of clique, and then that's how far it goes. It goes as far as it can go within that clique, and perhaps with all the other cliques that will sort of, they'll displace each other, or that they'll lock each other into a kind of contestation, but then essentially the agreements between the cliques will also operate as murky structures that then have these kinds of, this is the danger. I mean, this is why in religion, women have always been associated with the serpent. Um, but essentially, there's no, we don't have a good way. Well, actually, I mean, there is a way to do it. I mean, I could imagine that I could do this. You need to have a kind of diagnostician to some degree, where you can know enough about the scenario, and that you chide the girl, and you basically, because the thing is that their narrative for using reputation destruction or gossip, will usually be that they were looking out for their own interest, or they were trying to politically advance their own interest within the participatory realm, by essentially trying to craft models of the world that people can agree with, and that they can sort of accept as a conventional truth, or something like that. And that creating almost a kind of low level collective autism, or a kind of bubble narrative, or a bubble reality, that usually ends up creating a kind of clique. Now, in some sense, you can always say, well, there'll always be some kind of clique, or there'll always be some kind of bubble. And so, you just kind of, some people can see through it, or some people can at least model the content of that medium, so that they're not deluded by it. They take it with a pinch of salt, or something like that. They take it in a more tempered kind of way, or in a more measured sort of way. Whereas women can be drunk on the power of trying to contain and contend with, I guess it's not just women, it's men as well, I guess, that are usually ENTP men. But anyway, the kind of people that become journalists often, because they like sort of rubbing shoulders with the important, powerful people, or they like setting the opinion of society. Uh, they like being intellectual leaders. I guess that is also, all that stuff that I said is also quite positive. But I mean, usually what they do is they end up spinning it around a kind of vulnerable narcissism, or a kind of, they start rationalizing from a point. They don't exactly start from the ground up. They start rationalizing from the middle of the air. They usually start with a bunch of buzzwords or a bunch of, sort of fashionable ideas, and then they reason from there. Bolstering their clique. Anyway, I'm going all over the place. What is my point? My point is that yeah, I guess the problem is that it's not that women don't intellectually understand this, or that they don't, because they're the ones perpetrating it, so they do intellectually understand it. The point is that they never develop a kind of sensitivity to it. They don't have a kind of integrity inside themselves that cuts against it. They don't. It's almost as if they don't develop that moral conscience, because in some sense there is no alternative. It's like a fish in water. They're just continually drunk on the power. Now, that's not entirely true. I think that in healthier times and healthier cultural epochs, I mean, everyone in their teenage years, I think, goes through this, even boys in some sense. Um, I think boys, perhaps not in this current cultural moment, but in prior times, boys were shocked out of it much more quickly. They were somewhat grounded by bullying or some kind of fact of life, that then forced them to recontextualize everything according to some kind of pragmatism that exists beyond, sort of the culture of what people say, and the expectations that boys have to meet, or that men have to meet, in order to uh, live up to the general expectation that women have to be bought, or they have to be bidded on, or that they have to be offered something. Yes, I mean, it all sort of goes back to this basic expectation that it all satellites around this kind of the orthodoxy which is set by hypergamy. And I think that generally, I mean, this is something that in every generation, boys and men have to kind of, I mean, they will eventually learn about it, or at least, or they'll be so stupid that they can't learn about it, and they'll just sort of be pawns of it or toys of it in some form, or, like people's tolerance or intolerance to hypergamy, is probably also something that also relates to male homosexuality, I think. What male homosexuality might also involve is a kind of inverse paradox which takes up the same space as having to. It is interesting that within a heterosexual couple, in my view, in a healthy heterosexual couple, that the woman will be sensitive to having hopefully matured from the hypergamous contention. And when this is transcended, it is graduated from, but it's not forgotten. It's not, she still lives in that world. And so this gives the couple all the psychological units and what's being exchanged within the couple access to a kind of antennae and sensitivity to, let's say, it gives the couple access to a window and a scope into the hypergamous um, it allows there to be a greater management and handle of that in other contexts, because hypergamy isn't just operating, well, hopefully it's not operating within the couple, but it is operating within culture, within society. It is the medium in through which the cliques are operating to some degree, and those energies or those psychological sexual uh, animas, and because I do think that in some sense it is a model of, can't think of a good word, but in some sense it's a kind of I can't think even of a good metaphor, but this metaphor is wrong in a few ways, but it kind of gets there. But the closest thing I can get to is sort of imagining all these male Cupid babies, all of these animas, and them being wine pressed to have their blood extracted from them. It's a that hypergamous conventions and cliques are there to corral and to parasitically extract masculine energy. So it's a kind of it's a yoke on the anima in a situation. It's the matrix in which, anyway. It's it's an obstacle course or something. And I do think that essentially all of these conventions by intelligent people, by people with integrity who want a relationship with integrity, what they will often do is that they will try to work out exactly what the convention is, so that they can try to talk to someone, a woman within that clique or something like that, to talk them out of it, to sort of dehypnotize them, or at least to come to a common agreement that that is the medium that they are both stuck in. Because then once you both have the same way of looking at the thing, then you have the same understanding about it, then you can both extricate yourself from the thing. So it's sort of when you both have the same vision of what it is, if you both agree on what it is, then you're capable of transcending it. You're capable of operating above it, as it were. So you leave it behind, you leave it below. That there's a way of operating within things that completely transcend the medium, as it were. So even without stopping it, you can effectively stop it interpersonally. So there's an interpersonal joint extradition. And that sort of synthesis as well probably also gives you some extra confidence and power and integrity that allows you to kind of float in the system in a way in which that other people are shackled by the structure of that system, whereas you, in a kind of effortless kind of way, can traverse the contents. But anyway, and I've mixed in so many weird concepts here, but my now the reason why this is problematic is because when I say that, I mean, like, even me describing this is perhaps, this whole construct or this whole analysis is problematic, is because women themselves are what was I going to say? Hmm. Hmm. So yeah, I mean, it's very hard to navigate this because I think that you need to have an understanding of integrity. You need to have a North Star principle, something like that. You have to believe that there is something like integration which is worth it, and that is worth more than just sort of going along to get along in the kind of hypergamous structure. You have to believe that there's something greater that can be obtained. Yeah, I guess, and trying to, there's no collapse of the container, as it were. You have to kind of fight through it. And so you do have to kind of just hope that there is you have to try to make perhaps a scaffolding or a structure, or at least a line of escape, or at least a kind of rubric of how you can stabilize this sort of chaotic mess, or this sexual wilderness. And romance essentially fulfills that role within the cultural imagination. But I do think that normalizing sex work essentially is to displace romance. It does displace romance with a completely ulterior model. So yeah, I mean, I guess my view is complicated. Like, I don't think that people should. I do think that people. So in the example that I gave of the person who was at university, and then they left the university themselves. I must say, there's something about that story which doesn't quite add up, because I feel that the person was discouraged by one academic advisor. So that's their story, and then they left themselves. There's an irresponsibility there, I think, which is, they're leaning into their own victimization, and then this article is written on that, oh, this poor person who is bullied and victimized. I do think that there is. I think that in some sense it's natural that there should be a stigma attached to something like sex work, because a person's boundaries of their own intimacy is not going to be regular. It's not going to be healthy. Uh, it's going to be, to the degree to which it can simulate health. It's going to be compartmentalized. There's going to be something that triggers in the mind to sort of create a different context or something like that. I mean, that might be how they mediate it. Uh, but knowing where those triggers are, or what the difference is, commercializing sexual intimacy is antithetical to authentic pair bonding. that is not to say that these things are mutually exclusive. I mean, people have individual stories. You can. I'm sure that there are people that have ended up marrying their prostitutes and ended up having a very healthy rest of their life somehow. That things were repaired, and that something, a confluence of strange and wonderful events and mysterious things in terms of people growing and maturing in their understanding of things, is capable. Um, I mean, maybe I should just be more patent about these things. I've been in situations where I've been around people who have had very unconventional things like sex work or something like that I've been classmates with or something like that. And that, you know, what I do is I compartmentalize it in my own mind. Like, I don't know how that's going to manifest in their behavior and in their general presentation and uh, in their views on things, but that doesn't negate my views on, in pure reason, as it were, about those types of work and the impact that it's going to have on the individual and the cost that it's going to have. And uh, I can have also certain views about how I don't want to subsidize that cost myself. You know, because I think that there's a better alternative, which is just that they, or in terms of, instead of me having to be friends with them and sympathize with them and help them, give them free therapy or something like that, instead, the solution would be that they can stop doing that kind of stuff, and then they can kind of heal from it, rather than them being a perpetual recipient of a kind of ongoing ideological sympathy with what it is that they're doing and how they are rationalizing what it is that they're doing and the costs of all of that. I don't want to subsidize that cost. That seems like putting water into a bucket with a big hole at the bottom of it. Like it doesn't seem like an intelligent thing to do. Uh, but I mean, you know, I, there's certain ways in which one can suspend judgment. When you don't know all the details, when you don't know what the other contributing factors are, perhaps, or the other dire situation that someone might be in, uh, the extenuating circumstances. But so I mean, that's how I would personally treat that kind of issue. I mean, I wouldn't hold it against them, and if they shared an interest with me in some other topic or something like that, I wouldn't hold it against them in pursuing or discussing that other interest. Or, but I guess I would perhaps be quick to exit when things started becoming vortexed into or avoid being entrapped into the orbit of things that, uh, I mean, usually I have quite a high tolerance for being exposed to things, but when I can imagine that it's going to become manipulative, or it's going to lead into a chain of expectations, or a chain of dependency, or extraction. Um, without a kind of open, direct negotiation or a consent. It's anyway. I mean, it just shows you the politics or diplomacy of how I try to conceive of things. But I mean, anyway, this is not really that relevant, perhaps. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that I do think that the classmates of such a person, who are themselves sharing pictures, perhaps, of this woman, you know, if there is cultural awkwardness, it's also in their culture, because they're perhaps not sharing the fact that she is doing sex work. They are sharing pictures about her. So, they really are kind of in a culture of pornography, and maybe in their usual culture, they don't do that sort of thing. They don't share pornography with one another. But they're doing it because one of their classmates is a producer of pornography. So they have kind of already trespassed on their own sort of cultural moors because of curiosity, because of morbid curiosity. And so because they have themselves kind of transgressed in some way, they've kind of like doubled down into creating a hysterical excuse for themselves by scapegoating that loss of normalcy onto this woman. And so because of their inability to develop a kind of stoic facade of mature management of the situation, they have defaulted into a juvenile sort of cultural cesspit. And that kind of childishness uh, hmm. I know the article that I read, I thought it was quite disgusting how it said, trying to generalize the problem with culture and saying that this all has to do with race, class, and age. And I just thought it's so pathetic and such a stupid reduction. I mean, I do agree that it it perhaps is it is relatable to some kind of identity politics, but the identity politics is, in my view, it's a different bubble of hypergamous clique, as we are all going to be subject to a particular, we're all going to be attuned, or let's say harmonized, into a kind of, in some sense you could say that, the French are kind of like this, or whatever, but that everyone will have a kind of actually most continental Europeans are like this. There's a strict convention that regulates. When I say strict convention, I mean that those strict conventions. When I say strict, I mean that it's strictly known by all the members of that society. Like, I mean, there are contexts and places, in continental Europe where, sort of people, I think, are quite permissive of even quite radical forms of sexual exhibitionism and nudity and things like that. It's you know, there's a deep sexual well that is a kind of undercurrent within the culture, and I think it has a lot to do with how responsive male energy is to the how actively responsive the masculine category is at pandering to female expectations, or at least, obviously, this is filtered within the conduit of the particular cultural uh, convention, and the actual will be the conduit in which the exchange takes place. So, in some sense, women themselves, when they conform themselves to creating a collective convention, then have to format their expectations into that motif, into that sort of cookie cutter way of asking for things. But if they put it into that way of asking for things and they always get what they ask, maybe because the culture is so well regimented around this, there's perhaps quite a lot of extremity or radical deviation which can be tolerated because there is such a stable conduit for, if we can just say, hypergamous satiation. Um, I'm kind of imagining that it's kind of similar to the concept that you don't notice things that you don't have a reference for. It's like if you have I mean, this is actually, it's the same thing with when the Spanish ships were close to an island. You had all these people on the island that had never seen ships before, who couldn't see the ships because they had never seen a ship before, so they just didn't notice them. Even though they might be looking right at them, it just didn't register. Anyway, so it's a kind of, it's similar almost to a kind of, it's kind of like an anti-hypnosis. You just disregard things that don't fit the mold that you have vast control over and is responsive to your. Anyway, my point is what is that that it seems to me that this little cultural bubble at this college or whatever And I mean, I imagine that this is actually endemic in America. I mean, by the way, the story comes out of America, but I think America, it's an all or nothing kind of food fight for the culture and for the ethos, because in some sense that's all they have. Because if they let go of cultural norms and a new cultural norm becomes popular, then suddenly you have a new democratic will, which then manifests as a new uh, legislature that then creates different law, and the whole culture kind of changes from underneath you. So you have to kind of keep your hypergamous clique in vogue or in force, because it's kind of, there's no other independent structure of accountability. The law in America is completely subordinated by the democracy. Democracy grounds things like the legal tradition in America. It defines the legal tradition. Ultimately, there is no independent measure of integrity, essentially, except that which is culturally held onto as a kind of cultural hegemon. And so, in some sense, I think there is something deep in the American ethos about keeping this kind of homogenized all or nothing standard, which means that, you get this kind of what I consider to be a more juvenile response to things, because you can't actually have the sophistication of being intolerant of something, uh, but still capable of man, I don't have the words for this, but you can put on a kind of secular professionalism that you can sort of use your common view of justice to regulate nominal relations with someone. And in some sense, I mean, I do, you can also spiritualize that, I mean, you have to regard that people do have a basic capacity for growth and development, and that capacity itself is reason enough to respect someone with some kind of intrinsic dignity. And in fact, that perhaps even mirrors the coldness to which that one can entreat someone. Uh, in my view, that is how you open a door of also reasoning with someone, because at some point when you're interacting with someone, the best way to continue the negotiation, as it were, to increase things or to make things better, is to entreat them to cold, rational engagement in which you can quite matter-of-factly lay out their or at least the things that you take issue with them, or the contentions that they haven't properly assimilated, or that their worldview seems to be naive about or self-deluded upon in relation to. And so I do think that there's a kind of coldness that facilitates that kind of intellectual reproach, or that alludes to an intellectual reproach, and that is appropriate, because then you're setting the tone for hashing something out in that kind of way. But the idea that there is no moral argument to be contended against somebody else, that we must all just be able to enjoy our moral autism or autistic morality, is a hideous idea, which obviously will not. I mean that when people say that multiculturalism will destroy itself, that I think is what they are referring to. It's kind of why I don't like when people say that about multiculturalism. I mean, because I do think that it's actually the wrong word, kind of thing. But I think that makes sense when you're talking about a country that never got its justice system right, when it never got its legal system independent of its politics. And the legal theory is completely dependent on a kind of political process. Then you do have quite this sort of game to play about holding some kind of cultural orthodoxy. Anyway, this is a very long recording. I don't think I want to upload this. Okay, so continuing on from where I left off. I'm a little bit out of breath because I just got back from the gym, but a lot of things sort of clicked for me. So, picking up on the thread where I was saying that, sort of the problem with conceiving of sociological forces through a kind of reduction to gender, it's dangerous because that itself can perhaps precipitate a kind of counter-identity politics, when you really just have to... You do have to accept some set of generalizations or some set of basic stereotypes which wouldn't be biological sex, the biological fact of sex. It would be, that's what gender quintessentially is. Gender is, let's say, a metaphor. It is, it is strictly, sort of abstract and metaphorical, so much so that it facilitates a kind of hermeticism in terms of conceiving of these things. So, but let me talk about how that hermeticism functions in real terms. So it might be because of the biological fact of sexual dimorphism within our species, but also because this is problematic. You kind of have to start in the middle of the story to even sort of talk about it. But essentially, that culture can metaphorically or thematically be pictured as being moderated by consistent, we call them spiritual forces or tendencies or inbuilt models. I do think that the water is I'm using scriptural language here, but essentially reality fundamentally is reducible to water, is reducible to so that hopefully you will walk on the water, you will transcend the water, and essentially you can see through it. Although it bends the light, you can kind of not be deluded by it or fall underneath the water, but rise above it, and that you can use it to support yourself, even though it's fundamentally fluid and capable of being fluidly recast or it'll just hold whatever container, the shape of whatever container it falls into. So it's sort of it's not really something that you can count on, but you should hopefully be quicker than its ability to hold some transitory form anyway. So in some sense, the problem with hypergamy itself is that it is like a kind of stable narrative. It is like the container that forces water to take on its shape. And so it can sort of be confused for the substance of the water itself. You can kind of not see the wood for the trees that make it up, not see the woods, or can't see that the wood comes from the trees, or however you want to expand that idiom. Anyway, the thing is that the stable, opportunistic, or parasitic sexual selection strategies for both men and women commit to the same indulgence. And I do think that narcissism, in some sense, builds itself out to be a kind of candidate client of hypergamous culture. It makes a kind of settlement or a kind of compact with some kind of congealed or crystallized hypergamy. And as I said before, sort of the general way out of this is that sort of practice makes perfect. And that sort of the more you try to create crystallized candidate clients of hypergamous culture, which is what men tend to do within society, or at least not always. Sometimes they find themselves a kind of a fetish or a niche, and they just kind of settle on it, or they just kind of adapt within a certain spectrum that they have cordoned themselves off into, because they've kind of created some compartmentalized surrender some half-baked, conventional settlement with hypergamy, and they don't really want to solve the mystery of sexuality or sexual selection strategies. They just want to sort of they don't want to rise above it or transcend it. They just want a kind of stable compromise. And usually how that is dignified is that you find a group of other people who have made a similar kind of compromise, and then you kind of use the credential of collective responsibility or something like that, where you kind of hide yourself within the cultural conglomeration. So you say, well, if I'm doing something wrong, we're all doing something wrong, and we'll all have the same shared fate, or something like that. So you have a kind of idea of some kind of collective responsibility that's hopefully going to divide the blame worthiness, or the culpability is going to be divided, and you can always use the excuse that you were misled by your compatriots, or the culture that you were born in, or the water that you were weaned on, the cultural water that you inherited. You can just blame it on that. Anyway, the point is that the candidate client of hypergamous culture, which I think that's going to be my general definition of narcissism. I do think that that's what narcissism effectively does. I mean, you can see this. Narcissists are very sophisticated in being sensitive to what people, the cultural conventions are, or some status symbol that they grapple and they assimilate totems or tokens of success. They've sort of created a whole substitute of integrity by kind of developing a totemic substitute. Now, I do think that there is something virtuous about narcissism, although it's quite lost in this abstraction. But essentially, the one thing that the narcissist does, which is on some level laudable, is that they, in some sense, are fully rational in the sense that they have internally surrendered to this project wholeheartedly. They don't use collective responsibility as a way to justify. They, in some sense, they have fully surrendered their internal locus of control over to this totemic project. So they alone shoulder the burden of having this, of, in some sense, of deluding themselves with a kind of self-hypnosis of a substitute for integrity. So they are actually constructing their own value. They are constructing their own truth, as it were. And they're doing this by surrendering their internal locus of control. So they are using the engine which would be used for an internal locus of control, but they are devoting it into a kind of a substitute project for integrity, instead of actually developing epistemic responsibilism and epistemic agency. They use that fundamental capacity to create a candidate client for hypergamy. So in some sense, I think that they relate to the world spirit, to the feminine hypergamy cultural engine. You know, they want to be encapsulated within a hypergamous aura to be complete. You know, so in some sense they see themselves as a if I can be profane, although I think this is technically correct, they see themselves as a kind of candidate Christ, but they know that they themselves are not the Holy Ghost as well as the Christ. They need to have the aura of the Holy Ghost surrounding them and supporting them. And so they are trying to court that from society. They are trying to extract that support, that collateral joy and contentment. They are trying to create a stable settlement with it via the medium of other people in the collective. So they treat other people not as individuals because they don't treat themselves as a candidate individual with integrity. They treat themselves as in some sense, they are a one-man collective Christ redemption story. And they don't have to get their story straight. They don't have to have their story actually hold any real water or integrity. It just has to kind of pass. It has to be good enough for the culture. It has to be good enough for mesmerizing the environment or something like that. So they have kind of been imprinted on by the general worldly formula, but they actually have understood it at a deep individual level. And then instead of using that as, let's say, the antithesis of a real synthesis, they have surrendered to, they have made it their thesis. And I would submit that it's because their original thesis, because I do think that we are all born with an intrinsic epistemic agency, an epistemic responsibilism, but a lot of that can be sort of prelingual, and therefore, you know, you can kind of compartmentalize it out of your memory and such. I do think narcissists do have a greater access to their memory. It's just that because they have, let's say, the lack of an integrity backbone undergirding their filing system within their subconscious, their filing system is basically summon whatever seems appropriate and whatever might be complementary to taming the environmental, you know, rendering whatever useful candidate client that would be suitable for, you know, so in some sense, I would generally say that they don't have the temerity to actually stand against the hypergamous cultural convention. They have a kind of relationship with some canonical hypergamous structure. They are holding out for a grand hypergamous culture, a grand convention which they are crowned some important figure thereto or something like that. They want to conserve all of the hypergamous reliability and structure and expectation. They want a stable cultural expectation that they can depend on and that can provide them with a special seat, a special prominence and collateral support. Anyway, now narcissism is, I think, I mean, I've been perhaps a bit sketchy because I'm using narcissism in a generic sense, and then I was just talking about narcissism as in like people who are not just narcissistic, but that are like not narcissists 100% of the time, and it's not just a spectrum of their behavior or compartmentalized within some aspect of their sexualization, but it's actually an overarching feature of their persona, and it completely governs uh, their set of emotions and memories. So I do think that, generally speaking, most people will have at least a phase of narcissism which they have some kind of internal relationship with. They have some kind of it's something that has to be internally digested. I mean, within some of this, the people who theorize about narcissism and personality constructs, what they do is, for example, they make a distinction between people who have a narcissistic style and people who are actually narcissists. That some people in their I mean, I've been described by I can't remember her name. This is quite, but she's quite a famous YouTuber, and she's a psychologist. Uh, when I first met her, she actually thought that I was a narcissist. She judged me very, very quickly. um, she later apologized for that, but she said that essentially that it's because I have a narcissistic style of communicating or something like that. And I mean, this is something that I developed on purpose to some degree, although not in the terms that perhaps she conceived it of, because I do think that narcissism is something like a perennial spiritual obstacle that has to be overcome. And so I think that if you can sort of tread the line, if you can get as close to the line without crossing it, and find someone who can match you in treading as close to the line as possible and not crossing it, that you can be in a kind of high integrity uh, style of communication and manner of exchange, which you can tell that both people have eyes on where the line is, and you can then, because then essentially they're constantly telling you where the line is in terms of, because they're always stepping right up to the line and not crossing it. And so there's a meta ethical discourse that can occur simultaneously. And so it's easier to have two threads in a conversation then, because then you can very quickly know that you're on the same page as somebody else, or know that you're not on the same page as somebody else, and you don't both have eyes on the same line, and therefore it's easier to get into the meta ethical discussion of asking directly about where the other person is seeing where the line is drawn, and then trying to work out the reason for the different the difference in ascription and where the line is, as it were. So, in my view, my communication style facilitates that in a much more delicate way, in a much more immediate sense. Uh, and therefore, I'm sort of broadcasting lines of communication in terms of reaching uh, anyway, this is perhaps slightly besides the point. But in some way, I think that this is the fastest way, perhaps, into being able to rise above the water that we all otherwise find ourselves in. This is a portal within communication that can very quickly elevate you above the water. And in some sense, it is also a call on some level uh, to turn the water into wine, as it were. But obviously it's very hard to find interlocutors or other people who are sensitive to that kind of game, that kind of meta ethic, making a game out of the water of the world. So anyway, that's why I have my narcissistic style, as it were, because, and I'm generally making the point as well, is that there is actually more than the thing that I was just saying about that there is something about the promise of an internal locus of control. So narcissism does have a kind of prototypical self-consistency, but it's kind of made a compromise and it's settled out for not having victory over the world and victory over an external locus of control. It has kind of surrendered into just it doesn't care about coherence and self-coherence. It wants an external coherence. That's all it cares about. And because it converges on that aim, it has this kind of, this nebulous, so although in some sense it has a prototypical internal locus of control, it's muddied it. It's confabulate, you know, like if you try to philosophize with a narcissist about having an internal locus of control, it would turn to mush very quickly because they have no way to conceptualize self-coherence, because their concept of coherence is going along to get along. It sort of is participatory success in terms of being able to pass off a kind of uttering and forgery of environmental success and high status and esteem. So they've got a really broken kind of philosophy in terms of how their self-consistency is fragmented or sorry, there's a word starting with a D. Well, it is dispersed into some kind of totemic reduction of external prizes or trophies. Which, you know, I mean, very thematically lines up with narcissistic supply and the false self. Because you're stuck with the vocabulary of representative esteem that you can never earn yourself as an individual, because it's sourced externally in the unconscious. And the ego is therefore fundamentally fragmented and broken because these things don't propositionally, they don't, you know, 2 + 1 does not equal 4. You know, it just doesn't, the arithmetic just doesn't add up. And so their ego is instead displaced by a kind of metaphorical introjective paradigm which is almost like a kind of political sonar, in terms of, instead of an ego, a narcissist has people in their environment which they are toying with and priming as a kind of, as an external egoic, it's a vicarious ego in terms of the drama that they are locking other people into. And so they have a kind of substitute ego, which is kind of like a dysfunctional agitation web around them anyway, which doesn't really serve as a decent ego anyway, but it allows them to manage their cognitive dissonance essentially playing, by transferring it into drama in terms of people's lives, and then ducking them and foiling them or disposing of them or toying with them in some way, so they can manage it in some way that reinforces the sort of the doubling down into getting at the narcissistic supply or the externally sourced symbol of esteem or high status or security within the so in some sense they've actually taken the hypergamous structure as the hypergamous cultural conventional. They have taken that as their bride or as their consort. It is sort of fundamentally, anyway, I didn't want to talk so much about narcissism, but the point though is that, I mean, the narcissists themselves are the extreme version of this, but I do think that there's a proto-narcissist in terms of everyone, and I think that this proto-narcissist is an important machine, because that is how you, via negativa, understand the components of the world, and in some sense you can model a kind of proto-narcissism within yourself to work out how does concordance with a particular cultural way of life, a particular model, a particular narrative, what is the gender correlation between that model of reality and then the kind of candidate citizen or denizen of that culture? What is the so it's sort of the gender, the male and the female, in a particular spiritual way of life, can be modeled in this way. And maybe there are, some ways of life where the culture is the same and there are multiple narcissistic candidate denizens thereof. But in some sense, it's one way of understanding, or at least reducing things into. Now, in some sense, I think that, it's important to have this capability, because just to understand why things fall down, why things are broken, because you need to be able to spiritually diagnose why things run aground, or they, fall afoul of their own wickedness and things like that. You can see kind of the reductio ad absurdum in terms of how it doesn't work on some level. And then maybe understand why it does work in some other, what the trade-off is or something like that. And then you can also traverse it, because then you can use it. If everyone knows what they're dealing with, their eyes are open, you can use it just as a game. If everyone knows that they're playing a game, it doesn't matter if the rules are, let's say, a bit unfair. If everyone consented to playing the game and their eyes were all open going in, as it were, the game doesn't fall prey to the same kind of moral hazard, if I can put it like that. Anyway, the point that I want to make, though, is that the more important way of understanding if a game, let's say the moral dangers of a game, if I can put it like that, is that you have to understand the narcissistic denizen more than the actual model or the structure or the container of the hypergamous conventional culture itself. Because narratives in and of themselves can always be tautological and self-referencing, whereas the actual participatory component, the basic unit of agency within that system, is going to be much more the kind of problems that that sort of thing runs into is going to be much more prone to combinatorial explosion and needs to have instruments of diagnosis, if I can put it like that. It needs to, how that is even understood is something that requires an actual answer to the problem. It requires an actual synthesis, an actual solution. In some sense, you can measure one narcissistic, if I can use this as a kind of as a general case, so if I can even say that, because if I could just use my generic definition of narcissism is just that it's a candidate of contending or being a candidate client of hypergamous culture, but that it is also a model of self-consistency, that you have to kind of rub iron against iron to sharpen it and work out which one actually has the edge, which one actually has the cutting capacity, that it's even capable of cutting itself, and that it has a double-edged property to it. Because if it has to worry about it cutting itself, then it actually is a true candidate of real agency and depth. It's not just a candidate of self-consistency, it's a candidate of self-coherence. And it's a candidate of something that can be used to see one's own understanding. It would be the model of one's own understanding, the knife that can cut itself. Something that is a model of your own coherence, that you actually do have to treat it with enough respect or reverence that it doesn't denigrate itself, because it does have the power to disown itself in some sense, and then it just chooses not to. Anyway, so I'm really sort of alluding to what the general solution to this is, but basically what I'm saying is that you can't judge these narcissistic candidates unless you are judging them against other narcissistic candidates. And so you have to actually weigh which is better. And this isn't just a matter of an opinion. You have to take that question seriously, or you have to take that empirical search for the truth seriously. And if and people just don't take that seriously. They really just don't. They want the answer to come to them. They want the answer to come knocking on their door, and they don't want to go searching for it. And they really have this kind of laziness, or this complacency, or this kind of spiritual, in some sense they have this conceit or arrogance where they are already spiritually rich. They've already got a heuristic. They already believe, something like, what is it? The good trees will bear good fruit. You judge a tree by its fruit. So, then they just use their eyes, while they close their eyes to pray. So they're looking for the good things, and their eyes are closed when they should be looking at the errors and the mistakes and the bad things. So it's they're and I really think that I think that whole phrase, I think that whole parable is so dangerous. I wonder, maybe I should try to read it in the scriptures to find out if it's countenanced by any sort of accompanying caveat, because that is one thing to take out of the context of the general scripture. You can also see how the scriptures, you can find contradictory things all over the place, and anyway, it's very easy to warp the doctrine into some kind of worldly. I don't know, I want to say some things just to sort of. Yeah, I mean, it's just the lack of fear and trembling, I guess, in terms of the work of salvation. But I mean, I just wanted to say things like, like, what is the fruit of Peter being crucified upside down, Like, are you going to throw Peter under the bus? I mean, it really, the sad thing is, what is the fruit? Because, if the fruit is just attachment to good things, good outcomes, what about the treasures which are in heaven and the crown of glory? Are those things not fruit? And then, you have the problem of, well, something looks very bad in context in a particular historical epoch, but in 500 years it bears fruit. It's sort of. Anyway. Going into Christianity, so talking about narcissism. So yeah, so I do think that you have to have this kind of contemplative model of being a client of some kind of cultural conventional thing, which is, so the narcissistic denizen would be something like the active agent, the active individual, and that would be masculine in archetype, and the structure, the model that it operates within, the culture that it operates within is feminine, or somewhat representative of the hypergamous set of expectations which men have to uh, contend with in some sense, or they have to outpace, or something like that. Or I would say that, in terms of practice makes perfect, when you are actually aiming at meeting expectations, or having to find a way of meeting the expectation, because I mean, usually expectations are not overly simple. They are usually formulaic and thematic in their substance. So expectations are kind of, there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to be high status and to meet a woman's expectations. They're sort of, so they are. Anyway, what's my whole point? Is that I do think that culture is much more healthy when the focus is not on the cultural convention itself, but it's on judging the individual's capacity to meet those cultural expectations and weighing the individual's performance, because then you're not orientated around the outcome, you're orientated around a process of judgment. And so integrity and actual individual sophistication, as it were, then becomes relevant. And so sort of responsibility and issues of values and integrity ground the culture. And although there is some basic sort of pragmatic, in some sense, then the cultural conventions themselves don't really hold that much currency, so much cultural currency themselves, and develop a kind of toxic paradox. But they still are enforced by a kind of common sense pragmatism, that you're. And I do think that, a way of modeling this would be the Russian aristocracy in terms of their very finely tuned sensibility of romanticism. Where, I mean, they practically had an egalitarian between the genders, you know, although women did not hold high official positions, women were seen as culturally equal to men. Um, you know, in Russian aristocracy, no daughter would ever be married against her will, or in fact, would no daughter or even son would ever be married if they didn't marry for love. I mean, they were. It was quite interesting in Russian aristocracy that I don't actually have the historical record in front of me, and I haven't done this kind of analysis. But I imagine that the reason why so many people inherited so much money within the Russian aristocracy is because the cultural bar was so high for marrying for love and not for convenience, that many, sort of, if you became a Russian aristocrat, it was hard to sustain your lineage. It became the bar was lifted. And it was actually hard to keep your bloodline or to keep your descendants alive in some sense, because you could die out. Because if your children could not marry for love, then they wouldn't marry, and then they wouldn't have offspring. And then your lineage would die out, and then it would have to be inherited by a cousin. Or if there was no familial tie, then it would probably cede back to the state, to the emperor, the Tsar of Russia. So, because I mean, all the Russian aristocrats were essentially, they were all princes and princesses. They all, there were 1,000 princes and princesses in Russian aristocracy. Um, Perhaps one of the benefits of having an emperor and not having a king. Um, but it was hard work, as it were. It was a lot of cultural work. But they actually did the work, and they did it with a kind of fidelity. What's the point? Yeah, so I mean, I do think that, look, I mean, it's bogged down by certain historical conditions and things like that, but I do think that as a cultural model, I mean, that you know, the Russian cultural engine was the heart of Western civilization. And when the Russian Revolution happened, that was the end of the development of Romanticism and the end of the development of Western civilization, essentially. Uh, no one really inherited it. The French tried, uh, but nothing could, because in Western Europe, all the aristocracy would marry for money or political alliance. There was really no romantic integrity within the Western European countries because their aristocracies were just too tiny. They just didn't have the size capable of having an integral culture. And they really all imitated the Russians. All of Western Europe sort of mimicked what was being culturally produced in Russia. Um, if you watch, what's it called, War and Peace, or is it Peace and War? I can't even remember. Oh, which was that whole story was constructed from letters. It's basically a true story that was all reconstructed by the letters of aristocrats and princes and princesses corresponding with one another. Anyway, that was basically about the end. Anyway, what is my point? My point is that I do think that culture basically has to therefore be centered around the masculine or centered around the narcissist, because that is the only way to humanize the system and also to exhaust the narcissistic practice, as it were. So, you could see that for example, in the Russian cultural convention, they didn't even, they never mind calling someone an autist, never mind calling someone a retard. The Russian aristocracy would very quickly sniffed out people before they even had the chance to indulge in a kind of moral autism or a kind of conspicuous, uh, decadent retardation of common sense and pragmatism, um, in order to get away with their own sort of pseudo intellectual pontification about systems and structures and ways of reducing things into narratives. Instead of, they would just call people intrigues. Like, why are you talking beyond your station? Why are you um, impudently uh, interjecting and trying to sort of flag down or sort of land the plane of an impractical convergence of a kind of gluttony for a capricious cosmic uh, mystification uh, of structures which like you're not respecting or wading into, or at least substantiating your um, navigation, or your peculiar navigation thereof. Even there's one thing to break protocol. It's another thing to do so with good cause, as it were, and substantiate that cause. And they would, and so they would actually have integrity in their protocols and in their etiquette and in their structure. And a lot of this gatekeeping was there to red flag intrigues, as they called them. Intrigues as a noun. People who are trying to play games, essentially, but kind of unilateral games, or and they quite understood that sort of, and that this actually comes from thinking about Adam and Eve in Genesis. That Eve was seduced by the snake, but they worked out in their reasonable kind of way that what precedes seduction is intrigue. Because that is how structures, that is how how they how snakes slither and enwrap you or entangle you in their coils. And so, I imagine that they had a whole sort of philosophical bank of all a kind of taxonomy of intrigue, and sort of why there's a kind of philosophically good reason to fortify yourself against intrigue. Why certain intrigues are kind of insoluble, self-induced sort of delusions and misadventure, and sort of a kind of a self. Anyway, I'm still getting away from the point that I wanted to make. So anyway, both men and women, I think, would do better to imagine the effect of the culture that they are supporting, or that they are enforcing, or that they are embodying themselves and giving legs to, because culture is nothing but a kind of the imprint of the expectation that we both, in anticipating, we help to extend its conventional impact or something like that. But obviously we need conventions. But I do think that there is a scope of individual culture, that individuals do modulate culture on an individual level. And so there is a scope for how culture can be, let's say, modified or transmuted by conscientiousness, or at least from being augmented from, you could call it, some forms of education or moral instruction, or at least some kind of moral conscientiousness. You can also recast these things as a kind of low-level identity politics, but that's a reduction. That's completely unnecessary. You could just say that people with different understandings will be prone to different kinds of effects on culture and behavior. But anyway, and if you can actually contend in the understanding directly, that is what we should be doing, rather than contending with understandings indirectly through compelling people to have sympathy with different identities, or to have a kind of different kind of moral relationship with disgusting, dehumanized group. group racketeering, for some kind of group spirit, or anyway, like, I mean, the whole thing is a narcissistic fudging of how the internal locus of control relates to an environmental status symbol, which the whole thing is just a kind of rotten formulaic thing. But anyway, that the reason why we should know if culture is hollow or not is sort of how true it rings in the container of not the model of the entire culture or the narrative of the entire culture, but how it plays out in the life of an individual, or and women have this very dehumanizing thing within feminism or within hypergamy, where they have these expectations and they don't realize that the expectations are incoherent, or that they don't match themselves. They're not self-consistent, or at least that they have paradoxes within them. And so they're kind of creating an impossible recipe that they want somebody else to follow the recipe thereof, and it's impossible for anybody else to follow. But they don't realize this because they don't have the empathy to actually emulate their expectations in terms of the recipient of the expectation. And I think this happens, sort of with the idea of normalizing sex work. That there are a lot of sort of paradoxes involved in that, where you, as if sort of the emotions of men or the emotional integrity of men just needs to be prescribed things, and just needs to be prescribed a set of expectations. It doesn't really matter if those expectations are incoherent, or that they're self-contradictory or oxymoronical or whatever. They just have to follow them like instructions, even though if they did, it would look so fabricated and manufactured and artificial that it would just sort of, it fundamentally breaks the concept of integrity. So it's this weird kind of projection of the deficit of integrity while prescribing people instructions that are, when embodied, are the manifestation of a lack of integrity. And so you've got this kind of self-perpetuating complaint or aggravation, which sort of only comes up if you can actually diagnose the hypergamous culture as being broken, or as being autistic in its sort of fundamental self-referencing or tautological self-absorption. So, ironically, there is something perhaps true about the feminist idea that there is something male-centric about society, and and this also has to do with the fact that we generally, males are more often than not leaders, and I would say that this is just because of evolutionary pressure. Because it's men who pay the cost, as it were, for bad leadership. So it doesn't really affect women. But when they get involved with injecting their identity politics and the hypergamy into things like liberal democracy, and then we can see, what has generally happened. We've got an epidemic of democratic illiteracy. And I would say that this all stems from essentially normalizing feminist identity politics, which now has created a kind of normalization of totalitarian ideological narratives. And so now we sit with, at least in South Africa, with the specter of black fascism and, overt, manipulative ideological narratives and all those sorts of things. So, holding people accountable for their individual integrity, requires that you have enough scaffolding and enough, let's say, basic generic rights to stand up to the gaslighting and to stand up to the dishonesty, which is not easy. It's easier in a system that doesn't have a corrupted moral, that doesn't have its justice system corrupted by these kinds of culturally moral biases that essentially become the conventions which but it is sad, because I do think that the judiciary essentially would have been the way to straighten this out, is if you had judges ruling that certain academics should lose their job and that they cannot receive public funds to spout anti-constitutional propaganda in their academic courses. But because essentially we have ceded constitutional supremacy, and we have also contorted the Constitution itself, we have betrayed non-racialist values, and we have invented fallacious legal reasons for doing so, the governmental prerogative and all those kinds of junk jurisprudential importations from American legal theory. So that non-racialism could be betrayed. If we had those kinds of lines drawn up and defended, we would have been in a much better cultural position to be resilient against the racial consciousness, but also we would have resisted the representation demands of the feminists, that there must be representation in everything. That would have also been, non-sexism properly understood, rather than the reinterpretation of social justice in the Constitution to now mean its antithesis, that instead of having processes that are equitable, we instead have outcomes that have to be fudged in order to be demographically representative, which makes no sense whatsoever. Like, why should outcomes be the same as demography? If things are the result of disadvantage, then the disadvantage must be ameliorated, not the outcome forced. If you don't actually diagnose a disadvantage and then work on fixing and transforming the disadvantage, then what are you doing? You're doing something that has nothing to do with the practice of equality. You're doing something in the opposite direction of social justice. You're using superficial features to designate winners and losers, while at the same time you're distorting freedom of contract and freedom of association. Creating an illiberal society that is going to also create an entrenched consciousness of resentment and identitarian obsession. So, we have been ideologically infected by this kind of totalitarian, hypergamous, self-referencing worldview that predominantly in each generation, the vector of infection is feminism, because in some sense, this was always a natural proclivity of women to develop, because collectively women can set up expectations that become conventions which men have to pander to and deliver on. Women control the culture, more or less. And women have perhaps been doing this for society's good for a long time, because, if evolutionarily speaking, half of all men, and this is slightly inaccurate, but it's more true than not. If half of all men don't leave genetic descendants, that's a lot of potential energy to not make use of in terms of the group, in terms of the tribe, in terms of the society as a collective. You can't just banish half of all men from your society when they need to be disposed, or they need to be you need to get some utility out of them. So the way to get utility out of them is that you have some kind of hypergamous culture in which you can, I can't think of nice words of saying this neatly, but you need to sort of advertise to them so that they have something to work towards. They have something to strive for, even if they don't get it at the end. They believe that it's something worth striving towards. So you kind of induct them into a Ponzi scheme, which is something like so, and so you can see that there is some, at least evolutionary, utility to hypergamous cultural conventions, is because you're extracting the last drop of masculine utility out of the potential pool, and I mean also the masculine set of talents and skills and potential utility. Unless you motivate it, you're not exactly going to maybe get the best outcome. Like if men don't have something to strive towards, maybe they won't harness what they're good at, and so many things, although this is evolutionarily speaking quite rare, men are also capable of radical invention and transformation of whole things, so it's like you can get sort of incredible progress, because of people like Nikola Tesla, just as a kind of example. So if you and so there's such a range of specialization, and you can see this within men. I mean, men as a category are the most extreme. You can really see that men are the product of quite harsh selective pressure, because we don't know what is going to be because I can only come up with silly examples, which they're probably much more decent examples than this, but suddenly a society uncovers some new resource that has never been utilized before, but the only way to get that resource is that you have to climb up these very tall trees, and then you have to extract the fruit from the top of the tree. And actually the men that are good at doing that can't weigh above a certain amount, and they or there's some kind of thing that you have to dig out of the side of a mountain, and you only have, I don't know, so like or just as a kind of as a group of hunters, or a band of a band of men set off to go and do something, to go and extract something. There is something to be said about specialization and about working in a coordinated way. They're quite sort of ingenious ways in which animals, very, very large animals, can be hunted and brought down, that perhaps require multiple different ingenious, coordinated maneuvers. And not all men are interchangeable in terms of being able to accomplish those individual tasks. And in some way, the only way to conserve the kind of specialization which is used by an actual group of humans is that if people are adequately rewarded for their meritorious service with high social status, and then that high social status translates into reproduction, that is how traits are conserved within the group. That is how also then specialization is preserved, useful specialization, if I can put it like that. And at the same time, apart from specialists, there is also utility in numbers, as it were. But there are only so many, if I can put it quite crudely, there are only so many wombs in a group of humans. There are only so many eggs that can be fertilized and that can gestate into reproduction of an infant, a new member of the collective, of the tribe. And so that is actually the scarce resource, because like one man can be the father of many offspring, but that's not true for women. So you have to kind of keep the woman safe, and you have to conserve the female population within your society, because that's the bottleneck. And in some sense, when you're going up against other societies or other groups or tribes, if crude numbers make a difference when you're in a war with another group, which obviously technology and tactics and warfare can obviously make also a huge difference, but also a huge factor itself might just be sheer number. Um, anyway, and so women, to a large extent, could be seen as taking a more passive role. Maybe not entirely. That's maybe not entirely true, because because I think especially in social structures that are more orientated around clans, clan politics is usually quite vicious, and there's a lot of internal power vying within political structures that involve clans. And there I think the political element of joining or creating alliances through marriage and through women, I do think that usually creates that therefore women end up having a more prominent cultural binding force, but it also makes the entire structure more capable of violent reorientation very quickly. Um, and in some sense, I think any society that is sort of uses hypergamous cultural conventions as the binding glue that kind of creates the idea that you're in a clique that is firmly established by a kind of matriarchal cultural edifice, that is always requires a lot more kind of brutal suppression and political enforcement, because such cliques, I think, are always capable of devolving into sub-cliques and usually encapsulate sub-cliques in some sense. And so they have to kind of constantly ritualize supplication. And the ostensible ritualistic political supplication um, is itself a toxic breeding ground of disquiet and resentment. And I can almost imagine that what happens within clan politics is that gripes are held onto for generations before they bubble up as a what's it called? As a kind of conspiracy to assert a new ruling dynasty or something like that. That I do think that the more that one relies on sort of, let's say, the cultural energy of hypergamous conventional expectations, the more that one creates a mystique around family names and dynasty, and things get dislocated from fundamentals and basic reasoning, as it were. And they get more abstracted into the narrative of some grand story that mystifies people. And so you end up creating this kind of cultural mythology around things that in the end are actually meant to represent things of great value and meaning, but they actually hold no real water. Um, or it's a kind of subterfuge, or then you kind of get these layers of disguise, and then sort of it's interesting because even sort of very culturally corrupt systems at some point usually have some layer of technocratic administrators that have to kind of make the best of a bogged down system. Anyway, I seem to be going a little bit all over the place, but my general point is that what is my general point? seems to me, that sort of things are slightly unfair, that if there is a kind of predilection for men to be more mature and to be more responsible and to be more agentic, it is because of the dimorphic sexual selection strategies. And sort of men can be just as, let's say, airheaded as women can be if they just kind of settle on just being a kind of narcissistic agent in the sort of hypergamous matrix, which they have a kind of compromise settlement with. But, very soon, usually, even if that's your starting point, you work out, well, there's another kind of narcissistic model of way of operating. And let's say that also corresponds to a slightly more sophisticated view of the model of the culture itself, and that there are, sort of multiple cultures or subcultures that you can kind of traverse, or that you can, you don't have to, that at least in a liberal society you can kind of choose the level at which you want to participate. There isn't, usually society is big enough and diverse enough that you can kind of gravitate towards um, the part of the culture that resonates with your interests or your goals or something like that, and that, society is not just one thing, it's not just one container. um, what's the point? But it is weird though how it seems to me very clear that, you can see this in people like Emma Watson. It's very obvious that their feminism is directly related to resenting boys and men for embodying agency in some sense, and not conforming that agency to their expectations and their projections of, let's say, ideological prescriptions which aren't sort of already internalized by other people. So, it's this idea that, like, they should be consulted on in terms of their feelings constantly, and they should be telepathically anticipated and uh, sort of take vicarious uh, it's weird because I mean, like, it's so childish, that almost like that just because they are in sight of something, that they should sort of take a kind of responsibility for anything else that happens sort of by osmosis around them, that they should be in control, like a puppet master. And that like anybody else's accomplishments should sort of reflect onto them because they deigned it legitimate, or because they permitted it. It's sort of like this very kind of imperial way of looking at the environment or looking at other agents, that all other agents are reflections of their permissiveness, of the enabling structure. It's this weird kind of ownership of agency as a kind of in their narrative. Their narrative really does believe that everything else is just a kind of puppet of their model of reality and of the world and of participation. That it must happen by their legitimation of it. And in some sense, that their ticket to this is that they never fired the shot first, is that their excuse for having this kind of juvenile relationship with other things is that they were made to feel less than, or that they felt excluded. Therefore, because they felt bad, they were being transgressed upon, and therefore their transgressors are evil and wrong, and therefore they are providing a kind of ideological solution to that problem of evil which they are projecting onto the people around them. So, it really is sort of the eggshelled skull individual who wants everybody else to cover their hands in sort of bubble wrap because they don't recognize that they should wear a helmet if they have such a fragile skull. Like, the whole of society has to accommodate their vulnerability, their extra sensitivity. And in some sense, I think it probably comes from this nominal equality idea, which is that, sort of boys should be the same as girls, or girls should be the same as boys. And then in imprinting on that kind of ideological I don't know what to call it. I mean, idea, because it's not a principle. It's just a kind of it's a quite a stupid idea. Um, that using that as the fulcrum, they can develop this whole ideological expectation, which is a form of narcissism as well, because it has a kind. But in some sense, it's expecting, or it's a kind of codependency on a kind of sympathetic narcissism. It has a kind of inverted narcissism about it, in terms of that it expects to have people settle with their hypergamous expectation. And so, it really is based in a kind of an imprint. The whole thing is an imprint of a kind of sexualization. It's almost like, it's probably similar to sort of sadomasochism. That they will see themselves as this in order to in order to prevent being transgressed upon, they have to sadistically undermine and subvert other people's agency in their ideological narrative and expectations which other people must conform with and have a kind of intellectual sympathy with. So they've kind of got this, that whole pathological mechanism then becomes the filter of all sexual energy and sexual drive. And then once you've really dislocated people from their own sexual energy and sexual feelings, and you've got it mediated by this ideological filter, then it's very easy to get people to accept identity politics and other kinds of ideological narratives that are based on identity, because you've really regimented their sexual energy according to that kind of filtering. And because it's such a one-sided game, you also create this kind of rabid addiction to doing that, because that is, even by very young people, it's understood how that game gets played. And so if young boys are always in this set upon diminutive ideological role, then the only way that they can ever feel what it's like to be on the other side, to be on the command side, to be on the side where you get to imagine the thing that you project onto your environment, the only way to do that is to delve into leftism, into systemic oppression, into environmental issues, into some other form of narcissism that you can create a kind of vulnerable narcissism or an inverted narcissistic reciprocal codependence with. So, you encourage a kind of people to get into identity politics so that they can have a hope of actually flipping the script, or at least deploying the same ideological tool which already governs their sexuality. And so in some sense you get this kind of, this repurposing of sexual drive into this very antagonistic and fractured ideological structure, which, and then, you get all the kinds of crazy self-identification, gender autism, but also just identity politics autism, which all has this kind of narcissistic engine built into it. And so, everyone in this kind of way of thinking, I submit, has a dysfunctional subconscious. The subconscious has no internal boundary against the external world. They have got this complete nebulous merger between themselves and the outside, where as soon as they self-identify as this ideological figment in their own introjective paradigm, then other people are saddled with the kind of inverse narcissistic role that they have to play in order to validate your kind of moral autism around that identity. About that identity's claim for representation, which belongs to everyone. So you've got this thing that kind of penetrates the moral independence of other people. So you've got this ideological mechanism which automatically trouses people's boundaries. There is no such thing as a social mask anymore. It's all just this totalitarian ideological narrative, and people who play these games of casting these spells by playing semantic language games and by making identitarian self-identification, kind of projections. And so you never have to learn to participate and negotiate with other people. You just kind of gaslight them, and you kind of psychologically proposition yourself into being the recipient of some kind of ideological redistribution in terms of representation. And in some sense, because actually delivering that representation doesn't actually hold any real water. In fact, anything that holds real water is taking the representation away from someone and hurting them. That is sort of, that proves that the ideology actually has real power and a real ability to affect its will, in as much as it can be said to have a will, because on behalf of the identity. But because of that facet, even if you're not high on the victimhood structure, you can be almost as actively a part of the process as anybody else, because in some sense, it's not about actually giving things to people, it's about taking things away from other people. And so you can be a part of taking things away from people. You know, it's more about the destructive element than it is about the restorative. Because in some sense, the thing that is being restored is very abstract, it's very ideological, it's the identity itself, and people are just representatives of the identity. So, you know, the people are very low, are very, you know, far. I mean, this is the age-old problem that women have in hypergamy, is why women who just live off hypergamy wear themselves down, and then when the hypergamy is starting to be less successful, they realize, you know, just kind of what a wretch they have been their whole life. But you know, sort of, in some sense, I guess hypergamy might have a kind of self-consolation ability, because you can kind of just say, well, I extracted the most at every possible opportunity, or at least I operated at the best that I could to try to extract the most, because in some sense, running hypergamy doesn't really have anything to do with the results that you get. In some sense, you can only kind of imagine that you made intelligent opportunity cost decisions. Anyway, I think I've kind of lost my thread slightly. I was trying to get to a conclusion, and I've kind of lost it again. But it was something like that. I do think that it's the proto-narcissistic structure which is the key to unlocking the puzzle and transcending the puzzle, because that is the harder component of the codependency between the narcissist and the hypergamous culture, is is, if I can put it in this kind of mixed up way, it's empathy with the narcissist, and also between different models of narcissist, that eventually get you to learning enough about how to escape the narcissistic um, correspondence with hypergamy by sort of outpacing it, by being quicker than it. And you know, being quicker than it doesn't mean that you're actually having to rationalize constantly. It just means that you have enough trust and common understanding with somebody else that you can operate above. You can create your own space. You can create your own conventions in a kind of in a sequestrated form of play that is disconnected from the world. Uh, that you have the ability to sort of to self-create and to have the trust with somebody else that you can agree to self-create uh, and play your own game, as it were. Um, and that measure of independence and articulation of agency is expression of agency is a liberating activity that is but in the thing that I mean you need a mastery of both the narcissistic and the hypergamous cultural convention. But the harder thing to understand is the narcissistic component. The harder thing to transcend, as it were, because it's also the key to transcending it, but it's also the much more, in some sense, you need a stable hypergamous cultural convention just so that you can, you know, to learn to make your own games, to learn to construct your own game, you have to learn how to play a game first. And if you're trying to learn how to play a game and the rules of that game are always changing, and so that you can never complete a game, then you're screwed, because then you think that the way to play the game is to adapt to the changing rules of the game all the time. And so you never get a mastery of playing games. That's the kind of toxic totalitarian hypergamous cultural feminism that we're currently dealing with. That's how hypergamy becomes toxic and totalitarian, is that it doesn't actually allow itself to set itself into a stable configuration so that then you can actually work out what effect it has on the different ways in which you can play the game, because the game is seen as the game is not centered around the players. The game is centered around the majesty and the mystique and the mythology and the necessity of that the game needs to evolve into a final state of resolution or something. Like the game is the key to itself when it's not. The key to the game is transcending the game. But so I think I've just explained the whole array of the problem, essentially, is that the way to master the game is by understanding the different ways that you can play a game well enough that then you can reverse engineer the construction of games and you can make your own games. But that never happens when the game is made, when players of a game are fundamentally subverted by a form of toxic game mastery, where we have these, like dungeon masters are the people that control the rules of a game and administer things and decide how the game is to unfold. So it's we've actually created, instead of a stable hypergamous convention that then people can work out how to judge the different players of this game. Instead, we've got a game which is constantly trying to subdue its players instead of trying to understand which is the correct, trying to use the different ways in which the game can be played in order to get a general understanding of the dynamics and mechanics of games themselves. In some sense, the pretension is that hypergamy is an ultimate legitimate force that must be respected and must be regarded, it is really a low level. It's really is a low level kind of lowest common denominator of society. Trying to. What I mean by that is that it really is sort of caught up in the resentment of a little girl like Emma Watson, when she was 12 years old and she developed this kind of, when she naturally developed within our culture, because of the zeitgeist or whatever, she was able to get away with this kind of juvenile gainsaying of, dehumanizing her playmates and demonizing them and developing this kind of reductive identity politics based in her kind of toxic feminism. Essentially because no one was allowed to call this young Emma Watson a retard, or immature, or um, there wasn't enough pushback allowed, because you're not allowed to push back on girls. And in some sense, I mean, maybe that makes sense as well, because girls do have almost a natural proclivity to develop these kinds of hypergamous cultural conventions. The only way to actually manage them is that because you can't really get inside of someone's head and fix them. You can contest against other narcissistic models, like men can actually bully each other and get them to modulate their view of things, because they are modeling themselves more so after the narcissistic archetype usually. But when someone is trying to be a game master, when someone is trying to be a dungeon master, as it were, it's like, who are you bullying them as? Are you bullying them as another player in their own game? It doesn't sort of, you can't really encapsulate them into talking them out of it. So, I would say, it's such a prime developmental obstacle which women can fall into, or girls can fall into. I do think that maybe one way to get around it is if you have like an all girls school. Women, I think, they get sick of it because they see it in other girls. I mean, I've heard of it many, many times, that in an all girls school, the social dynamics are so chaotic, as it were, or not, are so exhausting, that many girls learn an appreciation for how toxic it is, and that kind of mellows them out, because they see how few people can actually be successful at playing those kinds of games, and that the prizes that they win for being successful at playing those games are quite futile. Essentially, they amount to very little. Is kind of, I think, that's sort of the only way that you can really, so I mean, there might be ways of teaching little girls about this through, good movies, or good entertainment, or, good storytelling, or something like that. You might be able to impart uh, the give people scope as to the kind of the choice that they're making, and what the alternative step would possibly be. Um, but in some sense, you do almost have to basically respect the fact that that position is constructed out of their own decision making to hold that point of view. And it's, at the end of the day, you can't force people to change their point of view. And so that's the problem. But the one thing that you can do is you can judge them for it. You can hold their character accountable to it. Um, and I do think that then something like bullying is appropriate, although I mean I don't think I would call it bullying, but essentially, I mean I would when I was a very young boy, and I'm talking about when I was very very young. I mean I was around other people in or pre-kindergarten. Um, Around the age of 3 years old, I was around other people, um, and there were some people that I basically shunned because I considered them because they had done things or that they like and I would put them to terms. I would say you have to stop doing that, or you have to apologize for that, or I'm not going to have anything to do with you. I mean, it's not exactly, I can't remember the exact words that I said, but that was what I would do to people. And I mean, I did sort of create something like an integrity power structure or something like that, although I wouldn't say that I was any kind of kingpin or something like that. But within the level of culture that I operated in, I did have a kind of effect on other people, and I did have a kind of web of a kind of cultural consistency, which did have a kind of influence, although that influence was not didn't really have an effect beyond my actual direct involvement. It didn't really have legs beyond me, as it were, but it indirectly had maybe some consequences uh, in terms of that. If other people are responsive to being changed or admitting something, you do end up creating an instrument or a tool or a mechanism of accountability, um, which then people remember. They have it as a category in their mind. It's a sort of it's a potential tool that can be resorted to or utilized. It's a benchmark of authenticity, I guess you could say, or something like that. And that's not to say that sort of every problem has a solution, as it were, or that every emotion or problem, is something that somebody else has to deal with, or something like that. But anyway, this is ballooning into more kinds of general topics and issues. But I mean, anyway, I do think that my general heuristic, if I can summarize it as that, is just to be an honest participant, not to try to be an honest broker, but just to be an honest participant. Which doesn't mean that you won't make mistakes, but I think at some level it keeps you from making errors, and by also elucidating that kind of mistakes that you might naively be capable of committing. Anyway. Okay, this is a further continuation. I'm going to go back and clean up some things that I said and then continue pontificating about other interesting permutations of how to perhaps deal with this whole sort of set of complicated issues. So when I said, sort of that the female gender, if you take the gender distinction or take the gender archetype as being social conformity relates to femininity and agentic articulation relates to masculinity. That the reason why I said that, sort of the female um, style is more passive, that's perhaps a slightly miswording. What I mean by passive is that it's just not as, it doesn't embody as an agentic style as the masculine, what because although woman, when um, exuding this pattern, are not exactly being passive, but they are relying on convention, and they are relying on voicing, not on behalf of their individual selves, but voicing expectations of a whole category of society, or representing the stricture that is imposed by the collective, you know. And so, you know, that way of interfacing, that style of expressing and negotiating um, exchanges or mediating issues in the mind, even conceptually, through that gendered style, will in some sense voice, be a voice or give a voice to what is already set down or has been laid down or has been it's repeating something that has been ingrained already or has already been established, or um, has some kind of cultural reverence built in, or some kind of rationale, that so when it is given voice, when it is being imposed in some way, it's passive in with regard to individual agency. So feminine power, therefore, has, passive is the wrong word, but it has this encapsulating, kind of bubble reality kind of attached to it, that it's not giving voice to a participant, it's giving voice to the cultural medium itself. It's bringing to bear, or bringing people under the thumb, or it is bringing the burden of conformity down on people. So when I said passive, it's really kind of the wrong word. But what I meant when I said passive was that it was sort of um, that it undermines the individual integrity, or not necessarily, but it can. I mean, there are ways to give regard or reverence to a system or a narrative or a model without surrendering one's individual integrity or kind of moral grounding in individual reasoning. And, but because of shortcuts and because of essentially I mean, usually when people are relying on the grand narrative or some mythology or some general formula that they are wanting to impose or to um, invoke the pertinence thereof, it's usually because they don't want to go through the laborious process of doing reasoning from first principles or go through a process of direct negotiation or confrontation. Um, and in some sense, you could also say that there are also other ancillary reasons why we need to have these kinds of shortcuts, or in that, well, men are always particularly stronger. Their upper body strength, by far in general, is stronger than a woman's upper body strength. And usually men are taller and stronger than women in general. They have more muscular development because of the differences in hormones, androgens and testosterone that men have make them stronger by far on average. But so if you don't have a very high trust, sorry, not high, if you don't have a very high integrity cultural system of individual reasoning where everyone is yoked by an understanding, and I have a general point that I need to add on that point, but let me not, because authority can come in the form of various different, let's say, disreputable currencies. Perhaps there needed to be a readily accessible feminine counterbalance to irrational or unreasonable or incoherent masculine um, imposition that was backed only by um, physical intimidation or something like that. Now, I mean, as I've said, I think that this stupid dichotomy that I've just kind of laid out is usually not, that's almost a feminine trope, which is often trotted out by feminists as to justifying, sort of manipulation and um, narrative sort of inception into, some kind of sociological or ideological reduction. But the truth is that, you know, men, in terms of how they organize their leadership or their general organizational structures, um, very rarely resort to brute intimidation or violence or force, because by doing so as well, you usually get a suboptimal coordination and organization. And uh, if you don't give leadership over to more intelligent and capable leaders, if you merely have a hierarchy which is purely driven or based on physical brute force or some kind of crude metric, it well, the person who pays the cost for that will be the men, as generally speaking, collectively men, because they're the ones who are in the end the more disposable element in the group. In um, so anyway, these things, I think, again, you get to the point of seeing the necessity for an understanding and having something higher than just kind of tokens of high status. You need to ground these things into something that um, is more eternal and true than merely um, historically recorded tropes of success. You need a process that actually has some deep intrinsic integrity um, laden into it, um, that's capable of transcending the appearance of totemic representations of utility, which perhaps falls short when there's not a process capable of engaging and innovating and deploying the powers that are accessible to particular groups or certain configurations of organizational structure. So these sort of fundamental things get into deep issues of intelligence and sort of the essence of intelligibility and what mediates these things, what grounds or judges those almost sort of primordial intellectual um, entities or whatever, spiritual. Anyway, so I think generally speaking, the masculine starts contending in those kinds of issues of administration, if I can call them those issues that result from administration, and also what curb or corrupt the capacity for people to engage in a more integral or higher fidelity culture of um, organizing management or leadership or administration. So I was just thinking, this perhaps a bit of an aside, but maybe this will be a slight exemplification of what I've just been talking about. Is Enneagram is probably my in the constructs that I've just been talking about, a way of translating the different tropes and the different styles of motivation, which Enneagram essentially describes as a typology of people's different types of motivation around their. It's almost like a kind of motivational strategy for how they are playing out some kind of karmic or fatalistic um, archetype in terms of how they've identified their own purpose in life, or something like that, or or it's something like how they are structuring their vehicle of motivation in terms of their self-conception, or something like that. I do think that Enneagram could generally be, there are 9 Enneagram types, that then you could basically say that there are 9 basic types of narcissism. And perhaps some of these Enneagram types are more prone to generating paradoxes around something like cultural conventions or hypergamy or hypergamous cultural uh, expectations. And it's interesting because in typology, in psychology, in psychological typologies, which are all pretty much approximate systems. This is why I've tried to develop a typology that actually blows them all out of the water, because my one is actually accurate and actually relies on a deep model, a deep theory of mind, and a robust and complete model of psychology, rather than just kind of using approximate palettes of bounded sets of things that should cover almost everything, and then you end up with an approximate system that you can tell that you're capturing something, and that you are very good at pigeonholing people consistently into tropes, but you don't know how deep those pigeonholes are. You don't know how robust the whole system is in terms of giving explanatory power, because you've kind of done it in the middle of nothing. But and so, you've got a good descriptive model, but you'll never be able to use it to sort of leapfrog into any kind of explanatory. I mean, you can perhaps use it to uncover more kinds of behavior and more kinds of psychological mechanisms. Perhaps you can outline more patterns and find interesting contradistinctions between patterns and things like that. But proper understanding is going to be somewhat elusive when you don't have a rigorous philosophical model to ground it in, and you're trying to do that after the fact, after the modeling. It's kind of putting the cart before the horse, and leaves you sort of nowhere, just groping in the dark. Um, but with more access to touching the outline of more things in the dark. So, you feel like you're making progress because you're making more connections. Oh, this feels like that, or this is similar to that, but you still have no light on any of it. You have no true reason illuminating anything in the field, if you don't have a deep theory of mind that was, in some sense, the foundation of the entire project. Anyway, I almost have the opposite problem, because I have so much light and then access to so many properties that I don't know where to begin in terms of trying to make it a cohesive structure. Is that I see too much, and I can't get enough of a general framework of the entire field, because it's information overload, and so I don't know what things are salient, or which things need to be taken as more canonical, and which are the primary colors of the internal driving of the thing, because there's just too much going on. But I am making headways. It just takes a long time, so I mean, essentially, I'm sitting in the problem of having to refine my models and things like that. Although there are also some elements of my models that I don't fully understand, but that's because I basically lack the proper context to see them in. So, it's a problem of integration. It's a very strange inverse problem than what most people are going through in terms of their so-called empirical search for something in the middle of their approximate nonsense. Anyway, but one of the confounding factors, I think, in all of this stuff is the fact that it's very hard to subtract, which is a word that I've just made up, or I've used it before, but you need to be able to sort of subtract yourself and abstract yourself from the model that you've developed to track these things. And that's something that you can only do if the model is accurate and actually deep enough to be actually a proper representation of reality. A proper representation of the full understanding of everything actually has to be present within the model, so that you can try to subtract yourself within the model, while at the same time working out what is the actual winning understanding that actually commends navigation, proper navigation of the entire structure of the actual system. So, in some sense, it's trying to fish for self-coherence within a realm of very many possibilities of what to, again, what things should be salient. Anyway, my point is that the thing that I think that is hardest to subtract ourselves from is that we have to develop an internal locus of control. We have to develop integrity, while also contending in a world in which most people are fallen into some kind of compromised narcissism, some kind of model of narcissism, or some kind of settlement that they've made with some kind of other kind of general psychopathology, like full-blown narcissism, or borderline personality disorder, where the hypergamous cultural convention manipulation game is is being um, is being used as a supplanting edifice for integrity. It's been used as a substitute for integrity, and so therefore it places something, this whatever the substitute for integrity is, it makes it beyond the understanding. And as soon as you kind of lose the necessity of understanding um, from the subconscious, you've basically created some version of vulnerable narcissism. I would submit that or you've got some kind of fundamentally broken subconscious. Now, I do think that to properly develop, you have to actually in some strange way, you have to break your own subconscious, in that you have to put it on the back burner. You have to kind of freeze it. You have to hold it still to some degree, because you have to understand the participatory realm. You have to understand culture and the environment, the unconscious side of the mind, and how that relates to propositional stuff. You have to track all the mechanisms of how the unconscious and the ego interrelate to one another, and you can't do that while you are growing as a subconscious. So you kind of have to suspend your responsibility, that really does need, in the end, does need to be revived in the subconscious. You might need to suspend your subconscious responsibility, but you have to never suspend the accountability that the subconscious must at some point render full account for even its suspension of responsibility. So you maybe have to sort of put it on the, you have to freeze it, you have to hold it in some kind, and when you are doing that, you have to kind of still have the hope of integrity and understanding and all these sorts of things have to remain without being, those basic concepts have to not be tarnished while you understand the unconscious and the ego. And so you actually have to sort of mystify or mysticize or generalize some basic concepts from the subconscious and import those kinds of subconscious hopes into the unconscious to ground the unconscious, or for the unconscious to be modeled or mapped around those basic sensitivities of the subconscious, but they have to be generalized not to your subconscious but to some kind of universal subconscious integrity. That, I think, is how the unconscious is properly regimented and grounded, so that you don't sort of get carried away by the tide of the sea. That your salt is still remains, the source of it remains with some connection to your own subconscious. So much so that you can allow yourself to be carried by the tide of the sea, and then see the failing condition that you had allowed yourself to be carried away by, because that's what you're doing, is you're testing the container of the unconscious. You're testing the different ways of failure. You're looking at the different failure modes, and you're understanding different failure modes by trying them out in your understanding, as it were. An understanding which is looking beyond your own individual subconscious, but trying to understand the different types of subconscious, so you can understand, sort of it is very similar to falsification. You're trying to falsify the other ways of being in the world. And in some sense, it's because I think one of the ways that mediate this kind of issue, I, this whole thing about gender and about because essentially I do think that the problem with the subconscious is that it will fundamentally be prone to some kind of narcissism until that intrinsic moral defect is matured from, but it can only be resolved and matured after the unconscious is properly put in its place and can be properly confronted by the subconscious. Because, in some sense, you have to have the narcissistic hope that you can have an internal locus of control, even before you have a full understanding of how to contend that in the world or against the world. But you still have to have that hope. And so, to actually fulfill that hope, you have to exceed the bounds of your own subconscious level of integrated beliefs and belief sets. You have to go sort of experimenting with other belief sets, not in a way that necessarily gives yourself completely over to them, but where you know that you're actually in bad faith in terms of your own subconscious belief set, because you are on purpose, you are straying beyond your own belief set because you've put it on the back burner so that you can try to falsify another way of being in the world, or another spiritual purpose, or another container, or something like that. Or so you allow yourself to indulge in other narratives and other conceptualizations that even jettison basic concepts that your subconscious needs. So you allow yourself to experiment beyond things like free will and agency and integrity, just so that you can gain the knowledge of falsifying those things. Okay, so anyway, what I'm trying to say is that you have to, the general summary of all this kind of, yeah, I'm trying to summarize this developmental obstacle into an issue, because it is a very large issue. The issue is that the subconscious is not enough. If the subconscious could get by with just itself, it would be always prone to some kind of endemic narcissism that it would never be able to cleanse itself of, and it would be problematic. It would just be it would be gambling on some arbitrary form of internal locus of control, and it would be indistinguishable from any other kind of moral autism. And in some sense, that would also make it enslaved to making sure that everybody else corresponded to the same unconscious, hypergamous, sociological set of expectations. So there would be a kind of canonical, orthodox society, or cultural, some kind of universal cultural set of sentiments and expectations. You wouldn't be able to burden diversity. You wouldn't be able to burden choice within the participatory realm. Everything would have to sort of be uniform or cookie cutter or something like that, in the same way that you can see this in full-blown narcissists, how black and white everything is, how capricious they are in terms of their judgment. You get this, what is often titled as toxic masculinity is often very much the hip. I think it's much better to describe these things as toxic feminism. Even males that are going through, sort of, very hysterical, macho, supposedly macho kind of strutting or displays of dominance or whatever. I mean, I do think that is all related to, it's a kind of coping strategy with the hypergamy expectations. They are trying to prove their value in a kind of tunnel vision, in a tunnel reality, in a narrowed field of what society expects that they are fulfilling. anyway, what's my point? My point is that the subconscious, which we all have a subconscious, has to be with something. It has to be with something in terms of something that's going to correspond to the environment and the self, or something that bridges the subconscious with the unconscious, some kind of conduit. And what that something is, in my view, it's the understanding. You're going to have some kind, you're going to have to be with an understanding. The subconscious has to be with something. And so, well, maybe now I do think that the understanding is the general answer to this question. You have to be with an understanding. So some people understand, their understanding is that they don't have an understanding, that they live in a narrative. So their understanding is that there is no such thing as integrity through an understanding. It's how well they do in the narrative that they live in. So they have a kind of anti-non-understanding of a narrative inception that they see their subconscious encapsulated by. So they just have they have a dead understanding. Okay, so there's that understanding. So anyway, I was even, I don't know, I had this interesting idea, I just thought, how strange would it be if you walked around with a t-shirt and it just had on the t-shirt in all lowercase letters, it just had the word with and a question mark after with. I just thought that it's just one word with a question. It's a it's a it's an it's almost a it's quite a mystifying phrase. But in some sense, I think everyone wants to be with something because they know that the subconscious is not enough. They have to be with something. They have to have something that helps them, or that and I do think that generally the answer to that question for a lot of people is some kind of sexualized, perhaps, or ideological substitute for that primary question of what is with you, or what are you with, or how have you answered the grand question of, what have you chosen to be with? Or what have you decided? With regards to that, I'm basically trying to say that this is a kind of perennial kind of concern or issue in development, is that you have to develop what are you with. And, obviously, in some sense, one of the substitutes for an understanding is an identity. You can be with an identity. And then that kind of answers this question for you, and you've got this kind of collateral collective support, because you can say that other people also believe that that's the solution to the problem, and then you can just kind of try to vicariously live that way. But anyway, what's my point? So yeah, my view is that what the subconscious should be with is it should be with an understanding which ends up swallowing the entire unconscious participatory environmental domain, and that allows you to transcend the world, or in terms of this gender thing that I was talking about, the hypergamous cultural expectations. It allows you to confront hypergamous cultural expectations, or social conformity, and all those sorts of things. This is what I was trying to say when the story that I read of the woman who gave up her master's in her last year because her classmates found out that she was a sex worker. on a website. That wasn't, again, she wasn't breaking the law, but because it was culturally uh, awkward, and because, well, suppose her whole excuse was that her advisor advised her that she should just drop out, and so she just did so without a fight, and then she complained, I guess, after the fact that she wasn't, you know, that she didn't have the same experience because her classmates, after the classmates found this fact out about her, that they didn't treat her the same way. So, somehow, I do think that the story to me sounds a bit too tailored. I mean, I would think that, on average, sort of what probably kind of happened was that she couldn't deal with the social stigma and the being ostracized, and so kind of uh, instead of wanting to stick it out, kind of took the easy road and then tried to create a kind of media sensation around it to some degree. I mean, there are other details in the story which I'm not mentioning, which lead me to that kind of interpretation and conclusion. But you get the sense very clearly that people, they have very little stomach to actually endure anything that is inconvenient. That somehow what they don't want to be protected by institutional structures and rules that have integrity, or that perform the right kind of tempering of uh, let's say cultural excesses, and let's say the juvenile sentiments of other people. Like, I mean, if I can kind of see fault on both sides quite clearly in this kind of example. And in some sense, you really do have to not have the authoritarian sort of Occam's razor idea that, well, it would just be easier if we just demolished culture and told everyone that moral autism must be ultimately respected, and that no one can have a moral standard about anything, and can use their own moral sentiments in informing how they're going to treat other people, that they can't have any kind of moral scorn against anybody else. That everyone must be laissez-faire and completely open and accepting of everybody else, and everyone must have an equally positive opinion about everybody else. Is a demented idea. It's such a juvenile and stupid idea. It's not even. But that being sort of the rational conclusion that is reached by these people that go through the kind of the and this is why I really doubt the whole story that is spun, that that essentially one academic advisor advised her to drop out, and so she just dropped out, and now she second guesses that idea as being a bad idea. And so trying to have the best of both, trying to have your cake and eat it, that you are avoiding the inconvenience of an awkward social situation, and you're sort of scapegoating it on this one academic advisor, which you had no courage or responsibility to stick up for yourself or to take the issue further. But you're just basically going to say, well, the institution, through this academic advisor, essentially gave me the excuse that I needed to scapegoat the system for its lack of cultural control of people being individuals and having their own individual opinions about things. So in some way, I think that the whole situation is. I can imagine that maybe what happened with this academic advisor is that this woman said, "Well, this is what the problem is," or the academic advisor already knew what the problem was because he or she, whatever, knew about the gossip or whatever. That she said, "Well, this is the problem. What's the solution?" And then maybe he or she, the academic advisor, said, "Well, there is no solution. You just kind of have to put up with it. Or if you don't want to put up with it, then you have to quit." And in some sense, the context might have been that essentially, it was kind of like an all or nothing, that she was going to have her cake and eat it. But, she if she was so distraught or she was crying in front of this academic advisor, basically saying, "Well, this situation has to change because it's intolerable to me," like in some sense, I think that that is an inconsistent position, because the idea that people should be entitled to other people's positive regard, that you should be entitled to everybody else being non-judgmental. Now, I do think that there are certain kinds of behavior which certainly cross a line and, certainly enter into the space of unwarranted, but also persecution and bullying. Uh, Certainly, intimidation is illegal, but conflating intimidation with non-acceptance, or someone not being able to perfectly present a non-judgmental front, and that helps to validate your own way of life. The idea that you are entitled to other people making you feel legitimate or something like that. The idea that when you fail to legitimize or validate people, that then you are intimidating them. That's the kind of language game, that's the kind of sort of violence, ideological violence, hysteria, moral panic, which people have invented in order to concoct these totalitarian narratives that are trying to enforce people into having a penetrated subconscious independence, that their subconscious can no longer be your own, and you can no longer have your own views and your own ideas and your own sense of integrity, which you can be the champion thereof, or you can be the emissary thereof. That you can actually have views which you can bring to bear and you can communicate to other people. Instead, no, no, no. You have to have non-judgmentalness. You have to believe in moral autism, or autistic morality. You have to subscribe to autistic morality. Is in order to accommodate essentially framing this woman as a victim of her own chosen profession, and uh, the awkwardness of, because in some sense the whole idea of commercializing sexual intimacy is that it blurs the line between private and public. It corrupts the boundary between, um, you could call it, genuine or authentic deep connection between people that involves sex and intimacy, um, and pecuniary things like income and money. So the idea that, well, if you essentially aren't on board with um, reducing something that should be a part of a human experience, and that for it to be a healthy human experience, that these things should not be deeply connected with quid pro quo, uh, the commodification of things that displace and subvert uh, healthy family formation and familial structures. That and I mean, I guess you can blame that this is a kind of paternalistic generalization of some kind when you want to say, well, if we don't have moral sanctions or cultural sanctions against this kind of activity, then it's a slippery slope kind of issue. Um, and I do think that there is something to um, there's something problematic about slippery slope arguments. But I do think that there is a version of a slippery slope argument which is applicable and is worth worrying about, and that is in the case where, on the individual level, it is suboptimal, and to have it be collectively normalized, you're going to magnify or expand the prevalence of that suboptimal activity. I think that's exactly where a slippery slope argument is appropriately worth considering. Um, just try to make this is perhaps too complicated to bring up, but I'm just trying to think that, in some sense, actual prostitution on some levels could be argued to be, in some kinds of contexts, could be healthier than this kind of simulated pornography distribution over the internet, because in some sense, or I mean, the exploitation of the male sexual drive, um, that happens with pornography, and that happens with things like OnlyFans, um, and the way that that becomes a kind of collective cultural uh, it is interesting, because I think that on some level might be a kind of cultural component of the kind of totalitarian hypergamous expectation. Because I do think that, there's many things that are suboptimal sexual things can often be described as self-abuse, but the kind of self-abuse that having a kind of virtual relationship with someone who's having the same kind of virtual relationship with many, many other people who are essentially all alienated or isolated or lonely men or boys, that there's at least prostitution is a one-on-one activity, and uh, I imagine that, because let's say there are different kinds of prostitutes, that the kind of prostitution that is perhaps you get a woman in college who will have a kind of a very small side business where they will prostitute themselves to a handful of men, and that will supplement their income, or that will allow them to live quite comfortably, like under a handful of men or something like that. Um, which I think is also quite a destructive, suboptimal thing. But at least that, I imagine, has the propensity to uh, fizzle out in terms of allowing her to experience the hollowness of the thing that she's engaging with. That uh, usually women will form some kind of emotional attachment to someone that they're having sex with. But this online version of it, I think, is much more in the same way that women get addicted to social media, because the attention, they get an instant reflection of how popular they are. And there is something very, that's like for the hypergamous sexual selection strategy, that's like a super stimuli. Being able to put up a picture on Facebook and see how many people like it, or that was the original thing. Then you got Instagram and all these other things. But that the pornographic version of that is much the same, and you are directly corresponding what is being output, what is the production from the female side of making the material, is, at least in terms of getting attention on Facebook, already that is starting to dehumanize the masculine component of this exchange, in that how many likes did you get? All your likes came from men. And so, you're just looking at the number of likes as just sort of sheer quantity. So you've got this kind of homogenized view of masculine attention and being fed masculine validation or something like that. Whereas the pornography thing is going directly not just to masculine attention, but to the component of masculine sexual desire and drive, which is being satiated. And when the attention, or when the general promotion or outreach, or I don't know, in a business model, when you're growing your pool of customers or something like that, or also at some point you are trying to collect resources from these people, however that is being I guess the modern idea is like super chats on Facebook, where people just donate as part of a kind of collective experience and a kind of collective yeah. So I mean, anyway, so the kind of the thing is that you're not even prostituting yourself to an individual man. You're prostituting yourself to a group, to a kind of a clubhouse, or a conglomerated masculine edifice that is appreciating you. So it's this kind of weird kind of polyamory or appreciation, collective appreciation. Mm. I just the thing that I'm just trying to underline that is unnatural about this is the way in which the men involved in this are conglomerating themselves into a kind of single collective enterprise in terms of this virtual relationship of some kind of virtual prostitution, if I can describe it like that, which I'm not trying to call her a prostitute. I'm just likening it to a virtual liaison of prostitution. Um, so yeah, I mean, I because the thing that also makes me distasteful of the whole thing is that I would hope, I don't even know what to hope for in this suboptimal circumstance, that, and I mean, I know women who do things like this, who do comparable things to this, in that they're kind of, I don't even know how to describe them. They're they're kind of like confidence tricksters, and what they'll do is they will use their ideological nonsense and their non-binary stuff, and they will kind of do sex work online, where will kind of be like a sexual surrogate, and then they will get paid for intimacy with people. But it's like a cat and mouse game, where they kind of stoke up their own business. Uh, they'll create a demand for it by sort of doing this kind of ideological entrapment, where they are casting themselves into a kind of tower of isolation, and then they need to be paid by these men to sort of to climb the tower and to rescue them from their own kind of ideological prison. And it's, anyway, the whole thing is that's not what's happening in this kind of situation. What's happening in this kind of situation, or what hope is happening is that she is somehow having an appropriate level of resentment or contempt, rather, for her clientele. I do think that this is why I think that actual prostitution can be psychologically healthier, because it'll actually fizzle out, is because the reason why I think actual prostitution can fizzle out is because at some point the woman who has under a handful of clients, who's in college and is just doing this for supplemental income, she will completely empathize with one of her clients, and she will grow some kind of feeling, some genuine, authentic feeling or relationship or something like that, and she will stop doing it because she will realize that this is kind of this is cheapening her capacity to have an authentic bond with someone's subconscious, or to so you end up having to become quite nihilistic if you continue past a certain point. Now, I do think that in the virtual thing, you never reach that kind of crux, because before that you just develop contempt for your own clientele. And you see, I don't know whether to say that I should hope that she does have contempt for this group of white knights who shower her with a kind of collective support group, or if she sympathizes with them and she thinks that she's doing them a service or something like that, and holding them in this kind of juvenile captivity, or where they're substituting for actually having some proper development and progress in their life. They're instead of putting their energy and their money into something akin to self-development, they're instead taking the shortcut or the substitute. Either way, I mean, like, in terms of the boys, the men that are engaged in this, I think that they deserve what they get, as it were. That's um, and I do think that very quickly, even, that men usually, when they experiment with things, they quite quickly work out, how it's a kind of purgatory, how it's suboptimal, and how it's kind of a waste of time. So I don't really blame her for what she's doing to the men, but I do think that she will develop a kind of intellectual jadedness and a kind of intellectual resilience to um, this kind of instrumentalization of masculinity or masculine sexuality. And I think that, I mean, there is actually, people. It's ironic because these feminists who are so usually anti-capitalistic, when they love the disruptive, how you can disrupt culture with normalizing sex work and all that kind of stuff. But I do think that there is something to actually, I mean, maybe this is something that only men care about. Maybe women don't care about this too much. But actually offering a service to someone, or a product that is actually good for them and is a good service or a good product, is sort of intrinsically is a good thing. Um, but somehow that all goes out the window when you just have kind of moral autism and this kind of relativism of, well, everyone is contracting into this decrepit and decadent sort of ideologically mangled and mangling product, which is there to sort of derange people into kind of very unnatural monstrosity of sexual expression, uh, Anyway, why was I talking about all of that? Yeah, to actually fully explain all the facets of the kind of hypocrisy that I'm seeing in this kind of issue, perhaps gets too finicky to get into all the little different facets of it. But anyway, so I think you have to have, to go back to the central point that I was trying to drive at, is that your understanding has to include you, or has to have the same leverage over you as it supposedly has over everything else, and it has to be, let's say, an equivalent representation of your subconscious beliefs have to sort of be assimilated within the understanding. So when you have emotions, you know what that means in terms of your own set of beliefs. Uh, so you know what part of your understanding is being lit up or being um, subconsciously referenced within you as an individual, so that your understanding is in fact a kind of um, independent, I don't mean this in a negative sense, but an independent scaffolding and structure, that it's actually, it is capable of being deployed and administered by any other subconscious. Um, and it is your style or mode or way of living out your subconscious in your environment, in your participatory um, so sort of, so relative to you, you are a subconscious and an understanding, but relative to other people, you can perhaps be an emissary just of your understanding. And you just have to do the internal accounting of keeping the parity between the understanding and the subconscious beliefs, which are being referenced by your subconscious stream of consciousness and feelings, which you have to ground in terms of the beliefs that they are referencing. So you can put your filing cabinets of your subconscious into good order, and then you can, in some sense, exude your understanding as you participate through your social mask. Which, I mean, so I call the subconscious the social mask, because it is the thing. To some degree, you are acting through the feelings that you have and the subconscious experience that you have, um, which are going to be sensitive or prickled or activated by, because they are your belief structures. Um, but maybe, so properly developed, I think your social mask is your understanding, or the state of your understanding. So the social mask is probably more properly thought of as the understanding, or the lack thereof. And yeah, anyway, that has to be plugged into your subconscious. Anyway, what is my point? So, have I really covered any new subject matter? What's the other one? Yeah, so I mean, I do think that one of the things about an understanding is that one would hope, I think, that one would want to develop an understanding which everyone could attain to, that there could be a single form of integrity that we could then all embody, and then we could all be harmonious and tranquil with each other because we respected the intrinsic, sort of, and I think orientating ourselves towards that kind of oneness is is where we get things that could be seen as maybe Christian, a kind of Christian humanism. You don't have to give it the name of a particular religion. I mean, you could secularize everything that I'm saying, but I think one of the aspects of what at least makes it Christian is the actual idea of the crucifixion, which is being able to confront the world with your own integrity and disagree with the world, that it has that latent power within itself, that the understanding uh, is capable of being crucified and resurrected and redeemed, and that the understanding is the reservoir of eternal life. It is the receptacle that contains both God and eternal life, which is also explicitly written in 1 John chapter 5, in the second last verse of 1 John chapter 5. Anyway, okay, there were some other ideas that I had about so I think the idea of subconscious integrity without a fully robust understanding is going to be prone to some kind of narcissism, which hopefully will stay narcissistic without, uh, will be in a kind of unstable narcissistic state because it won't compromise and try to correspond itself with a fixed hypergamous set of expectations or environmental kind of enculturation or something like that. It will be a kind of in a diseased state of self improvement, that it will say that I need to be solved. I need to find salvation. Uh, that it's trying to find a remedy for the spiritual sickness of the lack of self-coherence, because it has a hope and it has this basic intrinsic formula of self-consistency and a hope towards an internal locus of control, but not the full development of it yet. And then I do think that this is why sexual confusion, you could call it that, or not, but in terms of the running up against the sexual marketplace is so destabilizing to so many people, is because even if you have this internal spiritual goal of developing integrity, at the same time you still are kind of under this huge cultural zeitgeist where everything seems to be orientated around gender relations. And there are all these powerful conventions and all these powerful identity politics esque structures in terms of affording people automatic sympathy and automatic uh, dependable measures to receiving social status. And so you could just be rich, or you could just be a celebrity, or you could just so there are all these sorts of sparkly things that are an easy ticket to um, at least conceptually finding some kind of stable solution that is how the environmental challenge is framed within the culture, in terms of that you have to be in alignment and be a valuable contributor to upholding the structure of some narrative, and then be a valued um, a victor in this game that is of expectations. That you can outcompete others, and you can assert uh, your successful what did I say the definition of narcissism was? Be a candidate of competently meeting their expectations. See, it is interesting, because there are almost there there are there are probably more ways than this, but generally speaking, there are almost two ways of escaping things. You can either, and I think that in some sense, you actually properly defeat them in the mind, in the understanding, when you understand all the different ways to escape this kind of conundrum or this problem. Because some people, they gain a deeper or a higher understanding by dropping out the bottom, by saying, well, I can't win the game, so I just won't play the game, and I'll try to find an alternative, or I'll try to find a substitute in something else completely ulterior. And so they think past it, they think through it, in some way they get past it. They kind of just leap around it. Whereas other people, they actually win the game because of some kind of luck or something like that, or it just falls in their lap. It's easy for them already, because they were born into something, or something like that, or they won the lottery, and so all their wishes came true. And then they realize that that doesn't make you happy, and that it worked as a daydream idea, but it's dust in the mouth. Once you actually start chewing it, it doesn't uh, satisfy. So yeah, and there's anyway. So the point is that there are also then more complicated forms of entanglement, because I do think that narcissism is one of these things that is capable. Narcissism is almost on the extreme end, in that they already accomplish it to some degree. They can confabulate even awarding themselves through their use of their internal locus of control, they can award themselves a kind of automatic win. But in some sense, they're always a winner, usually speaking. It's just that it never lasts. It's sort of, and there are better and worse ways of winning that help extend or the duration of but essentially it latently all falls apart. And that's something of the cost of them being able to channel their subconscious belief systems in such a contorted way that allows them to confabulate. But essentially, because the thing that they're trying to achieve is grounded in a kind of external locus of control, there's no kind of propositional grounding that they can persist the feeling of being unconsciously located around it. Their ego compass doesn't work, so they can't stabilize their unconscious context. And these are all after effects of their subconscious just being nebulously connected with the unconscious. But the other kinds of complications are that, in some sense, the problem of the narcissist is a kind of paradox, which is very kind of, to try to talk about it, it just sounds a bit like esoteric ramblings. I mean, I just try to describe it a little bit, and it just, words almost start to fail you because it's so abstract. So, the paradox is very cerebral. Whereas if you can't even compete, if the problem is that you can't even get inside the arena of the contestation to achieve the value that is provided by some external measure of some external locus of control, because the world just says that these things are valuable, but you can't even buy the tickets that gets you into the contest. You can't even enter the ring to start competing for those values. Then you have a kind of, you're not faced with a paradox that's cerebral. You're faced with a very real, practical gatekeeping concern. That you are denied physical entry into something. That there's some kind of impeding obstacle that is very visceral, very crude, very tangible. You can almost see this on a spectrum of light. You get the sort of red on the one side of the spectrum, and you get ultraviolets on the other side. So you're almost, the red is almost like a physical obstruction, and then the ultraviolet is like a paradox. And all of this, I think, is because you want to be with something, and the thing that you want to be with is something that's an external locus of control. So, you're stuck in this spectrum of languishing in these kinds of karmic tricks and games. And then I think that, you can have probably more specialized problems that are mixtures of these, which are kind of juxtapositions of both of these things, like a kind of a crude paradox or a or a paradox that precipitates a kind of crude issue, which then leads on into compounding with other crude issues to create a kind of quite a complicated, entangled form of both crude and paradoxical being overshadowed. And, in some sense, all of these things are, you know, frames of analysis. All of these are, how you're willing to conceptualize or narrate reality. What are your basic prepositional lenses for constructing your own participation in things. And, in some sense, as long as someone believes it, it's going to have currency for someone. And so you can at least say that all of these things are real because they're made real by other people treating them as real games that can be played. And therefore, if you want to be entreated by somebody else, you have to be interested in the same games as them, or at least comparable in terms of participating with them on the level at which that they want those games to be unfolded. And sort of the only thing that cuts through that is if you have the same understanding, and then via the common understanding you're capable of renegotiating or meta ethically creating a kind of bespoke substitute, but that only works on an interpersonal level. But I would argue that anything valuable that's worth doing is going to be an interpersonal transaction. I don't know actually what transpersonal is supposed to mean. I've heard people say, well, except if transpersonal is itself a kind of anything that is considered to be transpersonal is a kind of muddled confusion that hasn't been properly reframed or repositioned into its interpersonal context, that has sort of been confused or lost or transposed. So, I mean, transpersonal, I guess, could be transposed personal content or something like that. But anyway, I mean, I do think that essentially these categories of collective things, I think, are fundamentally morally, but also intellectually, they're toxic. They get you into generalizations in which you are then beholden to narratives that you can't ever have a proper understanding of, because you've literally located yourself within the unconscious, but in giving a kind of presuppositional, um, lending a kind of presuppositional authority or external locus of control in the unconscious. Um, this is the wrong word, but sort of vocabulary, that there's a kind of, that there's an intrinsic sort of reality matrix that is all fundamentally reducible into an unconscious structure instead of an interpersonal structure which is intelligible to the understanding and to the individual. So you've basically said that, oh, okay, the thing that reality is made up of, it's made up of unintelligible stuff that is firmly placing a kind of domination or subordination of the interpersonal and of the individual, um, into a kind of mythology of the unconscious, which is you're just going to accept as a kind of presupposition, and that kind of gets smuggled in. Scientists do this, or bad scientists that don't understand philosophy and have play stupid word games. But I mean, also lots of people do this. I mean, lots of supposed theists do this when they supposedly believe in God, and then they have a kind of cosmological narrative that has a kind of imprint of an unconscious philosophy, um, that provides a kind of endemic authority, or rather intrinsic authority in the unconscious. It grounds everything in the participatory domain. It grounds everything in the unconscious, fundamentally. And although that might be a useful enough reductive approximation of reality to some technical, that's good enough at it's a good enough approximation if you're doing something that has nothing to do with psychology or has nothing to do with conscious agents. If it's something that is purely abstract and statistical and obtuse already, you can get away with using that frame of reference or that kind of analysis, but it is actually incorrect. And when you start involving then models that include agents and consciousness, and I mean, this is how we've got such a huge problem in societies, because people are using identity politics and feminist identity politics. They're trying to integrate it with liberal democracy, and you're getting fascism. It's that simple. Um, People are using statistics to construct their proto-fascistic worldviews, and how they translate problems into um, moral consideration that orbits or satellites the identity, which then becomes carries the full weight of the source of all moral consideration, is ultimately vested in the identity and not in the individual. And everything becomes unintelligible, essentially, except for whatever makes sense to some kind of sociologically associated construct or form of thinking. This is, perhaps I haven't exemplified it perfectly, but I mean, this is why gender is the quintessential essence or source of all of this stuff. This is why I do think that gender needs to be dislocated from spirituality. That you do have to understand spirituality as being a kind of hermeticism. But biological sex, at least within the human species, does show us a kind of manifested exemplification of of these kinds of things. It is a kind of, but I do think that essentially where the agreement comes from is that, you see, I do think that you can get women and girls to think about things from the proto-narcissistic point of view, and because I think that they naturally do this when they're young. It's only when a kind of feminine enculturation into this manipulative form of what femininity looks like, because they see adults get away with it, they see false authority get away with themselves. Oh yes, that's what I wanted to talk about. I need to make a video about this, just about this. Jordan Peterson has this video. It's like a 12-minute video or a 10-minute video that says, this is how to discipline children without corporal punishment, essentially. And it's pretty good advice for how to discipline children. I disagree with it, but I don't fully disagree with it. I think that within the structure of what he's saying, you could just add something more to that and it would kind of fix the whole thing. It's probably the best kind of advice that you're going to get in the world, as it were, for disciplining children. But I really have a moral issue with it because it kind of makes peace with false authority, and it also destroys a kind of teachable moment for getting children to understand how their parents are also subordinated to understanding. That if you can show to children that as a parent you are subordinate to your own understanding and you have to reason things before your understanding can permit you to allow or to do things, then you are opening up the gates of, let's say, the key to power. You're showing them how the lock can be opened. Now that, can be slightly complicated imparting this to a 3-year-old, and they can also turn it into a game where they are pretending to invent reasons in order to compel you through your understanding. But then I think that that's not hard to diminish those games. I think you can just say, you're just saying things that sound reasonable, but they don't sound reasonable to me, or something like that. You add the qualification of seriousness is needed in some sense. You can't turn understanding into a game, and people who try to turn understanding into a game are nihilistic. And this is exactly the kind of moral instruction that young children need, because this is how you get the kind of juvenile delinquency that we see in adulthood all around us with these pseudo-intellectuals that have joined this cult of identity politics, are all people that had their vulnerable narcissism developed because often what happens is they see someone using false authority against somebody else, and then they work out or they find someone who is good at being able to construct an argument, some kind of rational flow of words. This reminds me, because I had this whole discussion with Rationality Rules a long time ago, and he was trying to put me through the ringer by asking, okay, well, you tell me, what is the definition of rationality and what is the definition of reason? And I gave him 2 different definitions, and they were actually very useful definitions, and they helped put these things in line, and I used that also to completely dispel his entire philosophy and worldview and show him how it was all just a kind of juvenile game that he's playing, essentially. And I also said that, you picked this up when you were 4 years old, obviously. You did this same kind of bullshit in the sandpit because you found that lots of adults use false authorities, but then you obviously found one adult who seemed to be able to construct things on command and construct narratives on command that were self-consistent. and then you basically cottoned on to that fabrication, and that's what you've done since then. Essentially, is honed your ability to be able to promulgate that kind of childish bullshit. And the conversation got very real because apart from his defensiveness and intellectual defensiveness, which we somewhat I got him over to some degree, but I also kept on pointing out to him that his childish propensity to try to demolish things just because his pattern of bad faith, his pattern of false argumentation, because it's not holding any cultural water, at least interpersonally between us. Now he's just trying to jettison the whole thing because he has no reference points to work from that are reliable and automatically dependable for him to scrounge up a kind of, whatever commodity he was accumulating in his bad faith project. But and you can really, I mean, I could really, it was palpable to me. The 5-year-old in him was palpable to me, because I had, let's say, swished aside the intellectual pretentiousness and sort of conceit in this game that he plays, and you could very see, it was obvious that that there was this 4-year-old underneath it all doing the same dark magic that he discovered as a 4-year-old or whatever. But that kind of has this weird relationship to nihilism, really. This weird kind of jaded compromise and philosophical crutch. But anyway, so I think the definition that I gave of rationality was that something is rational if it's self-consistent, but rationality is not the same thing as correctness, because things can be self-consistent without them being true. And then I said reason was coherence, which in some sense can't actually be clearly defined or grounded, because coherence, reasonableness is going to have a kind of a relationship to why things are that is going to be quite dynamic, as it were. But I think I did actually give a better definition. But an explanatory account of why things are some way. It doesn't sound right. In terms of, because I mean, I used, it was a succinct and concise definition, and I used these two definitions to dismantle his whole sort of song and dance of his, because I mean, this is what happens in these kinds of cults, is they will end up using words so much that they actually lose their meaning. They become buzzwords because they're used as pieces in a kind of ideological construction. And so, and then a lot of their primary words, because I mean, he basically said reason was the same as rationality, that they're basically the same thing. So he had this kind of conflation at, and I that told me something, because, that told me that his worldview obviously has a kind of unimatrix of some kind of, that everything is reducible into something like rationality or reason, which he considers to be the same thing. And so, it's this really sort of two-dimensional view of the world. Uh, which is basically becomes engineered from fudging over, sensitivities to distinctions, which then become foreboding. What's the word? I'm trying to say the German word that means, that forbidden. So I can't remember the right word anyway. Well, essentially something becomes unmentionable because to shake up, basic sort of the early reductionism that is needed in order to build the symmetry that is enjoyed later on, because it's the symmetry that allows for a kind of formulaic dependability, which then allows you to hide your childish intentions, to hide your incapacity of actual reasoning authentically. Because you're just relying on a kind of mechanistic... Anyway, why did I go into this? I was talking about this because... Why did I want to talk about the definition of reason and rationality? It's partly because I was thinking about Sam Harris. I mean, what it all boils down to is blind faith and their inability to contend with the issue of faith forthrightly and authentically. Yeah, I mean, people don't really understand what faith is, but it is a word that's very hard to pin down. But I mean, essentially, faith is a very intellectual thing. It's a how can I phrase it? Just looking for some help from my table. Oh, that actually is quite helpful. That's actually very helpful. Yeah, so I think, how should I describe it? Well, first of all, faith doesn't operate without reason beforehand. You have to have um, a fully uh, man, I should probably think about this more before I just try to talk about it off the cuff, because it's not going to come out well enough for these kinds of important things. But I guess after saying that, I'll just give a summary. But essentially, faith is uh, the belief in a promise. And that promise comes from seeing the I don't know what the word is for the uh, the mismatch, but I wanted to have the word that actually means the falling short of, the particular falling short and mismatch of um, the deficit between the order that reason uh, the order that reason provides in terms of having a pristine overview. So I don't want to start defining reason first, but it probably is better to do that first. But anyway, so let me just say that reason gives you something of a codex of an ordered mind that um, sees the pristine qualities of all the help and justice that reason uh, is capable of delivering. And you so you are seeing reason itself being decomposed into the disordered, but I don't mean, when I say disordered, this is not the contrast between order and disorder, but the myriad purposes, the myriad conflicting uh, compasses of conceptions of people's souls, that either the general dread, how the problem of dread, if I can say that as a summary, that the dread that people have against the negative, or the dread that people have for not achieving the positive, that within that uh, sort of disunity, or at least suboptimal collaboration or conformity, uh, there is a promise of uh, what can forge unity and uh, be the article of shared, faith is like the thing that would also be used as the article of when I say article, the thing that is the shared agreement between people, would be the same view of promise. So that sense of capacity for I don't know how to say, seeing that promise or discerning that promise, the discerning of that promise is the activity of faith. maybe these words, they don't help so much unless give sort of the context of, well, discerning the promise of why things ought to be. That move the dread of why things ought to be. Move as an alter, anyway. So, yeah, I should probably try to give a proper treatment of this. Okay, I'm going to continue on. Okay, moving forward. So there are a few other threads that I want to tie into this general picture that I'm drawing about these kinds of topics. So the one thing that I want to retouch is it's perhaps not necessary to bring this out, but one of the ways in which femininity can be seen as more passive and not agentic is because when you're leveraging expectations, you have to do so, or the way to get the most from leveraging expectations is not to make the expectations of patent or detailed in any kind of detailed expression, which then can be propositionally digested or decomposed and reasoned with. What you want to do is you want to avoid reason. You want to essentially use innuendo and implication in order that responsibility will vest on the person attending to the expectation, so that they have to rationalize or come up with a kind of grounding and a framework, and in some sense they have to do all of that and at the same time deliver on the expectation. The expectation doesn't have to get into this kind of hermetic dialogue of properly synthesizing between the genders. And so, there is this kind of, in terms of the game master or the rules of the game or the narrative set of expectations or cultural conventions and cultural conformity, that has a kind of a vague or a nebulous claim to being attended to with a kind of integrity. And when people shortcut that integrity, it can probably be summarized as being narcissistic on some level, or just kind of capricious or superficial, or just kind of, it's interesting how you can even see how words in terms of that are used generically to describe things within culture that pick up artistry will men playing the courtship sexual selection strategy, they're described as playing game or having game, being good at playing the game or a game. So they know how to look like, so in some sense, I think that, look, I've been using these words in a more generic and a broader sense, but essentially that if you're trying to look like a competent candidate that is capable of meeting expectations, that's been my sort of my broader conceptualization of narcissism, is just kind of the pretense of meeting an expectation of something that has this kind of external locus that isn't properly grounded or that has a kind of integrity. So if you just kind of give over to that kind of hollow entreatment of the expectation, of the hypergamous expectation, then I think that you can be called as playing a game. When men have game and they supposedly entreat women to the point at which that uh, they fall into their own expectation, and in some sense they are duped by the game player, because in some sense I think that in some sense women can be blamed for this vulnerability, because in some sense, in as much as a woman is susceptible to men who play games, that is because these women are more in a relationship with their own expectations than they are with individuals, and they don't have any reading of integrity. They don't have any sensibility of grappling or contending with people that actually have grounding or integrity, because they're just care about being entreated, having their expectations entreated. Anyway, now I wanted to make a parallel between these kinds of dynamics of, sort of that, how women profit from this opportunistic sexual selection strategy of hypergamy by leveraging innuendo and being passive and not giving reason and grounding to their demands, but keeping their demands as outcomes that just have to be fulfilled any way possible, and, let's say, divvying up the gender roles, or the sexual work, as it were, that and that this belongs to the sacred ability to be able to. Because it's interesting, because feminism itself has multiple contradictions, because in some sense they're doing the same toxic femininity that has always existed, but they're doing it supposedly not because they're a woman. They're doing it because of what has been done to women in terms of history, because of their special victim status. So in some sense, they're saying that what they're doing has nothing to do with being a woman. It has to do with rehabilitating the representation of woman in the systemic oppression. So what they're doing has nothing to do with nothing intrinsic with feminism. It has to do with rehabilitating the identity or something like that, and getting justice for the identity. Although that mechanism is itself just a doubling down on hypergamy. It's just it's hypergamy writ large, but now given a kind of political pretension, or some kind of ideological grounding, which is just a kind of political version of the same opportunistic sexual selection strategy of essentially using culture and creating conventions and then forcing men to pander to those expectations, and then shirking responsibility when their expectations are untenable or incoherent or self-contradictory or just sort of unstable in some sense. And so I was trying to get into some of these themes when I was talking about the problem of the prostitute, or the virtual internet prostitute, is that the problem with the virtual internet version of prostitution is that that's kind of like a stable toxicity, or because it's an ideologically confected um, it's an ideological permutation of it, but it's ideologically so abominable, it's ideologically so monstrous, it's so uh, like, it makes sense according to the ideological version of hypergamy, but because it's kind of abstracted away from the hypergamous grift, it doesn't sort of see, it doesn't exhaust itself. It's a kind of like it doesn't naturally get to the point at which it gets sick of itself, because it is crystallized in such a, people have actually contorted themselves into such a kind of abomination that you actually have men who are in this chat window who are collectively fawning over a collective liaison, so it's like, it's and they are participating in some sense, what in my view, what makes this so unnatural is that the masculine energy is being uh, conceptualized by its participants into this proto-fascistic form. But it's interesting because I do think that it is a prototypical manifestation of something that does always exist in culture, usually on some level. Now, and this has been always the reservoir of, let's say, bad faith or just lack of integrity. We've always had these threads of a weird kind of intellectual or cerebral narcissism that have been in playing these cultural games or with playing these games through cultural conventions. And it usually has a kind of tapestry in which it has one foot in sexuality, one foot in how it relates to the group or group values or group collective ideas and concepts and status, or some kind of external locus of control that has been tokenized in some form. Okay, so yeah, I mean there are a lot of ways to kind of cash this out, but what I'm trying to get into the explanation of as to why do societies that essentially are racist societies, why are they culturally so much more stable? Because of the ability essentially to have a kind of integrity pressure release valve in which it is socially sanctioned that you are allowed to vent a kind of devaluation and negativity onto a whole group based on some kind of superficial feature, so that you can kind of relativistically elevate yourself. And then it also sort of congeals the container of society into a collective high status bestowed identity, um, that in some sense enforces a kind of participation in their cultural conventions. So it's kind of like a binding glue that is very similar to this kind of hypergamy expectations. It's kind of like it's a more secular kind of hypergamous set of cultural expectations and values. You know, but when you have a society which is anchored by this kind of mythology, and that people just accept it and they don't think through it, as it were, but they just live in this forest of these mythologies and these kinds of generalizations and external locuses of tokens of expectations which they think hold real value because they haven't grounded them in their own independent reasoning with any kind of internal locus of control and integrity, that they've got this kind of, they're letting their environment do their sense making for them, but in a way in which that they have sold their soul over to the collective. I do think that on some level it's safe to do this on certain questions of fact, but it's not safe to do this on certain questions of moral grounding. Anyway, this is a whole complicated kettle of fish, but what I just wanted to give an explanation as to why some countries, the country that I'm thinking of in particular is Japan. Japan is, I think, uniquely. You can't. It's. I don't know if it's safe to call Japan a Western democracy, a Western style democracy. Its society and its culture is not really a democratic, it's not a liberal democratic culture. They still believe in state sovereignty. The government inherited, in some sense, the majesty of the emperor in Japan, and people still believe that the government is essentially has a kind of cultural sovereignty. They don't exercise this cultural sovereignty much, although you do see it in certain things, in which still are vestiges of the McCarthyist development of government in Japan, but you know they still censor pornography in Japan by law, for instance, and that restriction has just never changed because the government, although perhaps politically on some philosophical level might be antithetical to it, they would never remove such a thing because it just doesn't. It there's no democratic demand for such a thing, and so there's no one is trying to systematize the internal Japanese structure of society. It's sort of such a thing that contains such a system that contains the concept like state sovereignty within the culture. Obviously, doesn't care for things like having everything be grounded in a kind of coherent, reasoned, value, structured, system. It's more like a mystical forest. It doesn't sort of, it's not amenable to reason. It's a set of traditions, whatever. And one of the things about Japan is that they're incredibly xenophobic, but also that they are incredibly ethnocentric or racially conscious. I mean, that's something that cannot be denied about Japanese society. It is incredibly racially conscious. And many people in Japan essentially have. It's not merely understanding that different people have different ethnic. Look, I'm slightly generalizing because obviously not all Japanese individuals are like this, but I mean, it is part and parcel of the generic Japanese identity and psyche that that ideas about race are there's a basic kind of idea of racial essentialism. Look, some of this might be just kind of a historical inheritance or residue, but anyway, but it's interesting how that has helped Japan, I would say, in terms of it being resilient to identity politics. Identity politics does not feature in Japan. It just never. It's the only. In some ways, Japan is considered to be a Western kind of place because in some sense, although some restaurants might not serve you if you're a foreigner. It's interesting. I think there are some places that will serve you if you can speak Japanese properly. Some places will serve you, but some places they don't want to serve you, even if you can speak Japanese properly, just if you're not native Japanese, essentially. But and I mean, I think that should, in even a liberal democracy, I think that should be okay, that people do that kind of thing. Because I think that that's how you know that you're making cultural progress, is when that actually dissipates. But to just kind of compel people, so yeah, I mean, So anyway, but that's somewhat beside the point. But the point that I'm making is that uh, that this has given Japanese culture an incredible resilience to just completely dismissing the sort of the ideology of feminism and identity politics. It just has never taken root in Japan, and that I think that this is not the weakness of so-called multicultural culture contrasted with Japan, or the weakness of liberal democracy contrasted with Japan, which could be argued to culturally not be a liberal democracy, even though technically it has the structure of one, or the scaffolding of one. Um, I think that most so-called liberal democracies don't actually have a proper liberal structure. They don't have. It's not a coherent legal theory that is backing up their that their liberal democracy is just a bit of a hodgepodge. And when you've got a kind of a confused system that isn't grounded in reason and values, you can't operate something like that is meant to be tolerant of people, or that meant to sort of be capable of tolerating diversity, because you have to be able to tolerate some things and be intolerant of other things. Otherwise you fall victim of the liberal intolerance paradox. Is literally the problem with so-called many Western style liberal democracies are not, they don't live up to their title, because they haven't solved the liberal intolerance paradox, which means, in my view, they're not serious about liberal democracy, and they never had a functioning one to begin with. They never had a structured one to begin with. And they don't take this secular political problem seriously. So they don't deal with this political problem. Um, and this also has to do with just getting the rule of law right as well, and getting the structure of law right in some kind of moral sense, because you need to have, and this is what Japan has, that many so-called liberal democracies don't have, although in my view a proper liberal democracy would have this, is that you need to have a kind of cultural hegemony which is legitimately contended in every generation, legitimately, organically, authentically kept as a gauntlet that is fought over and that is constantly defended in terms of the liberal democracy. So, you have to kind of, in a liberal democracy, you actually have to let people fight over the cultural hegemon. And liberal democracy usually is culturally robust enough and strong enough to always win that fight. But identity politics is very tricky, because it does a really manipulative, totalitarian kind of ideological ploy, is that it says we're not going to fight over the cultural hegemony. No one is allowed to fight over the cultural hegemony. That's called patriarchy, or that's called white supremacy, or something like that. So they deny other people for fighting over what is justice and what is right, while they semantically redefine and narrate, they unilaterally dictate the new definitions and a new narrative about what justice really is. So they are trying to define justice without actually competing or substantiating an argument as to why their structure is superior to liberal democracy. They just obtusely displace liberal democracy, essentially. Now, if, to the extent to which that they succeed at displacing liberal democracy, that to me proves that these systems that they are displacing were never truly deeply grounded in liberal democracy. They weren't serious about their liberal democracy. It was just a hodgepodge of confused and strange, sort of a collection of lots of different things. I mean, America, supposedly the original liberal democracy, essentially, and I don't fault them for this, because they were historically experimenting, and they were quite frankly, they were the first. So one must be charitable in one's critique of the American system. But America derived everything and grounded everything within pure democracy. And so their constitution and their republic is all, in my view, just it's mush. And it's quite useless mush as well, because it's all fundamentally grounded in democracy. In the term, in fact, also the tyranny of the democracy. And the legal boundaries that they have, the constitutional Bill of Rights that they have, which I believe it was only in the 1950s when those rights actually applied against the states. You know, the federal American Constitution's Bill of Rights until the 1950s only applied against the federal government, not against the state governments. That's a very important thing to understand, just how. So, a lot of the American system only operates as a kind of ideological mythology. It's not grounded in coherent structures. Anyway, but and because it's all grounded in democracy, all these things are lines in the sand anyway, and they all get reinterpreted by the general body of the legislative intent. The legislature really has the whip hand to radically reframe and reinterpret even the Bill of Rights. Essentially, they can command the judges to interpret things the way that they want them to interpret the things. The democracy has all of that power, and so separation of powers is quite frankly just not good enough. The problem is that just accountability and integrity as a concept can only function if reasoning itself is completely independent of the political process, and it is contended in a stable way, and it's contained and crystallized in a stable way that's independent. Because otherwise, you just America is almost invented to be able to gaslight itself about cultural semantical game playing. Like you can just, if you want to change the law, you can do two things. You can change the meaning, the ordinary meaning of words, so that eventually people just interpret the same law to mean something different, and then you can just kind of have a soft coup against the legal order, or you can just get people to kind of make new legislation that sections out or repromulgates the old legislation, or so I mean, the organic nature of the thing is just antithetical to accountability and to actually looking at yourself in the mirror and seeing that you're just moving the goalposts, and you're not, in some sense, the without you need at least two power structures in my view to have civilization, to have the rule of law. You need to have a judge that has a legal theory which is completely independent of the political structure, so that you can actually have the rule of law. Anyway, I'm not going to repeat, although I've got recordings on this issue that are laborious. I don't want to go into all of this too much, but what I also wanted to say is that people who live in these forests, in these mystical forests of these narratives that include these, like, little totems of external locuses of control and tokens of high status, in this externally contended set of values, which is what does it mean to rely on an external value? I mean, it's a nonsensical kind of thing to depend on. If you do that, I do think that people will be prone to a kind of implicit narcissism that they are not even themselves fully conscious of. And what I mean by that, and I wanted to make a general point about this because I think that this is something that affects many, many people, and this is what I sometimes have referred to in old recordings as a kind of spiritual form of homosexuality. But anyway, it's a rather strange way of defining it. But anyway, but let me just. What I think happens then is that people will actually will dramatize confabulation. They will embody and enact ritualistic beliefs which they will employ or depend on, and they will often do things that are themselves nonsensical in order to perform in relation to these beliefs that are just, um, which are, sort of, they are loosely associated with these external values, which is a kind of nonsense. And so, the thing that is actually bridging you to this nebulous nonsense in terms of how you are interacting with the mystical forest of your environment is, you are going to be enacting a kind of, a kind of semi-coherent confabulation that is going to be sort of confected into the drama of your life, and maybe at some point you will develop something like a nervous tic, or something like a a kind of a small representative sample of this kind of embodied confabulation. Anyway, you can link this to interesting other concepts as well, like concepts of process addiction and things like that. But in some sense, I think that to summarize, it is like in total, it's a kind of process addiction to what I would call spiritual homosexuality, which is a very esoteric way of describing this. But it's quite an esoteric metaphor. But I'm just trying to think how, because I mentioned homosexuality also in this bank of recordings, so I'm just trying to connect it to that, because I know that it does thematically link up with what I was talking about. I mean, I mentioned it for a second where I said that in one of the mechanisms that I was describing, how I'm just trying to think what that general mechanism was. It had to do with the subconscious and the unconscious, and how the subconscious belief system in having a kind of, when I was going also through the gambit of the different, like, the different kinds of healthy and unhealthy sort of proto narcissisms, but that if you can kind of, now I can't remember exactly how I defined homosexuality there, but I mean, I just mentioned it in passing because it would have derailed me too much to get into it. But I was just basically saying that you kind of get crude paradoxes, and you get very cerebral paradoxes. Um, no, sorry, the crude paradoxes aren't actually paradoxes. The crude, you get crude obstacles into not even being able to engage in your narcissism, because they're actual tangible obstacles in your way for actually exercising your narcissism, because you do want to practice your narcissism so that you can start to exhaust it and start to realize how it is a failure, and then you can learn how the dynamic of this game works and learn the container of the subconscious by operating different ways of playing the game. But this game can be from the player side of the game rather than from the rule narrative of the game, but the actual player side of the game. So the rule narrative is like the hypergamous expectations of the social conformity and conventions that your environments operate from. But the player side of it is the narcissistic vehicle or container that is actually engaged in participating within this game. And so this is the gender. These are the two archetypal gender forces in their engagement or in their interwoven tantra. And the the masculine, archetypally masculine narcissistic way of or proto-narcissistic way, because that needs to be explored so you can understand the different ways of playing the game, and perhaps the very, but some people that can't even start to exhaust their narcissism because they're just obstacles in the way in terms of the playing piece that they've already set their sights on. That they don't want to even try to play the game unless they get to operate from that particular strategy or that particular playing um, valence. Anyway, but so, and I said something that you get sort of cerebral paradoxes. So I can't even remember this whole issue about paradoxes and about crude obstacles, and then, but it was in connection with this that I said that something was like homosexuality. That I said some kind of paradox is like homosexuality. What was it then? Oh, was that homosexuality was that you're trying to settle a paradox. You're trying to actually operate within a paradox, and so you want to construct the paradox legitimately. You're kind of you're running it backwards. That you don't find yourself stuck in a paradox. You actually are trying to engineer a paradox so that you can duck out of the rules, because you can just kind of you're trying to duck out of the narrative of the social conventions, because you're trying to create a universal a kind of a natural you're trying to create a kind of naturalistic fallacy around hypergamous expectations. You want to sort of find the floor of hypergamous expectations that then gives you that if you can operate on that basic floor, then you're allowed, then the only thing to do is to get into some kind of stable form of culture or some stable form of interrelating with someone interpersonally. And then that interpersonal narcissistic relation is that everyone will have the same narcissistic container, or everyone will have the same beliefs. Everyone must have sort of the same anchor beliefs, or some good enough equivalent of anchoring beliefs. And then the only thing left for you to do is to kind of get into a stable paradox with people who have the same beliefs as you, or some kind of resonance of same beliefs. But it's different because you are actively constantly trying to sort of play on that naturalistic grounding, or to rely on that as a kind of intrinsic fact. So you kind of take that as a blind faith, and then that gives you the excuse to construct paradoxes because that's the only thing that can be done in such a cosmological worldview, if I can put it like that. Or so that sort of that psychological schema will just kind of it's trying to find universal intrinsic anchor points for subconscious beliefs, so that subconscious beliefs, all there is for subconscious beliefs to do is to sort of create paradoxes out of their own image, out of their own character, out of sort of saying, well, this is the only pantheon set of psychological schemas which are therefore valid with under this universal rubric. And the only thing that we can do is kind of be interlocked within a kind of paradox between some iteration in this pantheon or out of this basic set of elemental character components, which are the only ways to be consistent with the naturalistic environment. So you have this kind of and so you have this tremendous war with factionalism. You have this tremendous I mean, it's more complicated than this because, in some sense, I actually can't describe it perfectly in words because it has different permutations which will, in any descriptive sense, be contradictory with one another, but they are stylistically creating a universal naturalism out of the conditions of the narrative environment or something like that. In some sense, I think it's just that expectations get reduced. Like hypogamous expectations are being displaced or being replaced by conditions. And that so we all have to grapple with the same conditioning, that there's a kind of naturalism about conditioning. So there's some form of collective naturalistic conditioning that is targeted, and that is the edifice of creating some kind of paradoxical self referencing playership, which is a very precarious kind of container for the subconscious. But it's one way of having a self. I don't even know. I don't even want to call it anything, but a self only, an I don't know. It's one way of affirming the self in relative to the subconscious. It's a kind of self affirming structure which then also allows the ego, I would think, to fully endorse the subconscious, but at the cost of a kind of propaganda against the conditioning of the games that people can construct. So you have this kind of deep aversion to games that overlook the conditioning, which is seen as a kind of tenet of the paradox, which is being um, now it's interesting because I do think that there are metaphors of this which are not unhealthy in some strange sense. I mean, I've even described homosexuality in other cases as being the reverse of the crucifixion, because in some sense, the problem that they're doing is they're trying to create a church out of the world. That's the only problem with homosexuality. But it has worse spiritual effects than just doing that, because trying to create a church out of the world is impossible. So what they're in fact doing is they are establishing the subconscious. I can say things, but I don't exactly want to say this because this is not precise enough. So I need to clean this up. But essentially, in my view, they're trying to establish the subconscious as the Christ, when it's actually the ego that is like the Christ. It's the ego that needs to be reborn. It's not the subconscious that needs to be reborn. Uh, the subconscious actually needs to have a proper integrity and actually to ground a kind of proper self-righteousness, if I can even put it like that. But it's a self-righteousness that is dependent on constantly quickening itself and humbly checking itself, as it were, in terms of making sure that its emotions that are coming from the subconscious are matching with the understanding of how the unconscious is being pervaded and managed. So the understanding that is governing the unconscious must have a direct parity with the subconscious. With the emotions of the subconscious, and therefore the emotions of the subconscious are self-righteous, and they are fine to be self-righteous because uh, they are the uh, they are the law that is written on your heart. And what is written there either is telling you that your beliefs in your subconscious, which are generating the emotions, are in disorder and they need to sort of come into alignment and into integration. And so you need to work within your subconscious to be able to correctly translate these beliefs into a participatory understanding, into a decent front, into a decent expression, into the participatory, let's say, which will always look to someone as if you are trying to play a game or trying to create expectations or something like that, because no action is not going to be associated with so being properly grounded within your subconscious. Anyway, but man, I've really started talking about all this stuff. Why did I want to say specifically about homosexuality being a kind of paradox? And now I've gotten into such detail that I actually lost the point, because I was actually thinking of something slightly different when I was saying that homosexuality is an inverse paradox of a kind. What is inverse about it? It's inverse because the paradox is being chosen first in some sense, or being targeted to being created, and therefore the subconscious is being built up as a kind of as a crutch to prevent, or rather to skip out on the later de- integration and development between the other sides of the mind, because essentially you're not willing to go through to confront the chaos of the world. You're not willing to, and this is what gets thrown into a paradox, because in some sense I think the homosexual, with their inverse paradox, is willing to believe that the world is evil and unredeemable or something like that, but at the same time they want it to conform to a kind of worldly church universal structure of value and grounding, which the conditions thereof must be imprinted on by the subconscious to allow the subconscious to get into a kind of a rationalization that becomes a kind of dependent on this weird dependence, quasi paradoxical dependence on the unconscious. So it just becomes a kind of it's interesting because I think that in some sense, it is just a kind of, it's another kind of paradox, but it does kind of create its own slight distinction from just being in a kind of narcissistic paradox, because it's not the same as other narcissistic paradoxes. Because I mean, the problem with narcissistic paradoxes is that if you're stuck in a paradox, you don't learn the mechanics of a game, and you don't exhaust. You have to exhaust at least one mystery. At least the mystery of one game needs to be exhausted, so that you can hopefully transcend all the games, as it were. So if you're legitimately stuck in a paradox, then you can't complete that game, and then maybe you stay in a state of arrested development. But the inverse paradox of the homosexual was aiming at landing up in a paradox, and is trying to construct the paradox, trying to engineer it structurally to be comprehensive and sound, and to give scope to the subconscious, gravity to the subconscious, to be in full corroboration with it, with the ego. In some sense, it's trying to invent a paradox that allows the ego to perhaps even also displace or stand in for environmental expectations. So you have propositional conditions instead of participatory expectations, and properly confronting the problem of the games of expectation. Anyway, now the real synthesis of all this stuff, because in some sense, look, the subconscious and the ego, if it's stuck in a paradox, or if it's in some sense, you could always be argued as being conforming to some game or some paradox or some crude obstacle or something like that. You could always be narrated as being these sorts of things. The difference is that how is the subconscious actually responsible and responsive to these kinds of stimuli? Um, what is the actual content of the belief? What is the actual, so I mean, you can't get around the actual beliefs themselves. It's not just any beliefs will do, because you will have some kind of intrinsic style. No, the actual beliefs themselves are important. Um, that in the self-righteousness of the subconscious is important to be worked out. that is the thing that is actually, I think, receiving the salvation. But anyway, all of these complexities to some degree are not fully resolved by the subconscious and the ego. It's also between the game, how you participate in the game, and how that game relates itself to your own superego, what it is that you are doing in general. And that superego stuff is really, I wonder if it is, sort of almost related to almost quite deep brain structure, deep brain structure, quite stuff. But maybe let me just be safe, and I'm saying that as a kind of metaphor because I don't know about neuroscience, but so maybe it's a kind of meta-ethical sort of metaphor. But what's going on in the superego, the rest of the personality complex is revolving around the superego, and that is the superego is the primary axle, and those issues in some sense are being collectively experienced by the other sides of the mind. So what you are doing vis-a-vis the superego is being experienced through the subconscious and the ego and the unconscious participatory game. And in that fragmentation, because the superego hasn't condensed, but it's being holographically projected over the course of these three other sides of the mind, means that you have to have a special way of integrating it within your own ego so that you can actually contend with the core, let's say, root of the problem as it's represented in the superego, and to operate on that level requires you to sort of condense your focus within the other sides of the mind in such a way that you are performing the crucifixion in the ego. And performing what I would call the special resonance between the ego's inferior function, or the ego's trial, and the superego's dominant function. Which is, in my view, the dominant function, or this is slightly revised from the model that I probably made a long time ago, but now I've revised that the death of the superego is the beast, the child function is the dragon, and the dominant function of the superego is the false prophet. And so the resolution essentially comes predominantly from the transposition of the focus that is collected in the inferior function in the ego after the integration of the other sides of the mind that precipitates into that inferior function, that really sort of culminates in the crux of the problem that the ego has. And then that issue that has been focused into that is transposed onto the dominant function in the superego. And let's say the resolution of that is the resurrection. And that affords the subconscious an authentic life that is no longer living under the shadow of the beast, of the terminal beast. and eventually the parent function of the superego will actively manifest as a core living value within your subconscious in some sense. So you will start to see that the parent function of the superego becomes actually the core of your articulation, um, of of your motivation, and so your superego is no longer fragmented. But yeah, I think I was slightly mystified by trying to solve this. When I was thinking about this last, I was thinking a lot about the dragon, and maybe that was a necessary kind of thing to go through that precipitated some kind of catharsis or purging. But I do think that the emphasis is on the dominant function and the parent function, but not to get ahead of yourself, but it should be the dominant function first, and the parent function is a fruit that then follows from that, and is the kind of cap of when I say is the fruit of success in the work of salvation. The parent function, the superego, being, in my view, equivalent to the tree of life, which is in the center of the New Jerusalem, and the dominant function becomes essentially the New Jerusalem after the false prophet has been displaced, and to speak metaphorically, in the blood of the saints has been reclaimed. So I think that is the general solution. It's just you take the inferior function of the ego and you take the dominant function of the superego, and you just keep on essentially synthesizing those into, you could call it almost positive affirmation, or positive purposes and positive projects. And that's how you sort of base your orientation. And that will kind of endemically produce a kind of humility and quickening. That will, I think, automatically exhaust or discharge the kind of iniquity which is settled in the dramatization of the unconscious, which often manifests itself in psychopathologies like narcissism and other sorts of things. But perhaps you have to know enough about those mechanisms to know that they hold no final utility, as it were, that you have to actually exhaust these other structures, because otherwise you still return to them as a source of kind of succor. I can't pronounce words. That you're attracted to these false forms of convalescence because you haven't fully falsified them as being totally insufficient. Anyway, okay. Hmm. What was I talking about? This is perhaps not relevant to what I was talking about. So, the reason why I was even talking about homosexuality was because I do think that at least the psychological structure that I described does have, oh, that I was referring to with homosexuality, does have a relationship with borderline personality disorder. Because I do think that the kind of um, codependency which borderlines end up inculcating in their victims or in their hosts is something like a spiritual version of this inverse paradox that I've described as homosexuality with, because I think that that is also perhaps quintessentially what the kind of cerebral histrionic is. Just they've often found a way to compartmentalize this into some kind of cultural power or some kind of cultural component of collective stability or something like that. So they've got they actually I do think that many cerebral histrionics are almost quite cynical, because they are operating this inverse paradox, but they do so only within economic political concerns, not within their own sexual energy. They haven't universalized this issue. They have usually it's because I think cerebral histrionics cottoned onto this mechanism of reverse paradoxes in bad faith. They knew what they were looking at when they adopted it as a strategy. It's a kind of rhetorical sophistry. So I do think that cerebral histrionics, I mean, this is why also I find I usually, this is why I think that it's so hard to actually debate people, because usually you get these disgusting, stupid people that will all fawn when they hear someone say, um, ad hominem, you're using an ad hominem, so therefore whatever you're saying must be illegitimate. When you literally, you have to use ad hominem, because what you're dealing with is something that is overtly juvenile and overtly sort of addicted to its own bad faith. And the only way that it gets away with itself is just because no one's willing to point that out, or because because no one who would point that out would actually believe in it enough to actually stick to the point and drive the point home, as it were. Because usually just saying ad hominem is enough of a kind of authority invocation of an external authority to keep the game going. But anyway, what's my point? My point is that cerebral histrionics, I think, are doing this kind of inverse paradox, but it's also quite ironic, because I think that they've done it in they haven't done it in a universal way. Where they believe in universal naturalistic conditions. They do it in a way in which it's a kind of like a pretentious intellectual exercise, and their ability to be able to do this cerebrally is a feat. And they kind of have said, well, this is how status is and power and authority should be divvied out as to who can play this game, and who, because then we're all in the same paradox at least, and therefore we all have a kind of nominal parity within this cerebral container. So it is a way of sort of saying that everyone should have the same subconscious, and that their subconscious is all prone to the same intrinsic conditioning or something like that, that has the same kind of basic intrinsic um, format to it. So, it's itself, it's very paradoxical, I guess is all I can sort of say. So even their own, maybe because it is paradoxical, it is always prone to compartmentalization. And so you get, maybe I shouldn't make a distinction between this inverse paradox, which I've called homosexuality, and now which I've also labeled as cerebral histrionic. But maybe it's just that it's just more of a trope that I'm making this distinction, that it's the same mechanism, but it's a kind of clique, it's a kind of subculture that has different, so some people that have included sexual energy and their sexual drive into this worldview manifest as I mean, there also are many different species of homosexuality, but I would submit that it's roughly the same mechanism. It's just deployed in different ambits or in different, some people do it much more cerebrally and other people do it um, almost much more politically and sexually, where they associate it with a kind of sexual politics, and other people associate it with a kind of uh, very abstract and erudite, kind of fixation um, on on it being a kind of I was also thinking about ENTPs and why ENTPs seem incredibly naturally prone to this, but it might just be because their metatype itself might just be sort of naturally vulnerable to a kind of cultural, that because of this cultural phenomena that has existed and has been relatively successful at using authority, that kind of authority or the kind of mechanism that it uses just makes ENTPs, or in my view, I would call them metatype. I do believe ENTPs are metatype 17s. Um, yeah, I was going to make some shortcuts into understanding the, the thematic weaknesses of each metatype. I need to think about that. Anyway. Oh, okay, so I failed to talk about some of the solutions to some of the issues that I was bringing up. So there are there is no compromised solution to this problem, and there is a real solution to this problem. And I've kept on trying to talk about it, the rule of law, and actually having a real liberal democratic society, open democratic system and culture and politics, which, and I wish I would have elaborated this and weaved this into my discourse so that I could present all the components of it much more um, uh, systematically. But anyway, the one of the major components of this is that uh, you have to give people. It's not that these are safe things, but you have to give people the real problem to work through on an individual level, and you have to get people. In my view, the stable way of making a stable society is not to have these contests between warring factions of social expectations, but to actually get into the realm of individual justification of moral sentiments and moral philosophy, and let's say an open liberal discourse on, let's say, debating moral issues that I mean, I think the best example that I can give of this is that in order to bootstrap basic individual liberal autonomy within a culture, within a society, is what you do is you regiment this into the law itself, where you actually say, where you actually have people that basically have this kind of superficially oxymoronical position, which is actually resolved by attaining to the liberal democratic culture and engaging in that forthrightly and not trying to solve everything through the centralized power of the state. So, for example, what you do is you make abortion legal within certain parameters, within certain time periods, and you have people who defend that position because you need to bootstrap liberal autonomy and responsibility of the individual. That you can even, in a lot of people's views, and also in my view, you can perform a moral evil deed, but the law does not stop you from always doing what is morally evil. It stops you from doing what is unlawful, and the definition of what is unlawful is what can be sort of secularly justifiable, but that the realm of cultural values and responsibility does not get apportioned by the collective legal theory. It also operates as a free domain of people operating as free agents with freedom of association and their own moral judgment. And so, there's a clear scope for individual moral sentiments having real cultural impacts that go beyond law enforcement, that go beyond being able to call the state down on someone to impose your moral sentiments on somebody else, that you actually have to do that through culture. And so, actually discussing and knowing what other people's moral positions are on certain issues is part of their character, is part of their development, is part of their individual integrity. And this is not something that is just dispensed to you by the culture or by the society. It's not imprinted or ingrained into you. What is ingrained into you is actually an open question that has to be answered by the individual and has to be developed by the individual on an individual scale. And then you actually have a proper culture of the individual in which individuals are actually discerning the merit of or the standing and the integrity of their peers. And there is a system of scorn and there is a system of cultural sanction which goes beyond being prescribed by the state, or that doesn't have a political manifestation attached to it. So you actually have politics and culture being somewhat stably independent. So people aren't just trying to always find this one-size-fits-all solution to every problem in the human condition, that you're not trying to find a political solution to a cultural problem, and in some sense, this is the general problem is that we are infected at the moment with this totalitarian ideology, which is mainly making ground because of the moral autism which it has normalized, or you could also call it a kind of atomized, alienated sense of people's beliefs are all, there's a kind of moral relativism that all beliefs are all nominally interchangeable. Now, there is an element in an open liberal democracy where that is technically kind of an approximation of what is entailed within liberal democracy, but it has to, in some sense, you actually have to realize that that isn't the solution to the human condition. Is not your political system. You also have to have an independent culture past that. But people have just conflated these things because they want to create a world church, or they want to create a kind of political nominal identity of bestowed high status or something like that, and that everyone must be imprinted on the same universal um, standards in some kind of strange lowest common denominator thing, and then you get paradoxes that can only be resolved by creating a caste system or an out group or some kind of paranoia around the integrity of the boundaries of your political unit, which has this strange mythology because that's what happens when you have this untenable external locus of control or external source of values or moral consideration, which is not grounded in reasoning, that an individual can actually palpably contend in any kind of coherent, forthright way that's authentic in an individual psyche. It only makes sense as being a conglomerated representative of some mystical external nonsense. And then you get sort of the mythology of fascism and blood and soil, or some kind of inherited, kind of collective moral debt that you have to kind of seek vengeance in the name of, or whatever identity politics usually dresses itself up as. Anyway, but I think that identity politics is just the developed form of the same thing that culture has generally always had within it. To some degree, it's just a more virulent, concentrated form of stupid wickedness. But this operated in academia. This operated in um, lots of different subcultures. That all set themselves up as a kind of special clubhouse where they have this kind of they insulate themselves with some kind of pseudo-intellectualism that then gives them the scope to indulge in reductionism into a kind of narrative that has this kind of nebulous semantic way of interfacing with people's beliefs. And then you've got this kind of, you can play these paradoxical games or whatever within setting these ideological rules of how you conceptualize your worldview in terms of some kind of system, which essentially is gaming your own free will or agency into some reductive, nebulous nonsense. But anyway, which usually there's some excuse. There's, oh well, we have to contend with this condition. We have to be paranoid against this great threat, and so therefore that's our excuse that triggers our whole excuse for a whole worldview of essentially a kind of corrupt shortcuts in doing epistemology or whatever it is. You're always driven by some kind of hysteria, some kind of moral panic or emergency that you're tending to, and so that's your excuse. For finding yourself in some kind of perhaps undetected paradox of some kind. But anyway, so what I think that this is the natural solution to the problem, the modern problem that we face. The people have framed this problem as the problem of multiculturalism or the problem of many things. But in some sense, it's the problem of individual integrity, which then is sort of being projected onto collective structures of sociology or structures or systems of politics, which are themselves, ineptly structured so that they can support these paradoxes and facilitate people engaging in a kind of confabulated dramatization. Sorry. dramatization of their own confabulated, sort of belief and grounding in their belief, or framing of their worldview, or whatever. That helps them cope with their sort of already, kind of automatic ideological uh, I don't like this. I mean, I think that this is actually what I like this word. I know people. I think that this is the true essence of what it means to be reactionary. Um, to broaden that term into a psychological context, and people are reacting in a way in order to defend a system of incoherence. So I really just want the structure in society, the law, the politics, to have enough integrity in the form of a kind of actual, authentic form of accountability, so that a mirror can be imposed on people to look at themselves in the reflection thereof, so that they don't get away. I mean, it's quite disgusting. At the moment, Julius Malema is in court, and I just saw a clip of him on the stand being questioned by a lawyer from Afroforum, and just the amount of fundamental dishonesty, the amount of the you know you, it's so clownish, and quite intrinsically dishonest. You can just see how the ideological sort of circus act, which is being kind of embodied anyway. I mean, if it really gives you a sense of I mean, there's no other way of saying it, but that watching Julius Malema on, I mean, he literally does resemble in what I could only consider to be sort of the black reincarnation of Hitler. I mean, to me, it's very clear that it's that kind of. I mean, you can see like the same thing that would bring Hitler to grow a mustache in um, what's it called, homage to Charlie Chaplin, because it's the whole thing is a bit of a performance, but it's a performance that is being committed to as a means to an end, because the ideological narrative is such a canonical idolatry, is a system that should be installed as the brainiac that controls society, that should be the hive mind that everyone is forced to plug themselves into the narrative thereof. It really, in my view, is a demonic um, embrace of a kind of idolatry, which is it's such an intrinsic kind of bad faith in the belief of this cheap psychological gimmick that just kind of the how it just dehumanizes, how it normalizes this kind of intrinsic dehumanization, that this is what people should attain to serving, this kind of hollow and brittle performance. and seeing someone who really sees themselves as the um, what is it called in a circus, the ringmaster, seeing themselves as the master of ceremonies of the entire carnival. It's it really is like looking into the eyes of someone who has sold their soul to the devil, um, and is therefore there's no honesty, there's no subconscious authenticity. Um, they are completely mesmerized and transfixed by the serpent of the game that is being played. They are in full. They have given over into the representation of that, of some grand serpentine. And they think that what they're doing is so important because essentially they are bringing redemption to the collective. They are doing the reverse crucifixion. They are redeeming society in the name of the identity, in the name of the ideological narrative. It's all hypothetical. It's all this imagined goodness, which then displaces any kind of tangible pragmatism or authenticity, because it's all cerebral. Anyway, their domination of the game that they are playing will give them the ability to be able to sort of, by definition, make themselves not a liar by their own sort of capricious fiat. So, it really is the plan to keep on doubling down until it all belongs to you. So then you can sort of authenticate your own forged checks. Anyway, it's a kind of, it's, it really is a kind of gamble or Ponzi scheme that is saying that, well, everyone has to make it true so that then it won't be a Ponzi scheme because we will crush anyone who disagrees. That's the foundation of its claim, is that it's committed to totalitarianism. And then you just have to sort of take its ideological promises at face value as its justification, that its grand sympathy is the excuse of its own ideological necessity. So it has this kind of self-referencing tautological moral panic and emergency that it relies on. So it really is the self-referencing we are legion pack of demons, really. Um, anyway, but this is just an overt manifestation. I mean, a lot of things are manifestations of things that I think were always happening in culture. Now it's just sort of happening in a way that it's more tangible, and so it's more visible. Like what I was saying about the internet virtual prostitution stuff. That's was a kind of was a spiritual purpose. That was a way of conceiving of sexual energy that existed in the figments of some people's imagination, of some people's minds, but now it's actually an activity that can be engaged in. So, it actually exists in a place, in a time that can be experienced in a particular context, viscerally, as it were, or participated in directly. Which again, I mean, I'm not entirely against. I do think that. I mean, I don't. Uh, I don't wish to deprive people of the purgatory that they have summoned for themselves. But I do think that there are levels of self-imposed uh, self-abuse which are exactly and essentially the reflection of someone's integrity. I, Now, I mean, I'm not trying to make some kind of fatalistic claim that people always get what they deserve. That's not what I'm saying. Um, and you can always sort of reframe these things as well. You know, you can't generalize these things too much. You can't say, well, everyone engaging in this activity is all in the same boat. I mean, maybe someone engaged in that is just doing it for the first time and they're just discovering it, or they're just exploring it and they're just seeing what it's about. And then, they're just adding another experience to the things that they have witnessed and tried out or explored, and it adds to their general view of understanding. I mean, usually, in some sense, the thing that is really being judged and fundamentally in terms of one's integrity is sort of the appetite that one has with being. Are you just looking for some compromised? Sadly, these things are almost, I think they're decided very young in people's minds. When they're conceiving of their general strategy for fulfilling a particular goal in terms of a general purpose for themselves, and how much of that general purpose is, let's say, self-concerned with something like integrity, and how much of it is just kind of uh, complicit with something of the kind of going along to get along. And maybe there's a kind of purpose that is that has itself been recaptured and has been wrought into a device or a secondary purpose, which then has been further refined or modulated into something else, and you end up, in a bit of a almost like a sine wave, or a kind of pattern of slight oscillation between sort of two poles of two strategies of roughly approximating towards the same purpose by a kind of dual two-pronged approach that you're oscillating between. And those kinds of agglomerated approaches will generally find themselves manifesting into something that is quite antithetical to integrity, because anything that is going to be particular enough, that cares about integrity and justification and clarity, is going to already undermine that kind of internal inconsistency or vacillation. So, people that have already sort of acclimatized themselves to an internal uh, variance or fragmentation, are often, looking for justifications or defenses to bolster those already quite integrity depleted or um, motivational auspices. So, in terms of their core motivating structure, in terms of how they see themselves actualizing whatever general purpose they generally contend in relation to how they believe themselves to be acting in the world or producing their own character. Like self. I mean, you could summarize this into, how amenable is their belief set into introspection or into self consideration of iterating a new alternative or ulterior structure. So you need sort of something that is capable of self-reflection, essentially, and not overt kind of defensiveness or preemptive defensiveness, that avoids having to restructure. And obviously the process of restructuring, or at least trying out different workbenching ulterior subconscious structures, is a I was about to say slightly incorrectly that it gets harder and harder the older you get, but perhaps it's maybe not. Perhaps it's the opposite. Actually, maybe it's a lot harder to do when you're quite young, because usually when you're young, it depends on your environment, I guess. If you're dealing with lots of toxicity in your environment, if you're dealing with parents that have these weird ideas about moral authority, and they don't justify their authority in terms of understanding and reason, and give you a kind of key to unlocking those kinds of toxic forms of entrapment into games and systems that you have to constantly sort of guard your own integrity against, or not acclimate into your own belief system and structure, just in order to kind of play their own toxic game, in order to not be affected so much in terms of being exposed to a continual attrition of a kind of corrosive um, agitation um, against one's own integrity, or trying to conserve one's own integrity. But anyway, that your peers, or your who are usually also quite young. Oh, it's interesting. I didn't have a problem with my peers when I was very young, but what should I say? So it is interesting. I do think that, sort of at the age of two, even 2 to 3, is, a very, well, probably 2 to 5, a lot of the heavy lifting is done in terms of basic psychological, moral structures and efficaciousness in terms of one's own subconscious. I would even submit that IQ, to a large extent, is probably bounded from that kind of foundational structure. But anyway, although to a lesser or a greater extent, because there are, it's interesting. I think there are bands of IQ which are very different from other bands. And I mean, perhaps, I guess, this is going to sound strange to people, perhaps, but I don't think my IQ can be measured. I guess it can be within some. Uh, anyone can do a test, and you can get a result that the test is sensitive to deriving and rendering. But well, people do know this, that with incredibly high IQ, you can't actually test it with a standardized test. And if you don't use a standardized test, then it's problematic, because then it's up to people's opinion or something like that. And so the IQ interview turns a into a kind of thesis, uh, in which, but also, it's so subjective to a large degree, because in some sense intelligence it has to be philosophically grounded at some point, and so you have to sort of define the basic uh, thing itself, and then you have, just to make one thematic point about this, a test by definition is looking for criteria that has already been established as being significant in terms of the thing that is being tested. So it's bound to history, it's bound to the past. And if let's just say a, an okay definition of intelligence would be the capacity to solve problems. So if you're going to define intelligence roughly as the capacity to solve problems, and your whole testing criteria is based on problems that have historically been solved by intelligence, you've got a whole system and apparatus which is based on problems that have already, in some collective sense, already been solved. So you're basically saying, how much of the problems that have already been solved have you uh, emulated the tendencies and proclivities and behaviors of those who have fulfilled what is now effectively redundant in terms of problem solving. Anyway, that's my way to basically say that IQ itself, as a concept that is attached to a system of measurement, is it doesn't live up to the word itself, intelligence. It just kind of the actual way of um, it's a sort of, it's a non, it's weird that, sort of the process of IQ testing is ultimately antithetical to the thing that it is supposedly measuring. It's somewhat ironic to some degree, and to the point at which you can say that, well, it's a decent approximate at being able to gauge or measure the thing that it is ostensibly sensitive to measuring. Uh, it's ultimately redundant. So, I mean, anyway, I could make the argument that people that actually, should have the highest IQ um, are just going to feature obscurely in relation to its criteria, or at least in terms of its standardized criteria. But I mean, there are some things that get around this slightly, which is that spatial reasoning is the rarest form of intelligence. It's actually, it baffles me at just how bad most people are at spatial reasoning. I mean, an example of spatial reasoning is basically what I mean, this is not the only form of spatial reasoning, but basically what aircraft controllers do in terms of having to monitor, different things that are moving in the same field at different speeds or at different heights with different specifications, and having to manage these things or control them so that they don't sort of crash into one another. So that's kind of like an example of spatial reasoning. I'm not trying to say that I would be particularly good at having many, many, many aircraft on the same field. I think, in some sense, there is a bandwidth issue, because I do think that you can condition your mind into tracking a large array of units within such a field, but then you're going to, I mean, probably within aircraft controlling, it's probably not that hard to do, because these planes are always moving in straight lines. But let's just say if you had a mind to track the most objects that you possibly could track within the same plane or within the same model, but you had a mind that could take sort of complex movements of each object, three-dimensional movements of each, sort of things that involved, almost that each object had an algorithm, that it wasn't just moving in a straight line, that it all had, they each had their own peculiar algorithm, then obviously you would be able to, your bandwidth would be taken up by complexity, and you would be able to, uh, perhaps you would be conditioned not to take that many objects. Um, so yeah, I mean, I think that there can be an IQ. Anyway, I'm just basically playing devil's advocate slightly. That there is almost like a kind of, there is a kind of brute force rationality, perhaps, which can be measured. But I think that that's not really intelligence, although it is certainly a necessary supporting component of being able to make intelligent uh, decision making, methodological uh, derivations. but anyway, I mean, this probably is why, for example, I'm not so good at making recordings, because I talk laboriously, and it's often, I imagine, it's hard for people to follow the thread of what I'm saying, because I seem to be jumping around, and I also go into kind of detail, and then sometimes the context is also not pristinely uh, presented on, because I'm trying to follow a thread which is kind of on a, in my view, on a kind of, I'm trying to traverse a board of multiple moving complex features, until I can get things to come into enough of a proximity and alignment with one another that I can sort of capture them all in a way in which that I can render the a useful observation on the meaning of the understanding, or, and by understanding I mean what the actual interconnected um, aspects are between the component parts. But I mean, I guess, this could also be said as I'm just trying to create a useful vocabulary of beliefs by plumbing the depths of deep esoteric complex matters. Anyway, I do often think of that what I'm doing is essentially that I've got this very complicated model in my mind, and I'm just literally trying to render a complete picture frame of what's going on. And it often takes me a long time to render it, and then I realize, okay, well, now I need to create a different hypothetical um, system of related issues that need to be understood in conjunction with each other. And then I render a new, slightly iterated or updated model anyway. Anyway, I do think that is what the inferior function in the ego is there to do, essentially. That as the reservoir of free theta, as the Scientologists, I think that is the seat of consciousness where the free theta operates. It is the only free hand in the false ego complex. So yeah, I mean, I think also coordinating beliefs around that pivot of the ego's inferior function also gives you, I think that is the psychological address of integrity, and that also hones you towards eventually being able to perform the crucifixion in terms of the ego. And getting all the other sides of the mind in alignment with the ego's inferior function, so that you do have essentially an integrated, holistic uh, sense of self that then can actually perform the resolution with the superego dominant function. I wonder if a better way of thinking about it is that then the subconscious actually does become, if you do almost end up operating from the superego, and the subconscious is just a kind of plotting device that keeps you, just that you can sort of keep eyes on yourself, that is just a kind of why did I start this recording? I started this recording because I wanted to generally make points about how society and integrity is just kind of not, it's not a, it's been culturally suppressed, but how it's been culturally suppressed is that we've removed the healthy contestation for correct beliefs, as it were, or for, sort of the cultural hegemon is no longer operating within the bounds of an open, liberal, democratic society. It's operating within, the project of identity politics. Which is basically antithetical to basic individual integrity. And also promotes, all these other forms of autism and breaking down people's boundaries. And forcing them to play sort of narcissistic ideological narrative games and projecting things onto people and projecting that other people's subconsciouses should automatically acquiesce instead of actually having authentic contestation and participation. And let's say genuine interlocutorship is replaced by a kind of ideological pyramid scheme of demanding things on behalf of representation and forcing everyone therefore to play the same game of identity representation. And so, you've kind of got this normalization of identity politics that is stopping the development of subconscious boundaries and independence. Anyway, but And I do think that sort of religion, monotheistic Christian religion, as an example, but I do think perhaps even especially Christianity had a kind of antidote to this, that many Christian precepts bootstrapped a basic respect for integrity and responsibility housed in the individual and stopped people from this kind of ideological game playing. Bootstrapping these things in the subconscious relative to the cultural convention. It was a kind of cultural convention that was left the door open to a kind of liberal, open, democratic society uh, for people to contest moral philosophy as individuals and have to do that as individuals. Although now we've got this kind of metastasized identity politics, which is weirdly parasitically dependent on liberal freedom to then troll liberal open society by saying that no one is allowed to contest for the cultural hegemon, while they basically steal the cultural hegemon with semantic game playing. So, it's this very bold-faced gamble to sort of steal the culture, or by also enforcing in a kind of totalitarian way, enforcing a kind of moral autism on anyone, that no one is allowed to judge. That's the thing that they teach you, is this non-judgmental relativism, while they make everyone be judged by their identity, by their group factionalism, as a kind of brute fact of the world, as a kind of narrative, which would have been supplanted by, let's say, the Christian understanding of individual responsibility and moral accountability, gets displaced. And all of those things were also kind of canonically kept by a belief in God, which, in my view, the belief in God is really a very simple belief. It's not a complicated belief. The belief in God actually means something more in the psychological context. The belief in God, in my view, when translated into psychology, is the belief in the necessity of having a justified understanding. It is the understanding in the character, the necessity of the authority of the character of truth. So, if look, I mean, this is a simpler way of understanding it. Is this doesn't explain enough of it, but in one sentence, you have to understand that God is character. That it only makes sense psychologically to understand that the spirit of truth has to be emulated in your character. That you have to serve God in spirit and in truth, because God is a spirit. And so what that means is that God is character, and that is in a character that you have to attain to. Being like that character, being in the likeness of that character, is something that you have to attain to. So you have to have a justified understanding of these things, which is something that you don't start off with, but the understanding that you need that, and the hope that that is attainable, is, in my view, composite in this general sentence that I've just generated, that God is character, the belief in the spirit of truth, as opposed to a kind of nominal God of the world, which, by the way, the phrase the God of the world is another name that is actually belongs to the devil, or the spirit of man, is the God of the world. It's not the same thing as the God of heaven and of the earth, which is, again, the spirit of truth, and, in my view, understood better by God as character, or in terms of how it needs to be psychologically approached, as it were, in terms of development. So anyway, so when you understand that God is character, it's a more simple belief that then puts you on the road to needing a justified understanding even while you don't have one. So then you can actually endure that journey, or that pursuit of that seeking integrity, because you seek integrity because God is character. Anyway, this is obviously, this is a personal thing, and this sort of only operates when culture very clearly has an individual capacity for the articulation of individuals, or the expression of individuals, that actually is meaningful, that isn't just a kind of nominal relativism that people can semantically construct things to try to confound each other, and that everyone's confounding expressions are just as equal and as anybody else's. That's a kind of childish lowest common denominator thing, which is sort of the kind of nihilism and cynicism which fuels things like identity politics, I would say, or that it's intrinsically married to, and it kind of has to. The only way that it can escape this nihilism is that if it makes the cost of the nihilism be borne by somebody else, and be used to punish somebody else, so that you can actually feel that you're. I don't know what the word actually is. There's a word that means that you kind of. I mean, anyway, it's a scapegoating sort of thing, but you are vicariously exonerating yourself. You're creating a kind of drama in which your adversary is the pain of your enemy is the vindication of your goodness. So you're kind of transmuting conflict into a value, because you can't ground your own values, because you don't have an internal locus of control. You can only prove that your way of doing things is better by trying to manufacture a pleasing contrast, which is also why I really don't like people who quite strangely use this, well, you'll know, the tree is good by, you'll know if the tree is good by its fruit, is something that, the kind of people that bandy that kind of phrase around are people that, because I mean, with just a little bit of rationalization, that can take you anywhere. I mean, it really can. That can take you down the totalitarian thing, because you can just keep on doubling down into saying, well, you'll control for it. You'll keep on controlling things, and everybody else will do so much worse. So, because they'll be on the negative side of being punished by, so like you'll do so much better than everybody else that that therefore you are the fruitful one, because everybody else by contradistinction has been destroyed by your program of control. And at some point, judgment is indistinguishable from control. The thing that makes a difference is, well, is it coherent? Is it self-coherent? Let's actually hear what the beliefs actually are. But when people start using beliefs as nominal, and they just say, okay, well, just tell me what the fruit is, and that's how I'll judge you. They want the demonstration. They want to demonstrate it to them because they don't have discerning and they don't wish to develop discerning. But, in some sense, this is the problem, I guess. In some sense, you see, you can't convince anyone or everyone. You have to leave people to their own tautological self-constructed purgatory. So at the end of the day, you can't help someone who isn't looking for an answer or a solution. If they already know the answer, then they're not looking for the answer. Their eyes aren't open to iron sharpening iron, to a lot of the things you can just say, well, it can get slightly absurd to prove that you're being humble when you think that you know the answer or something like that. I'm not saying that it's bad not to know the answer, but there is something about being vulnerable and authentic with your own worldview on your sleeve, as it were, and saying, okay, well, this is the best that I've come up with. Have you found a better way of constructing a way of operating? Have you found a different construction of self-coherence? I'm all ears if you have found a better way of constructing self-coherence. But, and then when you find that other people, well, they just have a rotten cosmological narrative where it's grounded in an external locus of control, and then they're just sort of starting in the middle of nowhere or doing some kind of nonsense narrative witchcraft. At the end of the day, it's all under some kind of unwillingness to have a properly grounded epistemic responsibilism or epistemic agency. They want to sort of turn the agent, the individual, into just a kind of some form of representation of some kind of collective value, which is a nonsensical thing. Anyway, in some sense, someone who agrees with me, I think, doesn't have to say the things how I say them, but I think that I'm capable of being aware of what they actually believe, if they believe the same things as me, their style of belief, which then I think does give you a capacity for quickening and growth and humility, and because there is this basic capacity of self-reflection, which is, in my view, it's worn on your sleeve. It is accessible in communication. It's not covered up. But yeah, when people are quite brittle about ordering their canonical values, and their canonical values, how they are ordered or prioritized, are basically that way because of a narrative, because of an external locus of control, and they don't take responsibility for the ordering of those priorities. I mean, and they want to try to get me to dignify their slavery to the world that they can only excuse, or slave morality. But I mean, it's always around an idolatry, and you can even make an idolatry out of and call it God. It doesn't. That's what a lot of these people have done, essentially. But anyway, they can call it anything. They can call it rationality. Anyway, this is me talking too much, I guess. I'm getting into specifics. I was wanting to just talk about how these kinds of issues are perennial kinds of issues, which will also have to be relearnt in every generation. The idea is to create a vital enough scaffolding in which psychology can actually develop healthily, if I can put it like that, in a way in which a secular frame of reference can actually conserve that structure and abide by it as well, so that you don't have to have this, let's say, political war between believers and non-believers. You can just have the appropriate kind of spiritual war, which happens within the context of a peaceful secular structure. But the spiritual war is not a war that is going to ever end. Yes, the spiritual war can get better, as it were. It can get quicker at transmuting, let's say, the sinful nature into the golden understanding. But this is something that each individual has to sort of go through, and it's never going to happen if you try to create a kind of cookie cutter, lowest common denominator, one size fits all political, sociological church or something like that, that's going to solve the problem of the human condition. Which is itself a product of this lack of integrity and immaturity, and just more corruption trying to disguise itself in a cultural disguise of homogenized corruption already. Anyway. Okay, I think I've pretty much covered the main theses that I wanted to express, but I'm just going to try to give a rough overarching summary and add some small points. So, I think a lot of what I'm arguing for is a kind of a return to a form of culture which we basically had in the 90s, but in order to do that, in order to sort of displace the current toxic totalitarian cultural hegemon of this, sort of self-referencing, kind of totalitarian form of cultural orthodoxy and dogma or whatever around identity politics, is that, you have to be quite consciously explicit about what you are returning to, and with some grounding or you need to defend your framing. You need to find a way to what's the word? Vindicate your your context in contradistinction to how you're going to be uh, decontextualized. And that has some problem, because that requires you to have some kind of diagnosis as to what fundamentally the contradistinction is in the differing worldviews in the clash. And that's not easy, but I do think it is somewhat necessary to get us back to normal, as it were. But to summarize what needs to change within the culture is that we basically need to bring back cultural assassination into the culture. Sorry, I hope I said that. We need to bring back character assassination. Needs to be, and if I can try to broaden this idea, is that this is what makes culture independent of politics, and what makes you not live in a totalitarian society, is that there is actually a place in the secular nominal structure of things where character assassination is not permissible in some sense. When you're in a court of law, ordinarily speaking, you cannot lead evidence that goes towards undermining the character of individuals except under certain kinds of conditions or circumstances. So, but in terms of people's cultural freedom of association and how they navigate their own personal lives, uh, I think people should have views and should have their views challenged in a kind of open contestation in the culture, as it were, about what integrity entails. And we should not give way to this kind of morality-autism and relativism that anyone's beliefs are as good as anybody else's beliefs, which is it's an untenable nihilism to try to operate from that kind of nonsensical, self-destructive, self-disintegrating moral dogma, because it violates or invalidates morality itself in some sense. It undermines it. It's sort of it's an example of ostensible values devaluing themselves. Sorry, I'm trying to channel the Nietzschean quote, but I do think it's not quite the same thing as in terms of, they're not actually the highest values, but they are regarded by the people who use them in their tautological, self-referencing narrative. They don't really have a proper value system or an understanding of values. So they'd have a narrative that supposedly has highest values, and then those highest values fundamentally undermine themselves, or they're self-inconsistent. So, they're kind of ostensible highest values. They're not really the highest values devaluing themselves. They are just a kind of, they're fundamentally confused to begin with. Or they're stuck in, I guess, when you're talking about highest values devaluing themselves, it's a kind of, that's an example. I mean, that is a paradox. So that also dovetails with what I was saying before about, types of paradoxes. Anyway, because in some sense, the biggest structural problem of any open liberal democratic society is how it deals with the liberal intolerance paradox. And, if a structure does not take this issue seriously and does not solve the intolerance paradox, then you are creating a confounding engine. You are creating a vehicle to be taken over by some totalitarian narrative or some, disgusting racialistic identity, obsessed idolatry, and whatever game is going to be played using social conventions that, which end up sort of being bound up in their own self-insulating, as one hand washes the other hand in terms of how the ideology protects itself from its own inconsistency and doubles down on itself instead of actually ever precipitating any kind of intellectual humility or honesty. You just kind of keep on doubling down into the idea that you can just control things and control the outcomes in a way that the ends will be justified. The ends will justify the means of this escalating control and escalating totalitarianism, which are also fundamentally illiberal. So that's sort of what happens. Now there are ways in which you get somewhat semi-stable, toxic things that are like hypogamous expectations or social conventions. And I've tried to sort of explore that and tried to say, these things are dangerous because they don't end up exhausting themselves, or it takes multiple generations for them to manifest their internal contradictions. Or they have ways of, let's say, redirecting the internal pressure that is caused by the compartmentalized dysfunction, so that it ends up sort of just kind of routing the internal pressure into other paradoxes, which are just kind of are dispersed well enough or geographically dislocated well enough into the system that no one can sort of connect the dots together, and they just think, okay, well, this is a decent solution to the human condition. And you end up sort of finding a way to disguise accountability or to confound the basic notion of accountability as something that is collectively being um, uh, suppressed or seemingly outwitted. That there's a pseudo evil intelligence that is sort of collectively being managed by a kind of collective dramatized confabulation. Um, anyway, I don't want to get into describing different sort of permutations of how that might manifest, but so I think a good way of generally conceiving of each, this is a somewhat a different point entirely, a different way of conceiving of each metatype in terms of their propensity for self-deception is that, or also their general, let's say, meta-ethical atmosphere or aura of psychopathology or something like that. Although I guess, there are ways in which people can avoid, there are ways in which that if you just comport yourself in a certain style, even if you might have incorrect motivations, you can at least kind of be regulated by some culture of transparency or some rigor of having to be accountable in such a way that allows you to kind of put a check on your own internal iniquity, as it were, as you develop your own, hopefully towards some kind of salvation or integration of that fundamental iniquity. But anyway, I just think a good way of describing people's general iniquities, generally speaking, is their subconscious child function combined with their unconscious dominant function. I think that if you just take those two dimensions of psychological reality, and you'll see that thematically that is the overarching kind of medium uh, of their drama. Now, I don't sort of, I think that, people have to learn their own game at the same time also of learning other people's games. Usually you're going to be more sensitive to other people's games rather than the game that you yourself are playing. But you have to kind of solve this as a kind of simultaneous equation. You have to generate solutions for these issues simultaneously, because otherwise you might redistribute your own inequity into an environmental problem and vice versa. And so you have to kind of be able to differentiate between, let's say, your inequity and what other people are putting onto your plate, as it were, onto your sort of metaphysical plate. And your plate is always going to be somewhat mixed or somewhat in the process of because you can't sort of divorce yourself from exactly a context. You have to rise above it. You have to transcend it, as it were, which only comes from really properly understanding it. But as I said, you have to understand these things simultaneously, which is like very problematic, which is why I often give these kinds of developmental models in which I say that you have to kind of have a hopeful belief set that hopes for integrity, but then is and never surrenders its accountability for the beliefs that it contends in the world, as it were, but that it does allow itself to perhaps suspend its own active responsibility so that it will return to that active responsibility later and reconcile, so that it can try to understand the games that other people play in contradistinction to one's own game. So not pretending that you don't have a lack of integrity that needs to be solved, but at least putting that on the back burner enough so that you can sort of gain some general scope about the general kinds of dishonesty that exist, so that then you can incorporate that into self-reflection later on, essentially. And the thing that is processing all of this is the ego. And so you want the ego, in some sense, at some point to have a slightly blind eye on your own beliefs, on your own subconscious, or at least reducing your own beliefs in your own subconscious into a condensed universal ethic, or a kind of a law, into a kind of general set of rules and containers. So you leave your subconscious behind and you try to generate a kind of a moral account system that uh, is universal. So, I mean, you could say that essentially that you let the project of integrity, you put the project of integrity on the back burner and you pick up the project of justice and trying to understand justice, so that you can later infuse that back into the project of integrity. Although, and you can see, I think that this is present in the technology of the crucifixion, that there is this, for you to properly understand justice, at some point you just kind of have to accept the burden of the sins of the world on your own shoulders. But you don't do this in a way in which you are displacing other people's um, moral accountability. But you are propositionally uh, receiving that burden. And this must be under, I mean, because this is actually slightly oxymoronical, or no, it's not oxymoronical, but it is complicated. Because basically, although you receive punishment, as it were, for the sins of the world, you take that on in terms of your own egoic conscience. The world does not receive that transfer that you have accepted from it. So you do hold your understanding out to be the only begotten Son. That there is one understanding that must be able to burden the sins, any sin, and must be able to recover any sin, and be able to resurrect from any sin. And it is, sort of the panacea and the solution. But that solution is not received by the world. It's only received by those who have that understanding. So, the world does not end up being redeemed. The world cannot receive it. But that doesn't stop the actual substance of the crucifixion. And in some sense, this is philosophically connected to the solution of substance dualism. This is almost like the reverse. This psychological program or project is essentially how substance dualism gets performed or validated, or how it legitimately comes into effect. And what you end up with is with one truth, which is an understanding, and many people can embody that understanding, the same understanding, and it's the light of that truth, the reason of that spirit of truth, is then also how essentially God, you could say God speaks through faith, but faith is very deeply connected with being grounded in I say the salience of reason that is brought into view, that is illuminated within your consciousness. But there are other forms of. It's not as if we're just vessels to listen to messages that carry the uh, I mean, I would like to think that in some sense, getting a message from God in this way is, I don't want to say things that don't hold true, that haven't held true in the past, because to reach this into the past would be, into other contexts, would be anachronistic. But essentially, generally speaking, there's a fundamentally pedagogical element to uh, a message that carries the authority of the Spirit of Truth. But there are other ways of just articulating expressions in accord with that spirit and within a process that spirit is um, perhaps collaboratively being enjoined in within a kind of communion. Anyway, so this is getting very esoteric, but that it's not always useful to get messages from the Father. It's perhaps more useful to just embody behavior in relation to the Holy Ghost and with a proper understanding of the Holy Ghost and being properly uh, keeping within the bounds of the Holy Ghost is that you would really prefer to redistribute the impact of a message that would come from the Spirit of Truth into the culture, the spiritual culture. In Revelation, this is specifically referred to as the tent of God, being with his people. Anyway, I don't want to get into these weird scriptural sort of religious topics, but the point is that substance dualism is essentially resolved simultaneously with properly grappling with the problem of free will and agency. Um, and the way that you basically have to believe in immaterial identity, but that essentially there is only one true immaterial identity, the only begotten Son, which is an understanding. And then you do get other kinds of complexities in this, because well, how do we all have the same mind, we all have the same understanding, but we all have different souls or different individual perspectives and individual subconsciouses. And within my psychology, essentially it's the only begotten Son is the ego, and we can all have essentially the same style of ego uh, that ends up having the same quality, but it's related to a different belief set, perhaps a different context within the roles within a game that is being played, although we all have the ability to egoically, prepositionally transcend that game and, let's say, troubleshoot it or renegotiate it or meta-ethically um, reprocess it or choose to do things about it. And so I do really think that, something like the truth and integration in religion is all about something like the colonization of the ego and cleansing the ego, but also sort of preparing the ego to do certain things. But I mean, and having capacities within the ego. But and you could also call it like an egoic culture, as it were, which means it's very personal in nature. It's very psychological and individually located and based. And yeah, I mean, it also does infer certain things about how the subconscious should be developed or grown or matured or something like that. But so I'm just trying to think of what the point of what I'm trying to, how to, okay, if I can summarize this into any useful thing. I mean, anyway, I've been thinking a lot about Islam, but I don't want to bring that up. Because that's a really whole big kettle of fish of but anyway, when I was saying in the last recording about how you can have sort of a split between two purposes, two general purposes, which are sort of incepted or contained within your subconscious motivational section, and then you can kind of oscillate or vacillate between those two purposes, and between that kind of general approximation, you can self-deceive yourself quite well. And I do think that sort of the corruption of Islamic society, which in my view was unavoidable once the caliph was drawn into a kind of internal, I mean, I mean, you can almost, the real problem of Islam are the scholars. Like, when would the scholars ever agree on anything? And if you look at the criteria that would make them agree on something, you just see how far away they are from reason. They are, the thing that would make all the scholars come together is if they were forced to do so by just general cultural acceptance. They will just follow what the majority already believe or something like that, or they will conform their rationalization into whatever the majority already believe. It's sort of, the whole thing doesn't work without a caliph that is actually a godly person. And the kind of, let's say, the general container of Islam, I think, is something like a necessity, in that you need to have a secular enforcement of structure, which is kind of like a scaffolding. For the subconscious. Anyway, but sort of even within that general project, there are kind of structural problems, uh, because that kind of insulation, which is supposedly provided by Islam, is then made problematic later on, because the cost of how they impose certain structures obscure actual spiritual advancement or development later on. In sort of its very, uh, it expressly denounces the existence of the gift of prophecy. And so the seal of the prophets, and unless they can be more delicately defined as saying there's going to be no more great messengers from God, but when you actually say that no, there is no such thing as the gift of prophecy, it's not spiritually active in the world, that means that you force people from having an internal locus of control. You force people from developing an understanding into fighting over a dogma, and their subconscious will always be essentially having to compromise with some kind of game that they can never, some kind of dogma, some kind of cultural conventions and expectations, which they're not even allowed to understand, and justice itself gets turned into a conceptual mess that is completely intangible to reason, which is explicitly what has happened within Islam. And I do think that this could have been cured if you did have a caliph that was part of evolving the legal structure, that was leading the metaphorical extrapolation in a way that was intuitive, and that actually, because in that intuition you would have a kind of spiritual message that would be itself a kind of edifying pedagogy that would allow people to actually be in a culture that had a kind of spiritual component and not just one of rationalization and narrative mythology of power, and where God itself is turned into I know, but in some sense I do think that these defects have manifested in very tangible ways in which the civil war, the split within Islam, and essentially how the caliphate is lost or in a kind of irresolute, it's disputed, and that disputation can't just sort of be cleared up easily, and it's not easily solvable or salvageable. And I do think that that has kind of placed Islam in a kind of arrested development, or a kind of stagnancy, um, which I think is, on some level, it's undeniable, and it's only sort of proximately resolved by believing in the other great project of world domination. Essentially, is the only thing that kind of fixes that, which is just another narrative. So you can see how these sort of narratives are depending on each other for a collateral support, and it's the same sort of bag of snakes. It's the same set of mystical forest stuff. But and I do sometimes wonder if the original project had kind of two minds about it. Because the one thing of sort of creating a stable secular structure to be a good spiritual scaffolding, then became a project of collective redemption. and it should never have become a project of societal redemption or collective redemption. That makes it, very anti-spiritual in my view. That makes it quite palpably wicked, because it really is trying to create a world church or a cultural church or something like that, which is divorced of understanding. It's just about compliance and behavior. And in my view, that essentially stops making it a religion. It makes it more a political tool. It's just a way to instrumentalize human belief in a way which is so it really makes me wonder, where did the corruption come in? Or, how was it historically poisoned? But, the actual original structure of the entire thing, I can see that as a valid project. But it's unworkable without a caliph. And it needs more than a caliph. It needs a caliph that is actually uh, spiritually connected with God. And because it's not, you can't rationally extrapolate the law. You have to do it intuitively, essentially. And metaphorical extrapolation is not the same thing as intuition. There's an element of faith which is required, and there's a deep level of understanding which is required. So I think, in some sense, the inability of Islam to have a solitary, stable, valid, legitimate caliph is a is already a concession of the entire project. Uh, but that it went off the track. It's been off the track for a long time. It hasn't just happened recently. But the general project is somewhat is something that is needed. But I argue that it has to be sort of more sophisticated. But sort of creating a religion for people that expressly forbids them from involving themselves with the gift of prophecy, and therefore divorces them from an actual understanding, is a strange form of anti-religion. In my view, it is such a strange form of anti-religion, but that I could see that the project of Islam is designed to eventually, if it did take over the world, and if it did, under proper leadership and management, have to compartmentalize its own legal system into creating a hybrid legal system, that in such a hybridized legal system, in learning how to compromise and create a particular hybrid system, you would have created the kind of condition that would actually create, if Christians were involved in that kind of culture, uh, or let's say a proper understanding of monotheism or whatever on a deep spiritual level, in such a hybridized system, you would get the best of both worlds, as it were, and Islam would eventually evolve into just a kind of stable, hybridized secular structure of rule. And there would be a natural, peaceful, perhaps, transmission of proper spiritual understanding. But there are also so many elements within Islam that are anyone who, or the restrictions on non-Muslims, are not allowed to try to convert Muslims. The penalty for such is death. So it really does, you have to have a hybridized legal system, and that has to somewhat be endorsed by a caliph for it even to be acceptable for people to operate in that new hybridized system. And how you would have to, let's say, rationalize that hybridized system, or how you would have to understand, Islam would have to understand itself in terms of working out what the new modus operandi would be, and understanding the hybridized system would force a kind of maturation and development as well into a kind of more spiritually serious belief system, rather than just being regarded as good based on conformity with behavior. It becomes more psychological, as it were. But this is hard to talk about, because I can only talk about a hypothetical Islam that never got to develop, because it was used merely as a tool of control, and the faithfulness of the caliph, which needed to be an integral part of the structure, was immediately bogged down in a civil war, a brutal civil war, in which it seems that the project, as far as I can see, has a kind of record of historical failure. But the record of historical failure can also be a useful record if understood and exhumed, as it were, and reprocessed to understand these things. But this is too much of what I said is just unacceptable to any Islamic scholar, because the dogma is too strong, generally speaking. I mean, I would have, in some countries, for what I've said in this recording, you could kill me multiple times. Just as even if some scholars might respect or have some sympathy with what I say, or think that there's something to it that's perhaps worth investigating, you cannot do scholarship in public. You cannot do Islamic scholarship in the open. It's completely forbidden, because you cannot show people that there is a crack in the mosque of the unitary narrative. So addicted it is to this kind of control. But the problem is that when you don't have a functioning caliph that is actually providing let's say the component of faith into the social structure, I don't think even the social structure operates as it should. As I've tried to say, that the kind of secular structure that I see necessary is that there's a place in which character assassination is not allowed. You're not allowed to do character assassination in a court of law in ordinary circumstances. But I think that you should be able to do that on an individual cultural investigation of what is virtue and what is good and what is integrity. People need to be able to have those views and the latitude to express them. Anyway, so I'm talking about this issue using Islam as a bit of a stepping stone, but But we need to have a kind of vibrant contestation for the cultural hegemony again, where people are using reason and argument and actually, because that's how these things get exorcised by putting them out in the open, and then we can all witness which ideas are better than, which ideas fall down and which ideas are, so that we can actually incline ourselves towards some kind of moral development of contending a justifiable moral position in an understanding. And since this has all been replaced by kind of totalitarian identity narratives, and dehumanizing reductionisms that facilitate and disguise overt corruption and a kind of moral corruption as well, while at the same time undermining the liberal order. I guess some people can say that the liberal order that I'm talking about sort of only was cultivated within the auspices of a kind of Christian ethos. And it was perhaps even haphazardly historically derived from not like a coherent or a perfectly pristine Christian ethos, but from a ragtag historical set of accidents and conflagration and conflict that led into this kind of internal compromise. The split in Catholicism and Protestantism. But I do think that we are suffering from the fact that no one properly structured these things in a secular way. They still depended on the cultural ethos, which was sort of hidden within the democratic hidden within using democracy and using the system or structure of democracy as the backbone, that that these kinds of cultural services will always be dependable, or something like that. That the general ethos, the moral ethos of the people, will be the homogenized backbone of the structure. Which is why, well, certainly in terms of immigration, it's certainly worth caring about cultural assimilation, because otherwise you do get degradation or disintegration. Now, what I think is a better way of conceiving of these things, a more precise way of conceiving of these things, is that these Protestant Christians that developed these democratic structures, they never bothered to actually independently get them coherent enough and stable enough in a secular context. They never actually existed in a properly independent. There was never a full separation of church and state that was actually. It was done in name only, but it was kind of culturally, it was seen that Christianity was completely dependent. Was depended on. The system was completely dependent on a Christian culture to some degree. Now, this opens the door to juvenile and stupid arguments about theocracy, perhaps, or something like that. I think it's very unsavory, because this is why I say about Japan that it's good that people that don't want to have English speakers or foreigners be clients or customers of their restaurants, that they keep them out. Because to force people to be tolerant, culturally tolerant of things that they otherwise wouldn't be, is going to lead to hardening their stance. You have to authentically transform things, not try to artificially engineer things. Otherwise, you end up with an inauthentic. It leads to lots of kinds of dishonesty, because you end up sort of imposing a kind of nominal ideological performance from people. And that is going to metastasize into just redistributing the same problem in a harder form to deal with, because it's going to be in a kind of abstracted secondary, anyway, it's just going to confound the direct resolution of it. It's much easier to resolve things when they are in their most original state, if I can put it like that. Rather than systematizing the problem, which is what happens when you try to create a kind of narrative that people have to conform to, that people haven't themselves individually chosen to at least conform to. When you are enforcing their compliance or coercing them into changing their behavior, then they're not going to actually change their mindset. You're going to keep the same mindset, but force a kind of dishonest mechanism of the same deployment. Is what I see as the greater evil that's rather worth avoiding. Anyway, I'm slightly generalizing here, because sometimes there are ways and there are ways of doing things. I can imagine that there are ways in which one can sort of try to pull a stunt, or try to do something just as a kind of activism, or as a kind of or try to set up a circumstance to sort of teach someone a lesson or something like that. And I'm not necessarily opposed to those kinds of stunts, as it were, so long as that they are essentially civilized and within some bound of there are ways of applying cultural pressure which can be appropriate, or let's say creating a polemic within cultural conventions, or drawing attention to things. Anyway, but usually there are always better ways of doing things, because the way that you change things is that you don't try to force yourself to enter into a restaurant that doesn't want to have you as a customer. You find perhaps another restaurant close by, and you try and get them to champion the cause and to sort of shame the other restaurants, or something like that. That might be sort of a different way of going about doing the same thing. Anyway, I would think more so that the way to teach someone a lesson would be to go there with a large group of people and one of the people in the group is not Japanese, and then the restaurant has to basically be disrupted by the fact that it's going to give up this giant party, or this huge seating arrangement is going to be vacant, or they're going to have to fill it. At the last second. If they don't accept all the members of the party who are willing to go to a different restaurant anyway. Although, that I think is somewhat, I don't know, just trying to attack people on the level of disrupting their business, or I think is, unless there was an actual sort of moral argument that was being added to that, I think it would be slightly childish. But to try to reason with the staff of the restaurant or the manager that that it's essentially unjust, that their restriction is unjust. But I am generally sympathetic to Japanese restaurants because a large rationale would be essentially that it's not the restaurant themselves that cares either way. In fact, they're losing out on money by not having more clients. It's essentially that their other patrons, it's for their other patrons who would actually not want to be around foreigners, essentially. Anyway, and I must say, I am generally sensitive to the idea of people not wanting to be around other people that they can't communicate with because they don't share language. They don't share a medium of communication and language, because that is a potential source of a moral hazard. Without being able to fluidly communicate with people, you can unsavory problems can develop that can't easily be resolved. Anyway, and if someone looks like that they don't understand the only language that you can speak, perhaps that's an unsettling omen, as it were, within your own scope of your own because now you are set into having to alert yourself to this potential moral hazard, or it's uncharted territory, and so it's distracting, or it's inconvenient. It's a potential source of trouble. So there is a kind of, you could call it a kind of identity politics of generalizations, which are things that people cannot ignore because they are representative of pragmatic concerns and practical facts, as it were, that are statistically significant, and which, in some sense, there is something of a conscious attention and focus. When one is in a particular context, and one is going to focus on, if like anything can always happen, like if you're in a building at any time, somebody else could start a fire in the building, if you're on the third floor, could start a fire underneath you, but you don't think about these things. But if someone in the same room as you, in front of your field of vision, is doing something that, that has an outside chance of precipitating a dangerous scenario, it's going to absorb your focus and attention, because that's within your scope of surveillance, and within uh, your availability of attention. So, people are going to ignore things that they regard to be normal, and they're going to focus on things that are um, now, this, generally speaking, is this is why generally people shouldn't sweat the small stuff, and no one really often gives that much credence to how they are treated by strangers, as long as it's within some spectrum of, kind of normal behavior, of generally polite, or some kind of cultural uh, negotiated sort of what the lowest common denominator normal standard is. But and why generally people should only really concern themselves with, the opinions and the views and the reactions of people that they know on some kind of personal level, their co-workers, or that they actually, they know on a name base, they actually know the person's name, they know them as an individual, not as just a kind of representation of a low resolution generalization. But the idea that people can just sort of not have low resolution generalizations is really an impossible one. And this is really what non-racialism is all about properly administering, is developing individual relationships with people, or individual relation relatedness, rather than relating to generalizations. But obviously, when you're dealing with strangers, when you're dealing with large groups of people, when you are moving in a crowd, you don't treat someone as if someone is, you don't treat that person as the same kind of person that is in an elevator going up to the same floor as you, because you actually work on the same floor. It's a different context. And you might work on a floor with a lot of other people, and so maybe the only reason that you would actually introduce or try to be known to somebody else who just worked on the same floor as you is because you noticed something about them, and you thought that that meant that you might have a similar interest, and that you had a far off idea that you could talk about something around the water cooler with them, because you might have a similar interest, or something like that. So you actually had a kind of purpose that had to do with developing a social connection. Anyway, so you don't have these kinds of purposes with people in large crowds. And everyone, I guess, could contrast themselves to celebrities and say, well, if I was this well-known celebrity and I walked down the street, then everyone would be treating me like an individual. and then I could actually be special, and I could be self-actualized, or all of my projections would be validated, and my ideas and my opinions would carry a lot of weight, and I would be eminently um, sort of playing this kind of identity politics game when you can always kind of uh, uh, transpose your suboptimal set of un uncatered to expectations, where somebody else's expectations would be fulfilled, so that you can always kind of derive what is often also quite a dishonest lowest common supposedly lowest common denominator solution to a problem, like, oh, we'll just treat everyone like they are royalty. Why doesn't everyone just treat every other individual as, or why, or because usually it's not phrased in terms of everyone, it's framed in terms of, well, I'm being treated this way because of my skin color, and because of my biological sex, and because of my height, or because of some physical attribute. Therefore, this is the lived experience of these physical attributes, and you should treat me as if I have these other attributes which I don't have. And so hypothetically, you can just use any contrasting identity facets to demand things, or to have a sense of entitlement, which then you can unload on someone. Anyway, now I would also argue that that is a manifestation of moral autism, or morality autism, which is sort of a symptom of us losing our liberal order, liberal democratic sort of basic framework and scaffolding, because of the normalization of identity politics, or you could say conventional cultural narratives of hypergamous expectation, because in some sense, and I do think that women have made it famous, because feminism is something that even little girls can catch on to, and then they can start doing it to the people around them, and then it kind of becomes infectious. That, well, if little girls can get away with it, and other people are also allowed to get away with it, they just have to identify as either being the ally of a victim identity, or anyone can actually develop a victim identity. It just comes at the cost of gender dysphoria. As long as you develop an ideological confusion about your own gender, then suddenly you can upgrade your identity into the identity of transgenderism, or being transgendered. So all you have to do is sort of indulge in feeling set upon by the expectations of society, and being systemically oppressed by traditional gender norms and gender roles, and then you can feel afflicted by this, and then you can develop that ideological affliction into some kind of gender queer or gender fluid, or some kind of ideological disruption of other people's expectations, and then you are similarly able to project things onto people and get entitlement uh, insulated, or the benefits of moral autism. And then anyone who has a principled stand against morality autism, you can sort of set upon them like a pack of rabid dogs, and you can go on a witch hunt, and you can do all these things, and create this kind of moral hysterical panic that keeps your ideological program viable. So what's the point? So yeah, I mean, a lot of what would be seen as, let's say, the bog standard Christian worldview answers that would prevent this kind of derangement, which, all have to do with, you have to be grateful for what God has given you and you have to accept it or something like that. Or you have to, God has a plan and you have to, get on board with that plan and try to discover that plan and work with that plan, which is, maybe like a low resolution approximation of something of the kind that I have tried to describe myself as saying God is character, you have to care about integrity, and you have to work towards integration and those sorts of things, and having an understanding that's justified, and that is work that has to be done. That's, I think that, the whole God's planned thing is perhaps can itself be an obstacle for actually developing a justified understanding, because that can weave itself into a narrative which is just as psychologically sort of developmentally ob- obtrusive uh, in terms of actually having a justified understanding. It kind of tries to give you the benefits of having a justified understanding, but it never actually involves reason or tries to ground itself legitimately. And so it also gives up on epistemic responsibilism or an internal locus of control. So it kind of gives over free will into a kind of narrative of God, which in my view is indistinguishable from the God of the world. You know, playing to the right script is not enough. Uh, anyway, but maybe these sorts of religious things aren't so toxic or so bad because they kind of they are low resolution, and for anyone who wants to, they can actually get into the matter and see that it's much more complicated in the actual theological department. That these are connected with other things, but anyway, I mean, there is a necessity, I think, to protect children from this kind of psychological derangement, because it is a piercing or a penetration of subconscious boundaries into a nebulous connection and dependency on external validation and the validation of other people being imprinted on by your entitlement and your expectations, which you can just kind of project at will by ideological autism of just inventing expectations based on your ability to self-identify your own gender, for instance, or be disruptive to other people's conventions or cultural expectations, rather than actually engaging in a substantive uh, argument about beliefs, and then also realizing that not everyone is open to that, and the way that you can compel your argument to be heeded is essentially, well, that's understanding justice and understanding the law, and understanding also the injustice that individuals themselves contain, and also how that makes them dangerous and how to manage that kind of danger. Sadly, uh, we're not born into a communion of everyone that we come across in the world. And treating the world like a church is is itself to try to minimize the importance of understanding. Anyway, I'm somewhat droning on here. Going round and around in different various kinds of topics. Don't think I'm saying anything new. But it is interesting. I must maybe develop that idea more, that there is this basic idea of that everyone's inferior function should, in some sense, amount to being the same archetypal, Christ-like understanding. And because there are 17 different metatypes, that means that there are 17 different egoic inferior functions. But in some sense that they would all be equivalent in quality, but not in exact, it's hard to describe. I wonder if there's anything to the differences and the samenesses of those inferior functions, if you could look at them. Which is why it might be important that when you go testifying, that you go testifying with more than one person, because then you can show them, let's say, relatively speaking, two different inferior functions doing the same kind of Christian technology in the ego, and therefore give a more three-dimensional Now, you see, I think that is already understood. I think that as a kind of cultural archetype even exists in people's minds, that sort of that idea of integrity and responsibility and taking the sins of the world upon your shoulders in your understanding. The capacity to do that. Anyway, I mean, the reason why I said the thing about the cause of drama being the child function of the subconscious and the dominant function of the unconscious is because I do think that those two things are directly being displaced by the inferior function of the ego and the dominant function of the superego. That when you make the dominant function of the superego be propitiated, in some sense, by the inferior function of the ego, that you end up displacing or discharging the, let's say, the dysfunctional impetus that exists within the subconscious child function, in terms of how that subconscious child function is usually entracted or entangled within the drama, because I do think that, sort of there are two sources of drama which you have to kind of simultaneously solve for, which I've already gone over, but the game that you're playing, and also how you are sensitive to what's happening around you, which you are also receiving within the game that you're playing as well. So yeah, you really do need to find a way to fully get the subconscious dead to rights so that you can operate it more mechanically, as it were, as just a kind of as a clearinghouse that is subconsciously that is relative to that becomes an extension of the superego, and that you re-establish your motivational core through the superego. And the subconscious is more an annexed extension that is also capable of being mediated, or it is properly integrated already into the environment and into the ego, so that it's being checked up on from both sides, that it's being propelled from the superego and it's being, let's say, worked on by the ego that has a proper integrity and or integration and measure of connection and absorption of what's going on in the subconscious and the unconscious. Anyway, so this is getting boring. But yeah, I think that's pretty much all of it. And then you're just basically quite contented with the parent function of the superego. Becomes this very clear source of life and energy. And sort of peace and contentment in terms of one's own discerning of things.